Attention, Senators. The legislature is scheduled to reconvene in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please record.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Do you have any items for the record?
I do, Mr. President. Reference report from the referencing committee concerning interim studies. That's all I have this time.
While the legislature is in session and capable of transacting business, I propose to sign and do hereby sign LB 565. Mr. Clerk, we will proceed to the first item on this afternoon's agenda.
Mr. President, pursuant to your agenda, final reading Legislative Bill 243A from Senator Breezy.
Senator Kavanaugh, please state your point of order.
We have not had a layover day for LB 243A, so it cannot be on final reading.
Senator Kavanaugh, could you please state where in the rules you're finding that?
That's how we have conducted ourselves. I don't have the exact citing of the rules.
Could you please come forward, Senator Kavanaugh?
Can you turn my, oh, okay. It came to my attention that when we have our sidebar conversations up there, it's not part of the permanent record, so I would prefer if we could have it as part of the permanent record. So I'll stay where I am.
Senator Kavanaugh, in order to make a ruling, we need a reference to the rule that is being violated.
So can you then make a ruling? You can't make a ruling as to whether or not we have a layover day on final reading. Okay, Rule 6, Section 7B.
Senator Kavanaugh, Rule 6, Section 7, I believe that's what you're referencing.
Yes.
I believe that is only, the layover day is only when there is the intention to advance the bill to final reading, and this is pulling it back to select for a specific amendment, so there is no intention.
I don't see intention in the rule. And if the motion to return to select were to fail, this would go to final.
If that happens, if at that point we would pass over and it would not be advanced to final reading.
You can pass over the vote.
Senator Kavanaugh, again, the only reason it's on the agenda is because of the motion to return to select file. And it's not the intention to advance to final.
Again, that's the intention, but the rule, it does not state intention.
Senator Kavanaugh, I believe we need to have a conversation about this. If you could approach, we will put it on the record after our conversation.
Okay.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman. I would like to change my point of order to a point of inquiry. After discussion with you, I would like a clarification for the record as to how this works within our rules to take a bill that was moved forward today from final reading back to select, and how that would process-wise work. Thank you, Mr. President.
When the agenda lists it as a motion to return to select, it is only for the purpose of returning to select, not for the advancing to final reading. And so in this particular case, this agenda item is specific to return to select for an amendment. Constitutionally, we cannot pass that bill on final reading without a layover day. So the intention is not to take it to final reading today. Mr. Clerk, please proceed.
Mr. President, LB 243A, Senator Breezy would return to select file for a specific amendment, that being AM 1881.
Senator Breezy, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise in support of the motion to return to select file, specifically to return to select file to attach AM 1881 to LB 243A. In LB 243, we incorporated Senator Erdman's LB 28 to add a Turk commissioner. The final reading version of LB 243 on page 28, I believe it is, section 14, we add that Turk commissioner. In section 15, we specify that Turk commissioner's salaries, the Turk commissioner's salaries are tied to that of Supreme Court judges. In Senator DeBoer's LB 799, we increased Supreme Court judges' salaries. Hence, we need to adjust upward the A bill here to reflect this increase in Turk commissioner salaries, which is driven by the change contained in LB 799. That's why we need AM 1881 to reflect that needed change. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So glad we're getting the technical side of things worked out. I think there was concern. I didn't have opposition to the amendment itself. I'm a process person, and I like to make sure that we are following our own process and that we have fidelity in how we are doing things. So there we go. Trying to see where I left off before the lunch break. There was a media 2023 Spotlight Medical Bans Report Executive Summary, LGBTQ Policy Spotlight, Bans on Medical Care for Transgender People. And this is MAP, which is the Movement Advancement Project Spotlight Report. So I'm just gonna... In the executive summary, in less than 3 months, 2023 has already set new records for anti-LGBTQ and especially anti-transgender legislation in the United States. In particular, 2023 has brought devastating and unprecedented attacks on transgender people and their ability to live safely and freely. This is nowhere more evident than in the escalating efforts to restrict, ban, and even criminalize transgender people's access to medically necessary care, sometimes called gender-affirming care. While most of the public focus has been on recent efforts to ban medical care for transgendered youth, this report shows how these attacks are part of a much larger effort to ban medical care for all transgender people. In fact, just days before the report's publication, Missouri became the first state to effectively ban gender-affirming care for all transgender people, regardless of age. The findings demonstrate how recent bills to ban or restrict medical care for transgender people are growing in number, growing in scope, and growing more and more extreme to harm more people than ever before. This shows that the ultimate goals of these bills and of the extremists and politicians pushing them are to make it impossible for transgender people to transition, to be their authentic selves, and even to exist. Current policy landscape, transgender people's access to medical care. Historically, it has been notoriously difficult for transgender people to access gender-affirming care. Transgender people face extraordinarily high rates of employment discrimination, blocking their access to health insurance and economic security. Even those with health insurance have faced decades of obstacles such as discrimination in healthcare settings, a scarcity of competent affirming medical providers, and insurance companies routinely denying coverage of such care despite its medical necessity. Both legislation and administrative policies have also blocked access to or denied coverage of transgender-related health care, such as in state Medicaid policies and more. Today, it remains difficult for many transgender people to access basic practice medicine. For example, only 22 states, Puerto Rico, and the District of Columbia currently ban discrimination in health insurance on the basis of gender identity, meaning that such discrimination is legal under state law in half of U.S. states. Only 24 states and the District of Columbia ban transgender exclusions in insurance, meaning that in the other 26 states, state law allows health insurance companies to categorically refuse to cover any transgender-related health care. Wonder where Nebraska falls in this.
1 minute.
At least 11 states explicitly exclude coverage of medically necessary care for transgender people in the state Medicaid program, including 2 states whose exclusions apply to minors only. Though in practice, these exclusions will likely set precedent for future broader exclusions. 13 states have no explicit policy, and this absence of a clearly inclusive policy leads to obstacles and inconsistent access to health care for transgender people. Currently, 15 states ban best practice medical care for transgender youth. This, by the way, is outdated because it came out before Friday of last week. So just want that stated. Currently, 15 states ban best practice medical care for transgender youth, including 1 state that bans only surgical care for transgender youth. Prior to 2021, no state had a ban on medically necessary care for transgender youth. As a result, today,
Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Ben Hansen would like to welcome 40 students from Washington County Homeschool Group from Blair, Nebraska. They're located in the balcony. Please, students, please rise. Welcome to your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Kavanaugh, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Currently, 15 states ban best practice medical care for transgender youth, including 1 state that bans only surgical care for transgender youth. Prior to 2021, no state had a ban on medically necessary care for transgender youth. As a result, today, nearly 1 in 5, 19%, transgender youth live in states that ban medically necessary care for transgender youth. And that number is certain to grow in the coming months as many more states are still actively pursuing similar bans. Importantly, these discriminatory and exclusive policies are especially harmful to transgender people of color and particularly Black transgender people who are more likely to live in states with such laws. Recent explosion of bills that would ban medically necessary care for transgender people. For this report, MAP identified more than 250 bills attacking health care for transgender people, covering 2017 to April 1, 2023. The analysis reveals very few such bills were introduced from 2017 to 2019, illustrating that it is a recently manufactured problem designed for political purposes. The current wave of legislation attacking transgender health care began in 2020, when over a third of states, 17, considered such a bill. In just the first 3 months of 2023, more bills attacking transgender health care have been introduced than in the last 6 years combined. Virtually all these bills explicitly target transgender youth, though as shown in this report, a growing share of these bills would also restrict access to health care for at least some transgender adults. From 2017 to April 2023, more than 3/4 of states, 39, have considered a bill attacking transgender health care, including 15 states that have enacted new bans or restrictions. So it's at least up to 16 now, because this was April of this year. Over time, transgender healthcare bans are growing in scope and extremism. MAP analyzed the more than 250 bills introduced between 2017 and April 1, 2023, with a particular focus on bills introduced since 2020, when the current wave of anti-transgender legislation began. While all of these bills seek to ban or restrict medical care for at least some transgender people, MAP also analyzed the many other provisions often also contained within these bills, as well as trends over time. The findings show the dramatic and escalating attacks on transgender people, including banning care for transgender adults. In 2020, only one bill applied to at least some transgender adults, but in 2023, nearly 3 in 10, or 29% of bills, would ban or restrict care for at least some transgender adults, in addition to youth. The growing extremism is now a stark reality in Missouri, in which in April 2023 became the first state to effectively ban care for all transgender people. Banning state funds for medical care. In 2020, no bill contained such provision, but nearly half of the 2023 bills would ban state funds from going towards best practice medical care for at least some transgender people. Banning private insurance coverage or allowing refusal of coverage. Some bills also prohibit private insurance from covering or reimbursing medically necessary care for transgender people, while other provisions allow insurers to categorically refuse to cover such care. Criminal charges and other penalties. Bills vary in their penalties, ranging from the loss of medical license for healthcare providers to lawsuits, criminal and/or child abuse charges, as well as a growing trend of empowering, states attorney general to take further action to end gender-affirming care. Expanding targets. While most bills target medical providers, more than a third of the bills from 2020 through 2023 target someone other than or in addition to medical providers, such as parents of transgendered children, teachers, or even friends or neighbors. Forced outing of transgender youth. In addition to banning healthcare, at least 16% of all bills from 2020 to 2023 contain explicit provisions that would force school staff and sometimes any government employee to out youth to their parents if they express any thought or indication they may be transgender, often regardless of whether the home environment might be safe for that student. Exceptions for intersex children.
Senator.
Thank you.
You're next in the queue, and this is your last opportunity before your close.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the motion to return to select. So I'll take this time, and then Senator Breezy has the vote on his motion, and then we have to have the vote to advance it. So I'll just take my times on then. Just doing the math out loud. Exceptions for intersex children. Across all bills from 2020 to 2023, at least 81% of bills attacking transgender healthcare also contain explicit exceptions allowing non-consensual surgeries on intersex children. Exclusionary definitions of sex. Across all bills from 2020 to 2023, more than 2/3, 69% of bills would also create new explicit legal definitions of sex that would effectively erase any legal recognition of transgender people, and with the potential to restrict their rights throughout state law, not only in healthcare. And more. Each year, new provisions emerge illustrating the continuing efforts to both ban care for transgender people and to use these bills as a vehicle for other anti-transgender attacks. The impacts of efforts to ban medical care for transgender people. Bills trying to restrict or outright ban medically necessary care for transgender people all try to take decisions away from patients, their families, and their doctors, and instead give that power to politicians and bureaucrats. People who don't have a transgender child may not understand the nuances of this medical care. No kidding. It is parents, doctors, and the patient who should decide, not politicians. Unsurprisingly, banning such medical care entirely causes clear and direct harm to transgender people, as well as their families, medical providers, and broader communities. So we're going to get to a vote shortly on Senator Breezy's amendment. I just wanted to note that we would have gotten to this amendment this morning if people weren't ashamed of what they did on Friday and came and talked to me about their bills. But Senator Breezy didn't come and talk to me. Senator Sanders didn't come and talk to me. Senator Linehan didn't come and talk to me. And we're willing to sacrifice the integrity of their bills, their A bills, because they didn't want to talk to me. So that's why we're taking more time on these A bills today, is because people weren't willing to do their job. I won't talk to you about your lives. I won't talk to you about my life. I have always talked to people who needed to get something done on the floor on the bill at hand. So your unwillingness to talk to me is a reflection on you, not on me. And there's only 7 days left. If that's how you want to conduct yourselves, it's going to be an even more rough 7 days. But I legitimately didn't know that there was an amendment pending on this bill and Senator Sanders' bill. And then I was just happened to have a moment to look up the A bill that was on the board. And I saw that there was an amendment pending. And I thought, that's interesting. No one's come and asked me to pull my motion so that we could get to the amendment. Maybe it was just a placeholder amendment. And so then I actually went to Senator Dungan and I said, you're on Revenue Committee. Is this a placeholder amendment? And he didn't know, and he started working on it. And so I guess you can thank Senator Dungan for making that happen, getting the amended version of the LB 574A was because Senator Dungan was willing to talk to me and to figure out what was going on. So thank you to him for doing that. 754, thank you. Yeah, I mean, if you stand by your vote on Friday, you shouldn't have any problem looking me in the eye when you come and talk to me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kavanaugh, you are welcome to close on your motion. I'm sorry, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Breezy.
Pardon.
You're welcome to close. Senator Breezy waves close. Members, we are in final reading. Please return to your seats. Senator Von Gillern would like to recognize 71 fourth grade students from Grace Abbott Elementary in Omaha. They're seated in the balcony. Students, please rise and be welcomed by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Raybould would also like to recognize two guests, Peyton Wolf and Ainsley Garcia from Lincoln. They are seated under the north balcony. Please rise. Senators, our first vote is the motion Senators, please return to your seats. This is final reading. A roll call vote has been requested on the return to select file. Ms. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, Senator Day, Senator Conrad voting yes. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, Senator Dungan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, voting yes. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, Senator Vargas, Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Wishart, Senator Vargas, voting yes. Vote is 40 yeas, no nays, Mr. President, on the motion to return to select file.
Motion is adopted. Senator Breezy, you may open on AM 1881.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon again, colleagues. Just a reminder, as I indicated earlier, AM 1881 is important that we get attached to LB 243A. Remember, with LB 243, we added a Turk commissioner. We also tied their salaries to that of the Supreme Court judges. With LB 799 that we passed here recently, we increased Supreme Court judges' salaries. Because of that, we're needing a slight increase in the salaries of these Turk commissioners, and that adds to the A bill by so many dollars. I'd ask for your support on AM 1881. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was being asked about, is this kind of a do-over for the bill? And it is. It's like, we had the time this morning. We had 30 minutes this morning for this bill and the next one that we're going to be doing. And, the amendment didn't get attached. So there we go. I'm going to read an article. This is from the Register. The Honors Gap: How Central's Advanced Classes Perpetuate Inequality Among Students. This was published on May 22nd, 2023. This is a high school in Omaha. The first time Betsy, oh man, I am so bad with pronouncing names. I am sorry. Betsy Yadira Tenorio Hernandez traveled between worlds was when she stepped into honors chemistry. After taking remote classes her entire freshman year, she entered her sophomore accelerated science class on her first day in person at Central to find only one other Latino student. It was very shocking to me just because you look at the school, you see more people of color, Tenorio Hernandez said. But when you get to the honors classes, it's very different. In her honors classes, she felt as if the world she knew with her family in South Omaha, one where everyone speaks Spanish and works construction or waits tables, was gone. In its place was the new world of her white peers, one in which parents are doctors or lawyers, and the often harsh realities of immigrant life in America are unknown. Soon, the hours she spent in honors classes became marred by perpetual feeling of isolation. I felt like I couldn't really relate to them, Tenorio Hernandez said of her classmates. We had very different perspectives, and sometimes I felt like I couldn't really speak out because my opinion was different because of my background. Oh, I should have mentioned the author of this article is Jane McGill. So I forgot to say that at the start. For Central High School, the diversity of its students is an essential part of its identity. Pride in diversity is included in the school mission and emblazoned on a plaque hanging in the main office for all to see. With an attendance area that reaches from North O to downtown Dundee, Central brings together students from extraordinarily different areas of the heavily segregated city it lies in the heart of. But the diversity of Central's student body is not reflected in its advanced classes, where affluent and white students are vastly overrepresented, while students of color and economically disadvantaged students are consistently underrepresented. Central offers 3 kinds of advanced classes: honors, advanced placement, and the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program, IB, all of which require students to have signed parental consent to enroll. Students are selected for an advanced class either through a parent, teacher, or counselor recommendation. AP is a national program that offers college-level classes to high school students who receive credit for their AP classes if they dual enroll at a local college or score highly on the year-end AP exam. The most advanced academic track at Central IB is a 2-year international education program for juniors and seniors based out of Geneva, Switzerland. Participants in the track are required to
1
take
minute.
7 IB classes every year, with students who score highly on IB final exams earning the IB diploma, the only secondary degree offered at any high school in Omaha Public Schools. An analysis of student demographics by the Register using data provided by Omaha Public Schools found the percentage of white students enrolled in an academic track at Central increases at every level of advancement, while the percentage of students of every other race stagnates or declines. The share of economically disadvantaged students similarly declines in more advanced classes. There's some charts that I will come back to later when I have time. The latest ethnic group at Central are Latino students. The latest. Wow, I am having a real brain fog. The largest ethnic group at Central are Latino students at 33%, followed closely by white students at 31%.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
You're next in the queue.
Thank you. Is this my last time?
This is your second time.
Okay. Just waiting. I never know if I have to get back at I just wait for the light to go off. I figure I do not know how the systems work up there, but I know that some are updated technology and some are what at best can be called old-timey technology. I feel like there is a crank underneath the president's desk where the pages sit that they are cranking to power the clock or something. It is very hybrid, old time technology and modern technology. And when the other Senator Kavanaugh is speaking, it all breaks. Just kidding. That only happened once, I think. Okay, back to the article. 1/4 of students are Black, 5% are multiracial, 4% are Asian, and less than 1% are Indigenous or Pacific Islander. Over half of all Central students are also economically disadvantaged. The Register determined the percentage of economically disadvantaged students at Central by using data provided on the number of students eligible for OPS educational benefits, which include a free activity card, discounted internet access, and fee waivers for testing and college applications. These benefits are available to students from low-income households, receiving food stamps or federal nutrition assistance, students in foster care, as well as migrants, runaway, or homeless students. In honors classes, the percentage of white students increases by 10% over their percentage of overall student body. While every other race is slightly underrepresented, the percentage of economically disadvantaged students drops by 10%. The most severe decline in racial and socioeconomic diversity occurs in Central's college-level courses. The percentage of white students taking AP and IB classes is nearly twice the percentage of the overall student body, constituting a majority in both programs. Black and Latino students are underrepresented by nearly half. While the racial demographics of AP and IB are similar, they differ significantly in their socioeconomic makeup. Almost twice as many AP students are economically disadvantaged at 31% than IB students at 17%. Over 70% of white students at Central are enrolled in at least one honors class, compared to 47% of Black students and 40% of Latino students. And while 36% of white students are enrolled in at least one AP class, only 12% of Black students and 10% of Latino students are. These racial and socioeconomic disparities are not unique to Central, but remain a prevalent issue in advanced academics across the nation. According to the most recent data from the United States Department of Education, nearly 60% of students in gifted and talented programs are white, compared to around 50% of overall public school enrollment. Black students are only 8% of gifted and talented programs, despite making up 15% of public school students. Latino students who comprise 27% of public school enrollment overall, make up 18% of gifted and talented students. However, the register's analysis of the student demographics of advanced classes in other high schools in the region suggests the disparities in Central's advanced classes are especially glaring. At a North Kansas City high school, which offers both AP and IB classes and has a similarly diverse student body, racial and socioeconomic disparities in advanced academics are still present, but not nearly as pronounced as those found at Central. There are charts for all of these things. Black and Latino students, who comprise 40% of the student population, are proportionately represented, represented in honors classes, as the slight majority of students who are economically disadvantaged. In the AP classes at NKCHS, the percentage of white students increases by 10%. The percentage of economically disadvantaged students decreases by 10%, while percentage of Black and Latino students both decline by 5%. In IB classes, white and Latino students are proportionately represented, while Black students are only slightly underrepresented. Over a third of students in IB classes are economically disadvantaged, twice the percentage in Central's IB classes. Principal Dion Kirksky said Central's administration is aware of the disparities in advanced classes and working towards improvement. What we would like to see based on our diverse population in diversity and honors AP and IB, Kirksky said, that's what we...
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, for a motion.
Mr. President, Senator Breezy would move to invoke cloture on LB 243A pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10. Senator Breezy, for what purpose do you rise?
Members, a reminder, we are on final reading. Please be in your seats. You've heard the motion for cloture. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, nay. There's been a request for a roll call. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Bosson, voting yes. Senator Bostar, Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, Senator Duncan, voting yes. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Vote is 40 yeas, no nays. Mr. President, on the motion to vote cloture.
The motion passes. Next vote, AM 1881. Roll call's been requested. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting yes, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Boston. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Holleran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Vote is 40 yeas, no nays on adoption of the amendment, Mr. President.
AM 1881 is adopted. Next vote, LB 243, advance to ENR for engrossing. Roll call's been requested. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting yes, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Boston. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Holleran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Not voting, Senator Wishart. Vote is 39 ayes and 0 nays on advancement of the bill, Mr. President.
LB 243A advances to ENR. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item quickly, Mr. President, amendment to be printed from Senator Armendariz to LB 727. Next bill, Mr. President, Legislative Bill 583A, final reading. Senator Sanders would move to return to select file. For a specific amendment, Senator Sanders, I have a note you wish to withdraw FA 69. In that case, Mr. President, Senator Sanders would move to return to select file for AM 1909.
Senator Sanders, you're welcome to open.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. President, colleagues. LB 583A is the appropriations bill for Governor Pillen's education funding bill. For the record, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you have said loud and clear, you weren't talking to us and we aren't talking to you. However, I did make my way over to explain to you that I had an amendment that was part of the funding portion of my bill, and it was vital to my bill. Out of all respect, you were in the middle of a filibuster from the time you dropped your amendment until the motion and cloture. So we weren't able to have that conversation. This morning, I have introduced AM 1909 for your consideration. Now I am motioning for LB 583A to return to select file for AM 1909. LB 583 was on select file for debate. However, there was an error within the bill, unintentionally canceled out the special education funding provision. We identified the problem and fixed it with AM 1636 on May 9th. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Shoot, I didn't write down when we started. Trying to keep track. Okay, so I think I finished that article. Did I finish that article? I was reading an article from a high school paper that was really well done. No, I didn't finish it. Haha. Okay. So this is from Central High School's paper, The Register, and it's about economic and diversity in their AP and IB classes. Okay, I read that part, sorry. Susan Christopherson, Chief Academic Officer of OPS, said the district is addressing racial and socioeconomic disparities in advanced classes at all 9 of its high schools. We want to make sure that all of our programming is representative of our student body. Sorry, at all of our high schools. Christopherson said, we continuously meet with advanced academic coordinators from each school to review that data and help them set some plans in action to help support within their own schools. Central IB AP coordinator Kathy Andrus declined to be interviewed for this story. The racial disparities in Central's advanced classes likely perpetuate inequality between white students and students of color in the school overall, as students in advanced classes can more easily access opportunities than students in standard level classes. Central uses a weighted grade point average on a 5-point scale for students in advanced classes, while the GPAs for students in standard level classes are on a 4-point scale. This weighted GPA system makes it harder for the disproportionately economically disadvantaged and students of color in Central standard level courses to attend student life events only with high GPA students that are allowed to participate in. Some students must have a 3.0 GPA or higher to attend winter formal. Purple Feather Day, an annual celebration where students receive certificates and are released from their morning classes for activities on the football field, which requires students to have a GPA of 3.5 to participate. But these disparities could have far worse consequences for Central's disadvantaged students than missing out on a school dance. As research shows, enrolling in advanced classes can improve students' chances in later life. By 2020, a 2020 study by the Washington-based Education Trust found that high school students in advanced courses were more likely to graduate, go on to college, and earn a college degree. In 2018, study published in the American Educational Research Journal found that students who dual enroll in high school received a college degree faster and with an average of $1,000 less debt. There's clear evidence that being in an advanced class increases your opportunities to learn and get into a fancy college, said Dr. Thurston Domina, Distinguished Professor in Educational Leadership at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Calculus, for instance, is just a hugely important gatekeeper for STEM fields in college. If you don't take AP Calculus in high school, you could become a doctor, but it's much harder. So these inequalities in education turn into inequalities in income and health for adults. Domina, who graduated from Central in 1993, is a sociologist by trade who studies the relationship between education and social inequality.
1 minute.
Thank you. His interest in sociology of education was greatly influenced by his experience as a Central student, beginning with his decision to take standard level geometry instead of honors freshman year, doing poorly in algebra. I was the only freshman in the class, but it was a very diverse class and the teaching was terrible. He said, for me, it was one of those moments where I began to understand it's not really honors because it's harder. It's honors because that's where the relatively privileged kids get to get better experiences. As a tenured professor, Domina now researches academic tracking, the process by which schools sort students into different learning environments and how this sorting shapes students' life chances. Through analyzing the structure of education, he explores how schools, which theoretically offer equal opportunity to all students, actually reproduce the racial and economic inequality seen throughout the contemporary U.S. Affluent white kids disproportionately come out at the top of the pile.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
You're next in the queue.
Thank you. Affluent white kids disproportionately come out at the top of the pile at Central High because the school is set up to legitimize their social position, Domina said. It's giving a gold star to the people who are already at the top of the pile. But the school also has to launder that inequality. It has to make the unequal outcomes look like they reflect merit. So the sorting happens by creating these kinds of contests that appear to give everybody a chance to succeed, but almost necessarily create an outcome that looks a lot like inequality that happened at the beginning. The origins of the disparities in Central's advanced classes. Students of color are disproportionately sorted into standard level classes at Central because of the many barriers they experience when attempting to access advanced academics. The foundation of the disparities seen at Central is established in primary school, where the quality of education a child receives differs considerably based on the neighborhood where they reside. Sophomore Iana Wise experienced the disparities in OPS elementary schools firsthand when her parents transferred her from Minnelusa, a majority black school in North Omaha, to Fullerton, a majority white school in West Omaha, halfway through her third grade year. It was a completely different experience, Wise said. At Minnelusa, I was one of the smartest kids in the school. At this new school, I was so behind. I was learning my multiplication, and at Minnelusa, we were still learning our tens. I go to Fullerton, and they had already learned it. So there's that education divide in OPS, two completely different learning styles, and I was kind of a product of that. My 8th grade year, we didn't learn anything in English or in math, said junior I'm going to get this really wrong, Ekupo, who attended Monroe Middle School in Benson. Again, I apologize. I'm really bad at name pronunciation. It is not intentional. And I feel really terrible when I'm mispronouncing names, but I also need to acknowledge that it's going to happen. My teachers were not professional. They would just form cliques and gossip instead of teaching. Going into honors classes, white students already had more opportunities, whereas I lacked opportunities just because I went to Monroe. When disadvantaged students reach Central, they may not feel prepared for or be fully aware of the advanced classes the school offers. This is worsened by a lack of knowledge among the families of disadvantaged students about how to support their children academically. Affluent and white students are more likely to have parents who took accelerated classes in high school and can monitor their children through advanced academics, whereas economically disadvantaged and students of color are less likely to receive such guidance. This absence of mentorship disproportionately impacts first-generation students whose immigrant parents frequently lack either the linguistic skills or experience necessary to help their children navigate an American public school. My parents really want me to succeed academically, said Junior Batel Aga, a Black student who immigrated as a child from Ethiopia with her family. My parents support me financially and in other ways. What my parents can't support me in are things like college, what classes to take, what clubs to do, because they're not familiarized with the school system here. Senior Eli Calderon Palacios, a first-generation Latina student whose parents immigrated from Central America, said she often struggled with her coursework as an IB student without parental guidance. I have to do
1 minute.
everything with my education by myself. She said, oh, 1 minute? Yeah, thank you. By myself. The students in my class who are white come from a background where both the parents go to college. As an individual whose parents didn't even go to high school, it was hard for me to grasp onto all of this work. I didn't have parents or siblings to help me figure out a math problem or how to write a paper. For immigrant and first-generation students who are not yet proficient in English, advanced classes are completely inaccessible. This lack of opportunity is deepened by a sense of exclusion experienced by many English learners who often feel marginalized by the rest of the student body. At Central, the students don't talk a lot with you, said Fawazi Muhammad, an Afghan student who said she was unable to take honors classes because of her English skills. They are not friendly. If they talk in English with us, it will help us learn English.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
You're recognized to speak. This is your last opportunity before you close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Trying to plug in my computer here. Not my close.
No. Last opportunity.
Yes, gets confusing. It's not my close today. Thank you. Okay. The sophisticated vocabulary used in the coursework of advanced classes can still be challenging for immigrant and first-generation students who are fluent in English. I still struggle with reading the documents, said Junior November Anu Ong, a Karen student who took AP Language and Composition upon the recommendation of her sophomore English teacher. It takes me longer to understand it, and sometimes I feel like I don't really have a grasp on all the ideas. There's some difficult words that AP Lang uses that I struggle with. Students of color with the knowledge, competence, and support necessary to pursue advanced academics must also be willing to spend most of their school day in predominantly white learning environments. Many students of color who spoke to the register said they struggled to feel that they belonged in their advanced classes. When I was in standard level classes with more diversity, I felt like I belonged, said Junior Maria Lopez Lopez, who is in IB. But when I started doing high-level classes, I was just there for the class. I can talk to my classmates, but I don't really connect to them on a deeper level. They just have so much privilege and opportunities that I don't have. In her sophomore year, Lopez said her feeling of isolation, the difficulty for her coursework, and her involvement in extracurriculars all became overwhelming. She reached a breaking point and was planning to do dropout before a friend convinced her to continue in IB, a decision she retrospectively feels was a mistake. I do regret it because I feel I would have made many more experiences in standard level classes. She said, it's just hard to be in a class where you can't relate to your classmates and have personal connections with them. Afsa Osman, an AP student who immigrated from Somalia in 2015, said while she still can feel isolated in her advanced classes, they have become more welcoming as a result of white students becoming more open-minded. Everyone here is not closed-minded compared to when you were younger, Osman said. In middle school, they wouldn't mix with you or work with you, but now they will. We have all grown so much as individuals, especially since 2020. The whole world has changed and become more aware of injustices. Senior Jalen Sims said that she did not feel excluded in advanced classes at Central because she attended the majority white Alice Buffett Middle School in West Omaha. I befriended those white counterparts and formed my personality around being that one Black friend that they had, Sims said. When I was at Buffett, my only Black counterparts were my cousins that were there, but they just weren't in the same classes with me. However, Sims said her attempts to be accepted by her peers in advanced classes led to an identity crisis. Who am I really? Am I the token Black friend that my white counterparts want to see, or am I the Black girl that my family wants to see and to be proud of? I had to go between those two, and it's just really hard. Even if students of color are willing to enroll in predominantly white classes, they may still be discouraged from doing so by their peers. Many students who spoke to the registrar said they experienced derision or harassment from other people of color because they decided to take advanced classes. People of color don't want to join high-level classes because they don't want to be called whitewashed. Calderon Palacios said, because there's this constant assumption if you're a person of color and you're in a higher learning environment that you're whitewashed, that you're a white person because high-level classes are white. I've always been called white girl because I'm a Black woman who's excelling. Thank you. Sim said, when I was very little and they called me white girl for the first time, I'm like, what about me shows white girl? I'll change that right now because I don't want to act like that. I wanted to get rid of all those characteristics, but I just don't care anymore. I got away from it. Other Black individuals might not. Domina said these peer pressures have been recognized by scholars as a significant barrier to racial integration of advanced classes. The whole sorting process I've described means the accelerated classes are white spaces, he said. It's not impossible for kids of color to find their way into those white spaces, but they pay a social cost for it. It feels to a community like you're leaving your community when you go to those spaces. While one might expect the diversity of Central would create more opportunities to form relationships between diverse groups of students, a wealth of research indicates the opposite is true. At diverse high schools with large student bodies, students are more likely to associate with people they already
Senator.
know. Thank you.
Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Sanders, you are welcome to close on your motion to return to select file. Senator Sanders waives close. Colleagues, the question before the body is the motion to return to select file. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting yes, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Boson. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Senator Duncan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Halloran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Oldcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Senator Eibach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Senator Moser. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gellern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Senator Brewer. Voting yes. Vote is 37 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the motion to return the bill.
Motion is successful. Senator Sanders, you're welcome to open on your amendment 1909.
Thank you, Mr. President. LB 583A is appropriations bill for Governor Pillen's education funding bill. This morning I introduced AM 1909 for your consideration. Now I am motioning for LB 583A to return to select file. AM 1909, LB 583 was selected for file to debate. However, there was an error and unintentionally canceled out the education funding provisions. We identified the problem and fixed it with AM 1636 on May 9th. The special education funding increase will be properly reflected in the bill as intended. Additionally, the amendment includes technical number changes to update the 2023-24 TIOSA numbers with the newest data from the school districts. None of those changes impact the intent or the function of LB 583, and they merely reflect the existing formula process. Returning this bill to select file for the amendment change is crucial in giving the schools the appropriate funding they deserve. Without this amendment, the special education funding provided in LB 583 will not be appropriated. AM 1909 achieves exactly that goal. I ask the body to vote green on return and select file. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Getting back in the queue. Oh, I was just doing math. Let's see here. This is a very comprehensive story that I've been reading. I have 10 minutes left, so I am going to use that time to attempt to finish reading it. So, while one might expect that the diversity of Central would create more opportunities from relationships between diverse groups of students, a wealth of research indicates, let me skip back down. Every kid needs somebody sort of looking out and advocating for them, Domina said. Attentive teachers can make all the difference. I think counselors are particularly important in the way the school is set up now because they direct people toward their spots in the curriculum. The lack of teachers of color at Central and throughout OPS has raised as an issue by many students of color who felt that they could better relate to teachers of a similar background. If you have some white lady coming to you like, hey, come take honors English, people may feel like it's a white savior thing, sophomore Devon Richards II said. So just seeing more minority teachers teaching those classes would be great. We do have minority teachers, but not a lot of them. So if we had more of them teaching advanced classes, I think people would definitely be way more interested in taking honors. Mr. Lloyd, my history teacher last year, was my first Black teacher, Wise said. His class was more relatable for me because we do have that similar background as opposed to a white teacher. Mr. Lloyd would make examples in his class I could relate to and understand them. I think I used to work with Mr. Lloyd's wife. I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure I did. And his son is like a very well-known track star. Sidebar, whatever. I think actually his son was like featured on the Jumbotron in New York Times like a month ago. Now I'm going to have to look this up. This will be a story for another time. For economically disadvantaged students, the intensive coursework of advanced classes may be difficult to balance with obligations outside of school. If you've got a poor economic background of any kind, it may preclude you from taking some of those courses, said Dr. Ron Johnson, Associate Dean of Diversity and Inclusion at Creighton University. Often you've got other things on your plate, like working outside of school in order to help the family make ends meet, where individuals who don't have the burden can focus their energies on studying and getting tutoring for those courses. The financial pressures placed on students from low-income households may explain why Central's socioeconomic diversity declines the more advanced the curriculum becomes, with Central's IB program having the fewest economically disadvantaged students. I do wish that teachers were more understanding when it comes to a student's personal life versus their academic life, said senior Chloe Reese, a biracial student in IB. Personal situations have to be understood for students to succeed and contribute positively to the world. Reese said the demanding workload and stringent expectations of Central's IB program often led students to prioritize academic achievement over their mental health. She said these pressures disproportionately harm low-income students and students of color in IB who are more likely to balance schoolwork with personal struggle outside of the classroom. You're expected to sacrifice essentially everything to excel academically, she said. To have like 20-page research papers and 4,000-word essays in all your classes and being treated like a machine is just very dehumanizing. Domina speculated the lack of a socioeconomic diversity in Central's IB program in particular was due to the location of its middle years program. The IB middle years program, which begins in 6th grade and extends through sophomore year of high school, teaches students skills and knowledge necessary to be successful in the diploma program. Domina criticizes OPS's decision to implement the middle years program for Central at Lewis and Clark, a middle school in affluent white majority neighborhood of Dundee. Was my district until redistricting. Just an FYI. I live west of Lewis and Clark, which in Omaha, generally when you say you live west of anything, it's like you get to a fancier area. My particular neighborhood,
Time,
west,
Senator.
Thank you.
You're next in the queue.
Thank you. My particular neighborhood west of Lewis and Clark is less fancy than the neighborhood that Lewis and Clark is in. But I did used to represent Lewis and Clark, and my kids won't go there because my side of the street is West Side, so I'm no longer in OPS, so my kids will not go to Lewis and Clark Middle School. If they did, I honestly don't know if I would want them to be in this program because I have heard about the mental rigors, the mental health issues for students that have been through the program, the IB program, and so I don't know how I would feel about that. But also, I want my kids to thrive, so I probably will, if they want to do it, I would probably support them doing it. Anyways, that's another sidebar. So Lewis and Clark is now in Senator Hunt's district, but it previously, before redistricting, was in my district. So it has had both of us as a representative. If it is implemented well, IB can be a way to provide opportunities to more diverse sets of students, Domina said. It's not uncommon in the context of a district wanting to create more diverse school enrollment to put IB middle years programs in schools in disadvantaged neighborhoods in order to attract more affluent families and desegregate those schools. That is usually a good idea. Make the people that have access to the resources to have access to transportation transport themselves and their kids to the schools where the kids don't have that. It's always a good idea. Maybe they'll consider it. What Central is doing to close opportunity and achievement gaps for disadvantaged students, to redress disparities in Central's advanced academics, Kursky said the school administration has asked teachers to help identify students in standard level classes with the skills and confidence necessary to excel in advanced classes. She also said the school has increased outreach to parents to raise awareness about the academic tracks offered at Central. I was that kid who was overlooked, said Kursky, who is Central's first Black principal. I never had an honors class when I was in high school, but I should have. I always want more kids to have more access. Anytime I can do something where it even makes a difference for one person, it's worth it. With support from Kursky and Central's administration, several student organizations have emerged at Central over the past few years aimed at expanding opportunities for immigrants and students of color. In 2021, administrators reintroduced Minority Scholars, a student organization dedicated to increasing racial diversity in advanced classes, which had been discontinued 10 years earlier. Founded in 1998 as the brainchild of then principal Gary Thompson, Minority Scholars offered additional academic and social support to students of color in honors and AP classes. Students in the program meet during their lunch periods on A days to connect with other students of color in advanced classes and receive college and career training. We've had plenty of scholars that would have been fine going into an honors or AP class, said Social Studies Department head Jamie Foster, who co-sponsors Minority Scholars. Other times you need that extra support in those types of classes, so you can stick with it. That's where Minority Scholars comes in. I feel like Minority Scholars really helps, said Junior Artie Shaw. It's a place where we can kind of come together and connect with each other. Foster emphasizes the importance of assisting students of color in developing the habits and skills necessary to excel in advanced academics. If you don't have a kid ready for success, you're just setting them up for failure, Foster said. I don't know if just putting minorities in advanced classes for the sake of having minorities in would be practical
minute.
or wanted. You want people to go where they're going, to have some success while still being challenged. So you are doing the things beforehand to make sure that when they get to those classes, they have success. Latino Leaders is an after-school club that meets Wednesdays that aims to promote leadership, community service, and post-secondary success among Central's Latino students. Whew, I think I am almost out of time. There's a poll quote here from Jamie Foster. I don't know if just putting minorities in advanced classes for the sake of having minorities in would be practical or wanted. Yeah, sounds like that would not necessarily set people up for success, but the article goes on, so I will come back to it on whatever we have next. I think we're about there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, for a motion.
Mr. President, Senator Sanders has moved to invoke cloture on LB 583A pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senators, the motion before the body is cloture. A roll call has been requested. Reminders, senators, we are still on final reading. Please go to your seats. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, Senator Bostman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Senator DK, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, Senator Duncan, Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Halloran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, Senator Arden, voting yes. Senator Hansen, did I pass over you? Voting yes. Senator Holcroft. Voting yes. Senator Hughes. Voting yes. Senator Hunt. Senator Ibach. Voting yes. Senator Jacobson. Voting yes. Senator Kauth. Voting yes. Senator Linehan. Voting yes. Senator Lippincott. Voting yes. Senator Lowe. Voting yes. Senator McDonald. Voting yes. Senator McKinney. Senator Moser. Voting yes. Senator Merman. Voting yes. Senator Raybold. Voting yes. Senator Reapy. Voting yes. Senator Sanders. Voting yes. Senator Slama. Senator Vargas. Voting yes. Senator Von Gellern. Voting yes. Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Voting yes. Senator Wishart. Vote is 39 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion is adopted. Senator Sanders, you're welcome to close on AM 1909. Senator Sander waves closed. The question before the body is the adoption of AM 1909. All those in favor vote aye. All roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting yes, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Boson. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Senator Bostoman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Halloran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Harden. Voting yes, Senator Holdcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Senator Ibach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Senator Moser. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gellern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Vote is 39 ayes, no nays on the adoption of the amendment.
AM 1909 is adopted. Next item, LB 583A, advancement to ENR for initial. Roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting yes, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Boson. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Senator Bostoman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Halloran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Harden. Voting yes, Senator Holdcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Senator Ibach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Senator Moser. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gellern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Vote is 39 ayes, no nays on the motion to readvance the bill, Mr. President.
LB 583A is advanced to ENR for engrossing. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, one item at this time, LR 255, offered by Senator Conrad, that will be laid over. Moving then to the next bill, Legislative Bill 565A, which was offered by Senator Bostoman. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to return the A bill to select file for specific amendment, that being floor amendment 154.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. So This has been a lesson for me today on final move to select, but great example here. This was put on the agenda to pass, not to move to select, but anytime anyone files a motion or an amendment, no matter what, it automatically is a motion to return to select. So unlike the previous two A bills, this one is intended to pass today, has had its layover day, and the only way it doesn't pass is if my amendment is adopted, which I'm sure is very likely to happen. Just kidding. I know it's not going to happen. But in the eventuality that FA 154 were to pass, then the bill would have to lay over a day before, the A bill would have to lay over a day before it passes. But then there was the conversation about an underlying bill and an A bill, and they go together. But an A bill doesn't have to pass the same day as the underlying bill, does it? Can it pass? Can the companion A bill pass on another day? I'm assuming that it can. I don't foresee that happening. I don't foresee that happening today. It would only take 25 votes to return to select, unless this went to cloture. Then it would need 33 votes. Well, the bill itself would need 33 votes, not my motion. But I do wonder, now I'm like, how can I figure that out in the rules? What rules does A bills, do we have an amendments, appropriation bills, A bills? We do have rules on A bills. A bills and appropriation bills hold until the 45th day in the 60 section. A bills final reading considered after authorization of the bill. That is what we're looking for. That is Rule 5, Section 7G. That's where I'm going to be looking to see. Okay, Section 7, Rule 5, Section 7G, which is interesting because Section 7 is fiscal analyst, but okay. G. The authorization bill shall first be considered, and if it should be passed on final reading, then the A bill shall be read and voted on for final passage. Does not say that it must be done on the same day. So we already passed 565 before we broke for lunch, so that's why I'm asking this question. So it doesn't have to pass today. The A bill could be pulled back from final today, have an amendment, and then have a layover day, and then pass. Probably not what we want to do with this particular A bill, but if we got into a situation where that was necessary, it appears, according to our rules, that it is allowable. Someday, I hope to have a photographic memory of the rules, but that day is not today. I do like reading the rule book. Okay. Sorry. I'm going to finish this article. This is a very in-depth article from the Central Register. But I lost my track. Okay. I do think that because of their lack of knowledge and also that language barrier that they have, they don't necessarily think about it, said bilingual liaison Anaya de la Cruz, who became the sponsor of the Latino leaders in January. But I want them to see that if college isn't the choice, maybe trade school is the choice. If that's not the choice, maybe you go to the Army or figure out a way to create your own business or find a job that suits you. Since Latino leaders include students from every academic track, and De La Cruz said that she assigned the students in advanced classes to tutor students in the standard level classes in subjects they struggle in. De La Cruz said she saw improvement in grades and attendance of students who received tutoring from their peers. Next year, De La Cruz said she hopes to increase outreach to Latino students in English as a second language courses, or ESL, A lot of our ESL students right now, sorry, I'm just plugging in my computer. A lot of our ESL students right now are having problems with just familiarizing themselves with the school and feeling like the school is a safe place, she said. A lot of them are very confused as to where they fit in. So I want them to feel like Latino Leaders is a spot where they can come to fit in and are always welcome. Thrive Leadership Club is an after-school program that meets on Tuesdays at Central that seeks to prepare disadvantaged youth, particularly immigrant and refugee students, for success after high school through fostering teamwork and English communication skills. The club runs a mentorship program where recently arrived immigrant and refugee students are partnered with an academically successful student who has lived in the U.S. for an extended period. We try to match mentees with the right mentor who can help them with their goals, and said Thrive Club coach Coach said Sadie, who immigrated from the U.S. from Afghanistan 6 years ago. I translated their assignments, and their mentors can help them do it too. They see how hardworking the mentors are, how good they are at the assignments and tests. A lot of the advanced students already know what they're going to do. What more can be done? The students and experts who spoke to the registers shared a wide range of different ideas on how Central could diversify its advanced classes. You have to think about outreach, said Johnson, the Creighton Associate Dean of Diversity and Inclusion. Even before high school, there's junior high that feeds into the high school. If you want to increase diversity, you need to create some kind of pathway that will encourage diverse students to get involved in those programs. That message needs to start earlier, and they need to get information earlier. Calderon Palacios suggested that Central send students of color in advanced classes to diverse middle schools in its attendance area to inform prospective students about the school's academic tracks. If they take at least like 1 or 2 students of color in advanced classes, that would help, she said, because I feel like if I were learning about it from another student of color who shared the same traits as I did, I would be more motivated. I do feel like if you get them at a younger age, they start planning for the future and don't just choose at the last minute. Tenorio Hernandez urged Central's administration to prioritize hiring more bilingual staff, emphasizing that otherwise the school will be unable to inform parents who cannot speak English about the opportunities available to their children. Until Central recruits more bilingual staff, Tenorio Hernandez proposed that volunteers from Latino Leadership and Thrive Club could translate school documents, ensuring that written information about the classes offered at Central can be read by all students. Wise recommended making Central's academic tracks as flexible as possible, allowing students to move between them with greater ease. Don't just automatically jump from honors bio to AP bio or keep doing regular classes, Wise said. I think that there should be more opportunities in regular classes to make the switch to honors classes when you're starting to take the course and maybe realize, okay, this is a little easier. Some students expressed a desire for a more inclusive school culture, one which celebrates a variety of student accomplishments and is less focused on academic achievement alone. Be more open to everyone, Reese said. Don't just focus on students who excel academically. Also seek out students who are involved in their community, doing athletics, or involved in various clubs and organizations, and showing that they care for things outside of academics. Sims recommended more resources be provided to students of color in every academic track, not merely those in advanced classes. She claimed that racial disparities in education are worsened by an excessive focus on individual students of color who are academically successful, rather than striving to create more opportunities for all students of color. They just pick one person of color who was successful in any state test or anything like that and run with it, Sims said. They see that one person who has a shade or darker than their white counterparts, not necessarily looking at the big picture or the whole of every single person of color that can become successful. As part of her proposal, Sims argued that minority scholars would be expanded to include students of color in standard level classes, as well, saying that the college and career readiness it offers could benefit a wide array of students. I think all students can use this information, Sims says. We actually have a lot of geniuses in the
Time,
minority.
Senator.
Thank you.
You're next in the queue.
Thank you. We actually have a lot of geniuses in the minority group. They just do not want to be surrounded by peers that do not look like them, so they fly under the radar. Domina suggested overhauling Central's IB program to make it more accessible to the student body overall. It's clearly not implemented in a way that's consistent with the school's values, he said. Having pre-IB programs in other middle schools and being selective about where you place it, that's one option. You could also create opportunities for kids to move into IB through summer programs before 9th grade. Domina also recommended Central allow more students to take IB classes without enrolling in the diploma program. Beginning in 2022-23 school year, Central students not enrolled in the diploma program were allowed to take IB Theory of Knowledge and IB Social Cultural Anthropology, but there is currently only one non-diploma student enrolled. This may contribute to the lack of diversity in Central's IB program. As most other IB high schools in the region, including Miller North and North Kansas City High, offer a broad selection of IB classes to students not enrolled in the diploma program. There's no reason why the IB classes need to be a walled garden, Domina said. If I can hop into an IB class without being a diploma student, that seems like a very easy fix. If Central's college level classes continue to be dominated by privileged students, Domina said, administrators should consider getting rid of them altogether and relocating the resources expanded on those programs to improve educational outcomes for all students. The question to ask about IB and AP is, can we do it in a way that's egalitarian? For the longest time, the idea about equity around AP classes was to get AP classes and more of them into all schools so everybody had access to a school that had them. But in a school like Central, that may not be the equitable way to go. Replacing existing honors classes with so-called honors by contract classes, where students in standard level classes sign up for additional work to receive honors credit without being separated from other students, was also proposed as a way to include more disadvantaged students. When you're just in a regular class, there is that chance that there's more people of color as opposed to an honors class. Wise said, I think like having like a combo class and then just having people doing the extra work if they want the honors credit is way better for diversity than having separate classes. While those who spoke to the register acknowledged actions taken by Central to alleviate disparities between students, many felt the school had a long way to go in addressing inequalities in opportunity and achievement for students. Central is trying in comparison to what I've heard from other schools, said Junior Sophia Rodriguez Arzaga, sorry. There definitely is an attempt here. Every so often I get an email from a teacher being like, hey, you're in the top 20% of the class. Here are some resources. But I do think that we could do better to actually close the gap. It doesn't have to be this way, Domina said. There's so much amazing potential in a school like Central. It's not easy to make it more equitable world. To ask these questions and to push on them is hard for schools and communities to do. These are difficult conversations, but they are worth having. That is the end of the article. That was a very comprehensive article from Central High School's The Register, written by Jane McGill. It's an interesting article. There's a photo on here and it's taken by Jaden Chaloha. Wonder if Jaden is related to the Chaloha, who many of us know from the
1 minute.
Okay. I was just thinking that I see someone else is in the queue, so I will get in the queue and I'll just yield my time. Thank you.
Senator Bosselman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Nebraskans. Thought I'd get up and speak a little bit about 565A and what it's about. I do want to thank 41 of my colleagues for voting for LB 565 just before lunch today. I much appreciated that vote. This is the A bill for LB 565. First, the A bill appropriates $250,000 in fiscal years 23 and 24, and in fiscal year 24-25 from general funds to the Department of Economic Development for the purpose of providing grants to Nebraska Hydrogen Hub Industry Working Group to continue their work on securing one of the Department of Energy's regional clean hydrogen hub designations and associated funding. This funding applies to LB 565 portion of the bill. The next LB 565A bill also appropriates $200,000 to carry out the provisions of LB 568, which was amended to LB 565. The funds will be utilized to provide travel and lodging reimbursement as well as per diem for members of the Nuclear and Hydrogen Development Working Group. Finally, the A bill provides for a cash fund transfer of $6,000 for the Oil and Gas Commission to carry out the provisions of LB 395, which Senator Erdman spoke about this earlier today. LB 395 provided a slight pay increase for members of the Oil and Gas Commission, which would come out of the Oil and Gas Commission Conservation Commission Fund. This fund generates its own revenue through oil and gas mill levies as well as drilling fees. With that, I would ask for your green vote on LB 565A and a red vote on Floor Amendment 154. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak. This is your last opportunity before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was thinking, I was like, oh, we'll vote on the motion to return to select and then we can have the vote on the floor amendment, but that would mean that the motion to return to select was successful. So not going to bank on that we're going to have 25 votes on that motion, but that's fine because I can still take 3 times on just the underlying A bill when we get to that. So potato, whatever. I did realize that I never actually looked up what my amendment does. I just assumed that it strikes section 1, but because that's kind of where I've gotten on a lot of these is just strike section 1. It's easy. It's not too messy. This has an E clause. So if we don't have 33 people in here that are voting for it, but we need 33 people in here anyways because it's going to have a cloture. So what am I saying? There'll be 33 people. I get a little antsy on the process side after last week where there were times where there was like 31 people checked in. And I thought, if I stop talking right now on this bill that has an E clause and it went to a vote and it's the budget and there aren't 33 people, that's going to be dicey. So it was one of those situations, which we seem to have run into a lot this year, where the body needed me to take time in order to get itself in order. But anyways, FA 154. Strike section 1. There we go. Let's see, what does the final reading look like? Strike section 1. There is hereby appropriated $250,000 from the general fund and $200,000 from the Nuclear and Hydrogen Development Fund for FY 23-24, and $250,000 from the general fund and $0 from the Nuclear Hydrogen Fund for FY 24-25 to the Department of Economic Development for Program 603 to aid in carrying out the provisions of Legislative Bill 565, 108th Legislature, first session. There is included in the appropriation to this program for FY 23-24 $250,000 general funds for state aid, which shall only be used for such purpose. There is included in the appropriation to this program for FY 24-25 $250,000 general funds for state aid, which shall only be used for such purpose. Total expenditures for permanent and temporary salaries and per diems from funds appropriated in this section shall not exceed $12,000 for FY 23-24 or $12,000 for FY 24-25. That is striking section 1. Probably shouldn't do it. So I guess I will not encourage people to vote for my motion to return to select. But, you know, if you're feeling feisty and you want to pass a bill but then not authorize the funds for the bill that you passed, then by all means, strike section 1. Not something that I normally would encourage people doing. Sorry. Whoa. Okay. That was a big yawn. I apologize. for that. Okay, so that was Central High School. And, oh, here's what workers really care about. This is an article in the Washington Post today. Here's what workers really
1
care
minute.
about, according to a post-Ipso poll. Pay is still top priority, but so is having a good boss. After the upheaval the pandemic created in the world of work, there's been fierce debate about what workers really want. Demands for flexible pay or flexible work, better pay, opportunities for mentorship and advancement, and connection with coworkers all played into the shakeup that caused the Great Resignation. And those desires have continued to reshape the labor market. In the wake of so much change, about 8 in 10 workers are satisfied with their jobs. Even over 6 to 10 in 10 say work is Even as over 6 in 10 say work is stressful. A Washington Post Ipso poll of workers finds, while desire to work from home is a priority for some workers, pay, having a good boss or manager, and
Time,
other
Senator.
aspects. Thank you.
You're welcome to close on your motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. President. While a desire to work from home is a priority for some workers, pay, having a good boss or manager, and other aspects of a job rank higher. Interestingly, like a lot of people are like, oh, working from home is great. I mean, it really depends on your personality. Like, I like working from home when I can because I can do laundry. Like literally between meetings, I will change the laundry or I will load the dishwasher. So I like that because those are things that are a little bit more challenging for me to get done when, you know, the small people that I live with are around. Although they do help. Not always well, but they do. They do help. We're trying to do a little bit more with getting them to help, like setting the table and clearing the table. And my oldest likes to do the dishes, but they don't really come out quite clean. So I'm kind of struggling with that balance of like letting them help and do that activity, but also having clean dishes as an outcome and not hurt their feelings when I rewash the dishes. So that's probably going to be a summer project between me and my oldest. And all of my kids are starting to put their clean clothes away a little. It's very messy when they put them away, but at least they're not in folded piles in my room anymore. But when I was growing up, we folded the laundry. I don't even remember what age I started folding laundry. I probably started folding laundry when I was still in cloth diapers. But we used to fold the laundry on my parents' bed. And I remember part of the enticing of it. Oh, also, wait, big reveal. This is super exciting. This is super old lady thing that I'm excited about. My parents have a 2-story house and the laundry is on the top floor. Yeah, like that's living the dream right there. And when I was growing up and people would come over and they'd be like, oh my God, your laundry is on the top floor. And I didn't understand why people were like fangirling over my mom's laundry setup. Now, as an adult, I am like still obsessed with the fact that my parents' laundry is on the top floor. Anyways, we would take the laundry out of the laundry room and dump it on my parents' bed. And when we were folding laundry, I would oftentimes get to watch a show, which I still do when I'm folding laundry. But I remember watching like Remington Steele and what was that show? Falcon Crest? Was that a show? Yeah, Falcon Crest. Okay. Dallas. What were some? They were like evening soap operas. I don't know that Remington Steele was quite an evening soap opera, but Oh my gosh, Scarecrow and Mrs. something. Bionic Man. That was probably the 70s. I probably watched that in reruns. As I have previously disclosed, my obsession with Alan Alda, so I always watched MASH. By obsession, I mean he is my second true love after my husband. But I mean, it is.
1 minute.
I do love Alan Alda. How did I get to this? Working from home. That's how I got to it. My goodness. Next, I'll be talking about salads again. Okay, I did have a salad for lunch today, and it was a very loud bag salad. I always have bag salad, and that particular salad is one of my favorites, but also the bag is really loud. And the bag got torn, and so it was like salad was falling out of the bag while I was eating it. It was not one of my more elegant salad eating. I think this is my clothes. I've lost track. I think this is my clothes. Yeah. I'm seeing head nods. Okay. I also don't know what time we have closure on this one. So, all right. Well, thank you. I'd like a
Time,
roll
Senator.
call vote.
Senators, the question before the body is the motion to return to select file. A roll call vote has been requested. Senators, reminder, we're still on final. Please take your seats. Ms. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Blood. Voting no. Senator Boston. Senator Bostar. Not voting. Senator Bostoman. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Conrad. Voting no. Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting no. Senator DeKay. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting no. Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting no. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Frederickson. Voting no. Senator Halloran. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Senator Hardin. Voting no. Senator Holcroft. Voting no. Senator Hughes. Voting no. Senator Hunt. Not voting. Senator Eibach. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Voting no. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Lowe. Voting no. Senator McDonald. Voting no. Senator McKinney. Senator Moser. Voting no. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Raybold. Voting no. Senator Reapy. Voting no. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Slama. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Voting no. Senator Von Gellern. Voting no. Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Voting no. Senator Wishart.
Senator Aguilar and Boston both voted.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Senator Boston voting no. Vote is 39 ayes, 0 ayes, 39 nays on the motion to return the bill, Mr. President.
The motion to return fails. Mr. Clerk, for a motion on the desk.
Mr. President, Senator Bostelman would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Bosselman, for what purpose do you rise?
Roll call vote, regular order.
Colleagues, the motion before the body is cloture. A request for roll call vote, regular order has, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Wishart.
Senator Bosselman, your request was regular order.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Mr. Clerk, regular order.
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting yes, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting yes, Senator Bosson. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Halloran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Hybach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Cowth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Senator Moser. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gellern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Vote is 41 ayes, no nays, Mr. President, on the motion to invoke cloture.
Motion to invoke cloture passes.
No. Nope.
Read the bill, Mr. Clerk.
Engrossed letter bill 565A, introduced by Bosselman 23, bill for enacting appropriation, appropriate funds to carry out the provisional letter 565 under the left for session 2023, and to declare an emergency being enacted by P section 1. There's hereby appropriate 250,000 general fund, 200,000 nuclear hydrogen development for 5023, 250,000 general fund, zero from the nuclear hydrogen development 5024 to the Department of Economic Development Program 603 to carry out the provisional letter 601 and the letter for session 2023. There's included the appropriation of the program for 2324, 250,000 general fund of state aid, which be zoned as purposes, including the appropriation of the 4425, 250,000 general fund state aid, which be zoned as purpose. From that time, Mr. President, supplemental to this not exceed $12,000, fiscal year 2324, 12,024, 25. Section 2, there's hereby appropriate 6,000 oil and gas conservation 2324, 6,000 oil and gas conservation 24, 25, the Nebraska Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, Program 335 to carry out the provisional letter supplemental 569 first session 2023. Total expenditure for temporary silent per diem fund program. This is an ICS up in the fiscal year 2324, 6,025, 24, 25. Section 3, since an emergency exists, it's actually passed, take effect when passed and approved according to law.
All provisions of law having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 565AE pass with the emergency clause attached? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed, nay. Has everyone voted who wishes to vote? Ms. Clerk, please record.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armandaris, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Bosman, Moran, Brewer, Breezy, John Kavanaugh, Clemens, Conrad, DeBoer, Decay, Dorn, Duncan, Erdman, Frederickson, Halloran, Harden, Holcroft, Hughes, Ibach, Jacobson, Cathleen, and Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, Moser, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Vargas, and Von Geller. Voting nay, none, not voting, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, Hunt, Wayne, Day, Dover, Hanson, McKinney, Walls, and Wishart. Vote is Senator Wayne, voting yes. Vote is 41 ayes, no nays, 2 present not voting, 6 excused not voting, Mr. President.
LB 565A with the emergency clause attached passes. Mr. Clerk, next item on the agenda.
Mr. President, with respect to Legislative Bill 683, Senator Moser, you had a motion to recommit the bill to committee, but I had a note to withdraw that. In that case, the next motion I have, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to return 683 to select file for specific amendment, that being for Amendment 163.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your motion to return.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. This is a bill I oppose. Look at that. Like I actually oppose. LB 683. Oh, sorry, this little thingy was coming off. LB 683 is the Transportation Telecommunications Committee bill, committee priority. I'm on the committee. It creates or takes the BEAD program away from the Public Service Commission and gives it to the administration. And it does that because the governor, on like the second day of session, made an executive order that was basically make it so. So, make it so. It has other things in it that I don't like, what we've discussed previously. I'm not really in the mood for beating this drum anymore. I'm kind of like, LB 683, I think is bad policy. And I filibustered it on general and select. I filibustered it on general because I genuinely was opposing it. It's a bill that I would filibuster under normal circumstances. However, I'm not generally speaking that sore of a loser. So if this were a normal time, a normal session, I would have filibustered this on general. And when it passed on general, I would have not filibustered it again because I clearly didn't have the juice to kill the bill. And so under normal circumstances, that is what I would have done. But these aren't normal times. So I have filibustered it at every stage of debate. And I genuinely do oppose LB 683. I do think that it's not great public policy. I have grave concerns about taking the authority away from the Public Service Commission, which is an elected body. It is one of their duties. And yes, we help draft and direct what their jobs and responsibilities are. But I don't think it is appropriate to put it under the governor. Additionally, I introduced an amendment to this bill on general file that I think no one voted for, possibly because they weren't paying attention to the debate and thought it was just a frivolous amendment. But it was, in fact, to put guardrails around the governor's authority over this money. And it is a substantial amount of money, and it has the potential to grow in the future. And we are giving the governor carte blanche without any oversight from us. And we are essentially abdicating our own authority on managing the funds of the state. But that amendment failed. So we are where we are, which is LB 683 takes the BEAD program away from the Public Service Commission and gives it to the governor's administration with no oversight whatsoever of the funds from this body. I don't believe that we should do that. I don't believe that that is our role. I actually firmly believe that we cannot delegate that responsibility in that way. I have very grave concerns about this bill. But I have tried to address them. I have tried to get this body to address them. I have tried to get anyone beyond Senator Blood, who I appreciate has engaged on this bill, but I have tried to get anyone else to engage on it, and nobody will, because nobody cares, because the governor said he would like to have this done, so we're going to do it because that's what we do in this body. We just do what the governor tells us to do. Now, I think that sometimes the governor thinks that this body should do some really great things. Sometimes I agree with the governor on that. But I still think that it is our job and our responsibility to make the decision ourselves as to whether or not we are going to do something. I heard these comments a lot last night on LB 50 about being told what to do by the administration. And this bill is us allowing the governor's office to tell us what to do and abdicating our own authority and taking away the authority of an elected body. But here we are, doing it anyways. Doing it anyways. So, as such, I'm not going to talk about it anymore because I'm tired of talking about it. And as I've said previously, nobody here cares what I say on the microphone. Or off the microphone. I mean, let's be honest. Although I did see a tweet about the hula hooping, and to the reporter that said that they would believe it when they see it, we can make that happen. All right. So back to the Washington Post article that led me onto the journey about my parents' laundry situation. This is, here's what workers really care about, according to the Post ISPO poll. The poll of 1,148 workers ages 18 to 64 sheds light on how workers feel about their jobs and what the future may hold. Here are some of the key findings. People who can work remotely prefer the home office. Roughly 4 in 10 workers say their jobs can be done from home, the Post IPSO poll finds. Among remote capable workers, 40% are fully remote, while 38% are hybrid and 22% work fully from the office or other workplace. Before the pandemic, 60% of these employees worked exclusively on site. Majority of remote capable workers work fully. Oh, this is just, I'm not going to read the charts. Desire to work outside the office is high among remote capable workers, with about 7 in 10 saying they'd choose to work from home all of the time, 37%, or most of the time, 35%. About a quarter of these workers would choose to work from home some of the time, 23%, while just 6% would opt to work remotely, rarely or never. 70% of employees working fully from home expect to keep it up the next decade. But even remote capable workers who work fully in offices expect more flexibility in the future, with 61% saying they expect to be hybrid in 10 years. Cutting out commutes is the biggest driver in desire for remote work. About half of workers who mostly want to work from home say not having to commute is the top reason, 48%. Other reasons are it's easier for childcare, 14%. It allows them to focus better, 13%. Among working parents, 32% cite childcare reasons. 7 in 10 workers who work from home at least one day a week say the arrangement has made it easier to balance their work and personal lives. Hybrid workers say some aspects of work are better from home or from their workplace. A 69% majority say making connections with coworkers is better in the workplace, and 54% say collaborating with coworkers is better at work. A slim 51% majority say that being able to focus is better at home, and a 45% plurality say they are more productive at home. At the same time, 57% of hybrid workers say chances to promote are equal.
1 minute.
Thank you, are equal both at home and their workplace to get promoted. I do think if your socializing basically happens through work, then I do think that it can be very detrimental, that moving to at home. It can be very isolating. But if you have a very large social network outside of your work, then I can see people who have that not needing those social connections and interactions in the workplace. But I used to be a social person. I'm not really anymore. I'm more of a like sweatpants, watch a terrible Hallmark movie, ideally set at Christmas time.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
While the legislature is in session and capable of transacting business, I propose to sign and do hereby sign LB 565AE. Senator Kavanaugh, you're next in the queue.
Thank you. I did want to start a controversial debate. Buckle up. I think Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I said it. It's definitely a Christmas movie. I think I've started this debate before. And when I did, what I found out is that a number of people in this chamber have not actually seen Die Hard. And that is the real controversy. If you have not seen Die Hard, you should. And also, it is a Christmas movie. You don't have to wait till Christmas to watch Die Hard. You can watch it anytime. But just because it is a movie that you can watch anytime, unlike other Christmas movies where it's like you wouldn't watch A Christmas Story in, say, May. Yes, Die Hard expands past seasons and holidays. You can watch it in May. You can watch Die Hard over Memorial Weekend. Absolutely. Nobody's going to think that's weird. But it's still a Christmas movie. That doesn't diminish the Christmas moviness of it all. Okay? Just to be clear. It's still a Christmas movie. So I don't know why I needed to get that off my chest, but it popped in my head and I really wanted to share it very strongly and adamantly. Die Hard is a Christmas movie, but it is a Christmas movie unlike any other Christmas movie in that you don't have to reserve watching it for only Christmas time. It's also different from other Christmas movies in that if Christmas movies bring you joy, like people just wait for the time where you can switch over to the Christmas radio channel in like November, December, like just can't wait for that. It's not that kind of Christmas movie. It's still an action film, but anyways, a timeless classic. Okay, back to the poll. Pay matters, but so do good bosses. What makes a job good? Oh, I should get back in. Sorry, lost track. What makes a job good? Most workers say that a variety of factors influence their experience. Their pay, their bosses, health and retirement benefits, amount of vacation, friendliness of coworkers, whether they are helping people or society, options for remote work, and opportunities for advancement. When asked to rank the most important factors in a job, 45% Put pay in the top slot. Having a good boss comes in second, with 14% of workers ranking it as the most important. Many are even willing to sacrifice flexibility for higher pay, with 65% of remote-capable workers reporting that they'd prefer a job that pays more but requires regular time in the office to a job that pays less but lets them work remotely, 35%. Among fully remote workers, 55% say they would accept a lower-paying job to stay remote, while 45% would take a higher-paying job that requires them to commute some days. When pay doesn't match a worker's expectations, it leads to labor market churn. 1 in 3 workers say they'd switch roles since the pandemic began, and 44% of these workers made the move for better pay. How is Gen Z different? When it comes to what matters beyond pay, Gen Z and younger
1 minute.
millennials, thank you, ages 24 to 34 are more likely to say opportunities for promotion and advancement are important to them compared with older workers. Gen Z workers put less emphasis on health insurance, retirement benefits, and vacation. Opportunities for promotion and advancement. Interesting. They should probably put some emphasis on health insurance and retirement. Vacation time, okay. I mean, that's like work-life balance, but retirement and health insurance are really important. That's my parental advice. Fewer Gen Z workers prioritize the ability to work from home. 29% say it is extremely or very important. But that might have something to do with the fact that this age group is more likely to have jobs that can't be done from home, 67%, compared with 49%
Time,
of
Senator.
workers. Thank you.
Senator Moser, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought I'd take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the parts of the bill. LB 683 was a bill that was made up of a bunch of bills that were combined. The original 683 established a Nebraska broadband office and creates some jobs within the Department of Transportation to focus on broadband promotion and other things, not necessarily to regulate broadband, but to promote it and to decide funding, make funding decisions. Also, it has LB 359 by Senator Hughes, which changed a deadline for applying for broadband. Instead of once a year, there were multiple dates that you could apply, so it would possibly make it more efficient. LB 155 by Senator DeVore changed the definition of small cell. That small cell means small cell phone area. It's a definition change. LB 122 by Senator Bosselman changed provisions of the One Call Notification Act. There were some concerns about how some of the disputes of whose fault damages were that happened in rights of way. And Senator Bosselman's bill was addressing that problem. And then the Rural Communications Sustainability Act, LB 722, is also another Senator Bosselman bill. And that dealt with changing of the carrier of last resort. Phone companies, traditional phone companies, when they serve an area, if they're the carrier of last resort, they have to serve everybody within the area. And there are times when it makes more sense for them to relinquish that and let somebody else be the carrier of last resort. And so Senator Bosselman's bill addresses that. And then LB 124, which changes provisions related to the County Bridge Match Program. It just extended the date on the County Bridge Match Program so that we could have funding available if there are funds to allow counties to repair bridges. And then LB 63, it's Senator Bostar's bill, about withholding support from the Universal Service Fund for companies that use certain brands of equipment. And then LB 412 that changes provisions related to the Broadband Bridge Act. So those are the basic parts of the bill. It does have quite a few different sections, but if anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to talk about those. And I'd appreciate your support when this comes to cloture. Thank you.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Is this my?
This is your last opportunity before you close.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's what I thought. Wait. Okay. Having a good boss or manager is ranked as extremely or very important by 89% of workers. Most workers try to excel at their jobs, but many draw a line. About 6 in 10 workers, 61%, say they work enough to excel at their job and advance in their careers, while a third, 33%, report that they do their jobs well, but don't go beyond what they're paid for. Just 4% of workers say they are working just enough to keep their jobs. I don't think I've ever done that. I've never even calculated what that would be. What is the bare minimum I could do to keep my job? In any job that I've ever had, I don't think I've ever done that. It's just not how my brain works. I'm just too curious, I think, for my own good. When I had a job in high school, I worked at the movie theater, and I actually eventually became the assistant manager of the movie theater. Yeah, look at me. And I learned how to do the projector film that, was highly flammable, but how to switch the projectors over. I wasn't actually allowed to do it, I think, because it was probably a union job, but for some reason they taught me. I don't know, in case the two people that were able to do it had medical issues. I'm not really sure. But I suppose just as the assistant manager closing up at night, you had to know these things. Yeah, but I never, at that job, I started out that job, I remember literally at the concession stand. And now you would think that getting the job of cleaning up the trash was the bad job. No. Cleaning the trash in the movie theaters was the coveted job. You didn't have to deal with customers. You didn't have to be efficient, really, although you had to be somewhat efficient because the next movie couldn't come in. But if you had a good partner in the cleaning, you could goof around a lot and have good conversations. I became friends with one of my coworkers who I was very, very, very nerdy. I've always been very nerdy. And one of my coworkers who became a really good friend, he was in a punk band. And we were a very odd couple of friends, but he was really, really lovely. And we would clean the theaters together. And so that's how I got to know him. That was a fun job. Then this tag along, my younger brother got a job there, and then I had to deal with that. Somebody just follows me everywhere. I have 5 brothers, so I'm not naming names here. Anywho, fewer Gen Z workers say they work enough to excel and advance at their jobs, 52% compared to 65% of those ages 35 to 49. And 64% of those 50 to 64. Most workers are here to make friends. See? Despite talk of disconnection in the remote work era, 55% of workers say they have close friendships at work, while 45% say they do not. There's some evidence working remotely leads to looser ties, with around 6 in 10 hybrid and fully on-site workers reporting close friendships with coworkers, compared to just under half of workers who are fully remote. Workers are surprisingly satisfied with their jobs. The Great Resignation led to happier outcomes for many. About 8 in 10 workers say that they are satisfied with their jobs, while the same share say their jobs are enjoyable, even though about 6 in 10 workers, or 62%, report their jobs are stressful. This job is stressful. And prior to this year, this job has always been stressful, but I did have some level of job satisfaction. It's on the decline currently, but maybe it'll have an uptick. Who knows? Stress varies sharply by age, with Gen Z workers the least likely to say their jobs are stressful, 43% compared to 61%
Time,
of
Senator.
Thank you.
You're welcome to close on your motion to return.
Thank you, Mr. President. Compared to 61% of younger millennials, 27 to 34-year-olds, 67% of 35 to 49-year-olds, and 66% of workers 50 to 64-year-old. Okay. They classified Gen Z, and then no, they don't. Do they classify Gen Z? What age Gen Z is? So there's Gen Z and there's millennials, and then there's just the age group. So I'm in the age group 35 to 40. I don't know what that age group's called. I've never figured out what age group I am in. So I'm just going to put myself into a category that's not an age group, but a throwback term of hipster. I learned that I'm totally a hipster. Here's why. Not because I'm cool, because I'm not. But there was a time, it was like 2012 or so, like the hipster movement was thriving. If you need a reference, watch the show New Girl. And all of the things that hipsters were like super into were things that I've always done. Knitting, embroidery, sewing, hula hooping. Hipsters were super into hula hooping. So I stumbled into finding out that I was a hipster without even knowing it. Accidental hipster over here. That's not an age group. It's just I don't even know what that is, a cultural grouping of people, maybe. I don't know what I'm trying to think of another like description of people. Well, I talked about Corey, the punk rocker. It's like punk rocker, a category of people, and hipster is a category of people. I don't know. Yuppie. There you go. You could be a hipster. You could be a yuppie. You could be a hippie. For a while, I think it was in the 80s or 90s, Hessian was a term that was being thrown around a lot. And at the time, I did not know, because I was very young, that Hessian was actually like a military force. So I don't know how that became a culturally appropriated term to describe a fashion style in America in the late 80s, but it did. I'm sure I could figure that out. So, yes, back to the article. I don't know what age group. I know what age group I'm in because I know my age. I don't know what my age group is called, but I'm an accidental hipster. Maybe. I'm happy to stand for correction on that because I'm not very cool. And at least by my calculation, hipsters were like cool. Or they were so cool. They were so uncool that they were cool, I think was kind of like the thing with them. Like, I'm so uncool. Like, I don't even care. I'm so uncool that I'm cool. Am I right? Oh, also I bake, but not well. No, that's not true. I do bake well. I don't bake often because I don't like the science of it. And I cook. And I garden. I love arts and crafts. If you give me a coloring book, you'll have to like find me days later. Or Legos. Ooh. I get my kids Legos because I want to play with them. And for my birthday a couple of years ago, my husband got me a huge Lego kit. I mean, I think it was like a couple of years ago. I might have been in my 40s. It definitely was in my 40s when I got a huge Lego kit for my birthday from my husband. And then like the next year, he gave me an air fryer. He knows me very well. These are the things that I enjoy.
1
in life.
minute.
Thank you. Most workers are feeling good about work-life balance, with 62% reporting that they have a good split between their jobs and personal lives. 32% of workers say they work too much. By more than 2 in 1, workers prefer a job where they are actively moving over one at a desk. I don't know what that means. About 6 in 10 workers prefer a job where it's clear how to accomplish day-to-day tasks to give to one where they must be creative, about 4 in 10. And workers are strongly split on whether they prefer a job where they work with several people to one where they work mostly alone. I love using creativity in work and finding creative solutions to problems. So I guess I'm in the day-to-day tasks where they must be creative. 4 in 10.
Time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Roll, please.
Colleagues, we're still on select file. I would ask that you take your seats. Senators, the question before the body is the motion to return to select files for a specific amendment. There has been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Senator Albright. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Blood. Not voting. Senator Boston. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator DeKay. Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Senator Duncan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Halloran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holdcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Senator Hybach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Senator Moser. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Voted is 0 ayes, 35 nays on the motion to return, Mr. President.
The motion to return fails.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote on floor amendment 163.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right. I think that was the end of the Washington Post article about workplace happiness, I guess. What have you. Okay. Let's see here. Talked about foreign-born Huskers. I don't think I shared this one. Nebraska's latest unemployment rate drops slightly as state yearns for more workers. This is in the Nebraska Examiner on May 19th. Sorry, I need to yawn. Okay. Lincoln. Nebraska's unemployment rate has dropped from a pandemic era high of more than 8% 3 years ago to 2%, according to the latest data released Friday by the Labor Department. The dip contributed to the Husker State's top national ranking. Wait a second. I'm going to look. This is Cindy Gonzalez again. I now am wondering, is it Cindy's thing to use the Husker State? Or is that a Nebraska Examiner thing? I talked about this morning. If this seems like a non sequitur, which I have a lot of non sequiturs, but this one is referencing this morning's. Anyways, the dip contributed to the Husker State's top national ranking in a new report by Wallet Hub that considered various unemployment-related metrics over multiple years. Nebraska's unemployment rate for April, preliminarily and seasonally adjusted, was down a bit from its March rate of 2.1% and is the same as the rate a year ago in April. State labor officials said the 2% ties Nebraska's historic low. While preliminary rates during a few months last year were reported to be even lower than 2%, a Labor Department spokeswoman said those earlier numbers were officially revised up during an annual benchmarking process. Nationally, today, Nebraska's state rate is the second lowest among states. Only South Dakota was lower, 1.9%. State Labor Commissioner John Albin noted that the number of Nebraskans in the labor force either working or looking for work hit another record. The state's labor force reached a new all-time high for the second straight month, he said. The 1,061,392 labor force figures includes both employed people, 1,040,229, as well as the 21,163 currently unemployed but active job seekers. Economist Ernie Goss of Omaha's Creighton University thinks a part of the labor force rise can be attributed to labor hoarding. That is, he said, when employers don't want to let a worker go for fear they won't get the worker back. He said Nebraska's typical high labor participation rate, juxtaposed with a relatively low supply of workers available to fill new openings, can mean big challenges in growing the state's economy. I would rather have a low than high unemployment rate, Goss said, but there are real issues behind that. There are real issues behind that. If we have 20,000 people who are actively looking for work, and its next citation from the state chamber about 80,000 unfilled jobs, that leaves, even if all of those people took a job in that unfilled job market, 60,000 unfilled jobs. Low unemployment is good to a point, because it is also indicative of a workforce shortage if we don't have enough people looking for work. So, anyhow, State Chamber of Commerce leaders, citing as many as 80,000 unfilled jobs across the state, have been focusing on the need to attract and retain more workers. Of other states, Nevada had the highest unemployment rate, 5.4% in total. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reported Friday that 17 states had unemployment rates lower than the national average of 3.4%. It said that 8 states and the District of Columbia had higher rates, and 25 states had rates that were not appreciably different from that of the nation. Meanwhile, an analysis also released Friday by personal finance site Wallet Hub ranked Nebraska at the top of the country in terms of changes in unemployment rate. The report compared all states on 6 metrics related to unemployment from April 2023 to key dates in 2023, 2020, 2020, and 2019. Seasonally adjusted labor force employment and unemployment data in Nebraska civil labor force. Okay. And I mean, it's a chart. That's the end of the article. It's a chart. I guess I could discern it for you, but essentially there was a large dip in the workforce in July of 2020 through April of 2021 is when it started to kind of go back up. So my husband said that the Legos were from the kids. They were not. They were totally not from him. He did not get me Legos for my birthday. I don't know how my children who can't drive got the Legos. Maybe they ordered them on the internet then. They are savvy. They don't have a credit card, however. So I think he's downplaying the role he had in getting me the Legos. Okay. Tough trade-offs under, oh, interesting. This is Medicaid one. I don't know. I'm constantly being told that people are constantly getting mad at me for things that I'm saying on the microphone. And I am constantly like, but why I thought nobody was listening to me. Why are you getting mad at things that I'm talking about if you're not listening to me? Right? So, okay, I am gonna go. Oh, shoot. I lost it. What was I doing? I lost the article that I was going to read. Well, gosh. Golly gee willikers. What else can I possibly say? That's it. I had an article, but it had a paywall and I'm not logged in to the publication on this computer and I don't want to figure out. So yeah. Okay. How much time do I have left on this time?
1 minute.
Oh, all right. Well then, okay. I'll just yield my time and go to my next time.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. I read this morning, but I thought it was worth following back up on and reading again this afternoon. Because, it's after 4. Those dedicated viewers at home that watch after the work hours maybe missed the morning time. So I just want to re-share what I shared this morning. So this is the Nebraska public media story about the signing of LB 574. Elsewhere in the Capitol, Governor Jim Pillen signed LB 574, a bill restricting both abortion and certain medical procedures for transgender youth. Surrounded by supporters of LB 574, Pillen praised the legislation. It's about protecting our kids and saving babies, pure and simple. You don't want to listen to all that other stuff that people are trying to make it out to be. It's 2 simple things, Pillen said. The bill outlaws most abortions after 12 weeks of pregnancy, effective immediately. Another section, effective in October, prohibits surgery for those under 19 to transition to a different gender. It also gives the state's chief medical officer the ability to restrict use of puberty blockers and hormone treatments. Parental consent is currently already required for medical care for minors. Pillen suggested that recommending medical treatment for gender dysphoria among young people is diabolical. Again, just read that again. Parental consent is currently already required for medical care of minors. It's required for all medical care of minors, not just this medical care. All medical care of minors requires parental consent. Pillen suggested that recommending medical treatment for gender dysphoria among young people is diabolical. Recommending medical treatment for gender dysphoria among young people is diabolical. We believe in protecting our kids, making sure that they, parents and kids, don't get duped into the silliness that if you do this, you're going to become happy. That is absolutely Lucifer at its finest. And we believe this law protects and allows our children to make decisions on their own when they become of age. Until we take away their rights to do this diabolical medical treatment that is at the direction of Lucifer. Once they become of age, we just get rid of that. That's next. In a statement issued just after Pillen signed the bill, Mindy Rush Chipman of ACLU said his approval showed total disregard for Nebraskans' freedom, health, and well-being, adding that the group is considering a legal challenge. I mean, lots to unpack there. Insinuating, not really insinuating, stating that parents are being duped in actively seeking comprehensive health care for their children, and saying that it's diabolical, and saying that it's Lucifer at its best. Just wow. Wow. And then in the other article from today, let's see, where is that one? Here we go. I mean, I would love an article that actually melds these two things together.
1 minute.
Thank you. Because it is like really paints the full picture here. And I'm trying to find the comment that, well, the comment was essentially that we're not stopping here. We will not stop. The new law is expected to face significant challenges at the ballot box and in the courts, according to opposing senators and advocacy organizations. Pillen said he and his team are ready to fight. Oh, right. This was the introducer's quote, LB 574. I brought LB 574 because we have too many kids are being swept up in what is a social
Senator.
contagion. Thank you.
Senator Moser, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought I might expand on a couple of the bills that are included in this LB 683. 722 by Senator Bosselman adopt the Rural Communications Sustainability Act. So the gist of this bill was that second-class cities and villages were limited in using grant funds to their city limits. And so this bill says that the grants can be extended to wherever the exchange goes. So if there is a telecom that does business in the city, but also has service out into the country with beyond the city limits, that this change, which was Senator Bosselman's bill, would allow them to make broadband more accessible and affordable for people who lived near second-class cities and villages. And then the other bill that Senator Bosselman had is LB 122, and that was brought forward because of the disputes that sometimes cities, telecoms, and citizens have about who damages property that they find in the right-of-way when they're installing new services. Sometimes the telecom or water, sewer operators damage equipment or lines in the city right-of-way, and then there's a dispute as to who has to pay for the damage. If it's correctly marked, the person who hit those lines has to pay for it. If the owner of the infrastructure did not mark it correctly, I think they have to be within 18 inches, and there's some other regulations also. So if they don't have it marked right, well, then that shifts the blame to somebody else. Well, under the current structure, minor infractions, things that cost $500 or $1,000 are not getting addressed all the time. They can appeal to the Attorney General's office, and the Attorney General can get involved and try to decide whose fault it is, who's going to pay. But they have a lot of things on their plate, and a lot of these smaller claims never get addressed. So Senator Bosselman came up with this bill that establishes a committee to look at those all damages, and to make sure that the damages get resolved. A lot of the utility installers wanted this because they had somebody damage their lines, and then they wound up having to fix repair their equipment themselves or their lines themselves when somebody else struck them. And so this was an effort to make that clearer whose fault it might be. And if there isn't a clear fault, this committee is going to address that. I think that pretty well covers what I would talk about in this particular time. I'll yield my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized to speak, and this is your last opportunity before your close on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. Last time Senator Mosher spoke, he mentioned Senator DeBoer's bill. One of my favorite bills, when people show up to a committee hearing and they say, a simple little bill, it's never that simple, except Senator DeBoer's bill. Small cell is small cell. Defining small cell as small cell. It may be the most straightforward bill of this legislature. So, okay. Where was I at? Oh, yes, just rereading all that fun stuff. Funsies. It's a social contagion, being told that their bodies are not perfect the way they are, and if they switch their gender, they'll be fine. I mean, it's simplistic at best. It's the kindest description. No one is told that if they do X, they'll be fine. And being transgender is not a social contagion. Culture wars are a social contagion. Being transgendered is not. So, moving on. Lots of people keep sending these things to me. Senator who voted for anti-trans bill that passed by one vote admits she wasn't paying attention. Political scientist says majority of Nebraska legislators, quote, seem not to know or care what they're doing as long as it feels right to them and they have the votes to do it. Yeah. Nebraska state senator who voted for a combined anti-trans and anti-abortion bill that passed by one vote in the legislature has admitted that she didn't pay attention to the issue. State Senator Cristiano Mendez represents District 18 in the state. Writing for New York Magazine, journalist Lila Shapiro said that the senator led me to a bench in an empty hallway to say that she found it puzzling that a reporter from New York would come all the way to Nebraska to cover this affair. I don't watch the news or get the newspaper, she told the magazine. Is there anything going on I should be aware of? The writer told Ms. Armendariz that other states have passed other similar bills restricting trans and women's reproductive rights, and that an appeals court on the federal level in Nebraska circuit had ruled that one of them was unconstitutional. So is it a widespread thing, she asked the writer, adding that regular Nebraska residents were unaware of the issue. I knocked doors for a year and nobody brought this up, said the senator said, adding that she wished that the legislation had never been brought to the floor. Don't we all? For 3 months, a group of lawmakers in the state ground nearly all legislative business in the state to a halt, grabbing the nation's attention with a remarkable filibuster to stifle a bill that would end gender-affirming care for transgender people. Late Tuesday, May 16, Republican lawmakers broke through advancing a bill that not only bans gender-affirming care for trans people under 19 years old, but also tacks on an amendment to outlaw abortion after roughly 10 weeks of pregnancy and hands the state's GOP-appointed medical officer the authority to set rules for affirming care for trans youth.
1 minute.
Thank you. Hundreds of protesters filled the Capitol in Lincoln, standing outside the doors and in the gallery above lawmakers while chanting one more vote to save our lives. Only one senator would have to defect from supporters of the bill to kill the legislation. The vote on the 70th day of the 90 session followed a series of maneuvers that opponents argued were bending and breaking the rules of the state legislature to hammer through the legislation and avert the filibuster, which would allow opponents to occupy their allotted time to speak the bill to death. What you are attempting to do today is the absolute lows, said State Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, who spearheaded the filibuster, told Republican lawmakers. You literally cheat at every moment of this debate in every possible way. You are allowing it to happen. She added, you do literally have blood on your hands. If you vote for it, you will have buckets.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
You're welcome to close on your motion to reconsider.
Thank you. Just going to finish the article here. State Senator Megan Hunt, the first openly LGBT plus member of the state legislature and the mother of a trans child, lambasted lawmakers for their escape routes from the Capitol to avoid facing protesters. If you can't go out and face them, you're not worthy. She said, your legacy is filth. Protesters surrounded the state Capitol chambers in Lincoln again on 19 May, chanting, keep your bans off our bodies and save our lives, as lawmakers made their final round of votes on the bill, which passed 33-15. The bill reached the exact number of votes needed to pass. Republican Governor Jim Pillen signed it into law on Monday. We are working to inspire Nebraskans to get in the game so that abortion is simply unthinkable in the state, Mr. Pillen said, according to WOWT. He called the legislation the most significant win for social conservative agenda that over a generation has seen in Nebraska. I think that's something we need to clap and shout about. Yes, that is what we should be doing. Our policy should be based upon a social conservative agenda. Social politics, social contagion. These are the things that should be at the heart of our policy making, not taxes, not public programs, not the work of government. Social conservative agenda, that should be and is the priority. Not tax cuts, not property tax relief. We haven't done any of that. It's sitting on the agenda, waiting to happen. This bill here, the governor on the second day of session filed an executive order to create the BEAD program going from the PSC to the department. And still it is day 83 before we are going to pass this bill, because it no longer matters to this governing body or the administration about doing our job. What matters is the social conservative agenda. That is what matters. Not getting broadband widely deployed across the state, not utilizing and maximizing the funds. I was told this was urgent, of the utmost urgency. It has an E clause for that reason. It should have been passed weeks ago, and you can't say that it's on me that it didn't pass, because I don't schedule bills. I didn't schedule social contagion bills in advance of this and the taxes. That's not me. This body decided that a social conservative agenda was the agenda, not economic recovery, not tax cuts, not broadband, not infrastructure, not getting food and access to food to the people of this state, not affordable housing. This body decided that a social conservative agenda was more important than the economic recovery of the state, more important than property tax relief, more important than funding education, more important than our budget. Social conservative agenda, not public policy, not tax cuts. So when these people come knocking on your door and talk to you about how much they care about taxes and tax reform, yada, 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 I would suggest asking them then why did you prioritize a social conservative agenda above the things that I sent you there for the first place? Above the things you told me 4 years ago that you were going to work on and prioritize. Why did you prioritize a social conservative agenda? Be great to know the answer. Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like a roll call vote.
Senators, we are still on final reading. I would ask that you take your seats. Senators, the question before the body is the motion to reconsider. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Not voting, Senator Boson. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Senator Halloran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holdcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Senator Hunt. Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Senator Moser. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillard. Voting no, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is 0 ayes, 36 nays, Mr. President.
The motion to reconsider fails.
Mr. President, the next motion, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to return the bill to select file for specific amendment, that being Floor Amendment 164.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your motion to recommit.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so just finishing. Yes, this article, it's in the Independent. He called he being the governor, he called the legislation the most significant win for the social conservative agenda that over a generation has seen in Nebraska. I think that's something we need to clap and shout about. I mean, is that inciting violence by saying we need to clap and shout about it? I'm being sarcastic. Of course, that's not inciting violence. At a show in Nebraska hours after the vote on Friday night, the artist Lizzo lambasted the legislation from the stage. It really breaks my heart that there are young people growing up in a world that doesn't protect them, she said. Don't let anyone tell you who you are. These laws are not real. You are what's real, and you deserve to be protected, she said. Hat tip to Senator Armendariz, who says she doesn't know anything about the issue, doesn't pay attention to current events, and wishes the bill she voted for hadn't been introduced. It passed by one vote, wrote Ari Cohen, a political science professor at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. These are the people who devoted an entire legislative session to taking away people's rights in the face of massive opposition from experts and ordinary citizens. They openly admit that none of their constituents mentioned this issue to them, and they don't know much about it, he's added. We have a handful of legislators who care enough to listen and learn, and then we have the majority who seem not to know or care what they're doing as long as it feels right to them, and they have the votes to do so. To do it. Awful. The Independent has requested comment from Ms. Almendariz. So there's that. And okay, this is from NBC News. Social contagion isn't causing more youths to be transgendered, study finds. The study published in Pediatrics disputes the theory that more adolescents, particularly those assigned female at birth, are identifying as trans due to social influence. Oh, do tell. How interesting. Well, let's see what this is. Is it from Sweden? Social contagion is not driving an increasing number of adolescents to come out as transgendered, according to a new study published Wednesday in the journal Pediatrics. Well, it's not Sweden, but it'll have to do. The study also found that the proportion of adolescents who were assigned female at birth and have come out as transgender also has not increased, which contradicts claims that adolescents whose birth sex is female are more susceptible to this so-called external influence. The hypothesis that transgender and gender diverse youth assigned female at birth identify as transgender due to social contagion does not hold up to scrutiny and should not be used to argue against the provision of gender-affirming medical care for adolescents. Study senior author Dr. Alex S. Kurigolahan. Wow, I butchered that. Director of the National LGBTQIA+ Health Education Center at the Fenway Institute and the Massachusetts General Hospital Psychiatry Gender Identity Program, said in a statement. The social contagion theory can be traced back to a 2018 paper published in the journal PLOS1. Dr. Lisa Lippman, who at the time was a professor of behavioral and social sciences at Brown University, coined the term rapid onset gender dysphoria, which she described as adolescents experiencing a conflict between their birth sex and gender identity suddenly during or after puberty. These adolescents, she wrote, would not have met the criteria for gender dysphoria in childhood and are experiencing dysphoria due to social influence. Lippman also hypothesized that adolescents assigned female at birth are more likely to be affected by social contagion, and as a result, are overrepresented in groups of adolescents experiencing gender dysphoria when compared to those who were assigned male at birth. After intense debate and criticism, PLOS One conducted a post-publication reassessment of the article and issued a correction that included changing the headline to clarify that Lippman did not survey transgender or gender diverse youths themselves, but actually surveyed their parents. The correction also noted that rapid onset dysphoria, or ROGD, is not a formal mental health diagnosis at this time. To test the social contagion theory, researchers used data from 2017 and 2019 biennium Youth Risk Behavior Survey conducted by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, which collected gender identity data across 16 states from ages 12 to 18. In 2017, 2.4%, or 2,161 of the 91,937 adolescents surveyed, identified as trans or gender diverse. In 2019, the percentage dropped to 1.6%. Researchers concluded that the decrease in the overall percentage of adolescents identifying as trans or gender diverse is incongruent with the rapid onset dysphoria hypothesis that posits social contagion. The study also found that the number of transgender adolescents who were assigned male at birth outnumbered those assigned female at birth in both 2017 and 2019, providing additional evidence against a notion of social contagion with unique susceptibility. Among those assigned female at birth. The social contagion hypothesis, by assuming that youth are coming out, for example, because their friends are, asserts that there's some social desirability to being trans. Some supporters of the theory, according to the study, also believe that more youth identify as trans or gender diverse because those identities are less stigmatized than cisgender sexual minority identities, or those who identify with their birth sex and are lesbian, bisexual, gay, or queer, among other sexual identities. Wow. That is, what? I don't even think I can mentally unpack that. To evaluate these claims, researchers examined rates of bullying among adolescents who identified as trans and gender diverse and those who did not. They found that, consistent with other surveys, trans and gender diverse youth were significantly more likely to be victims of school bullying. I mean, who doesn't want to be bullied more? That is totally what you do. It's like, if I present myself as X, I'm going to be definitely much more likely to be bullied. So I'm going to do that because it looks so glamorous. And the social contagion. They found that, consistent with other surveys, trans and gender diverse were significantly more likely to be victims of school bullying compared to cisgender, lesbian, gay, and bisexual youth, and cisgender heterosexual youth. The idea that attempts to flee sexual minority stigma drive teenagers to come out as transgendered is absurd, especially to those of us who provide treatment to transgender and gender diverse youth. Study lead author, Dr. Jack Turbin, incoming assistant professor of child and adolescent psychology at the University of California, San Francisco, said in a statement. The damaging effects of these unfounded hypotheses in further stigmatizing transgender and gender diverse youth cannot be understated. We hope that clinicians, policymakers, that's us, journalists, and anyone else who contributes to health policy will review these findings.
1 minute.
Did we, colleagues, review these findings? Were these findings reviewed by the 33 people who voted for this bill? Were these findings reviewed by the governor who signed this bill? Did anyone pay attention to the fact that this is not a social contagion, but it is part of the social conservative agenda and nothing more than a political ploy? Bueller? No. They wrote that despite the methodological flaws in Littman's study, the concept of rapid onset gender dysphoria has been used in recent legislative debates to argue for and subsequently enact policies that prohibit gender-affirming medical care for trans and gender-diverse adolescents. For example, in June.
Time, Senator. You're next in the queue.
Thank you. For example, in June, Florida's Agency for Healthcare Administration issued guidance against gender-affirming care for minors, including social transition, which involves changing a child's name, pronouns, clothing, and/or hairstyle. The guidance linked to reports that cited Lippman's paper. An increasing number of states have also tried to ban or restrict trans youth access to gender-affirming medical care through legislation. What? That's not true. That sounds, oh wait, we did that. The number of bills seeking to restrict gender-affirming care healthcare for transgender youth has grown from 1 in 2018 to 36 this year, according to analysis by NBC News. Governors in 3 states, Alabama, Arkansas, and Tennessee, have successfully signed such restrictions into law, though judges have prevented those measures from taking effect in Alabama and Arkansas. The study lists several limitations, including that the data were collected through a school-based survey, and as a result, youths who don't attend school were not represented. It also noted that youths were asked, "What is your sex?" and that the response options were limited to female and male. It didn't ask respondents sex assigned at birth and didn't include an additional question about their gender identity, which is an established research method for asking about gender identity. But the researchers credited several studies that found trans and gender diverse youths are aware of the differences between their assigns at birth and gender identity. I personally would find that to be very confusing if that was the intention of the data collection, but okay. This, and I should have shared when this was from, but I don't see the date. August 3rd, 2022. So, yeah. Social contagion was not an expression that I really understood or even heard. I feel like it's like a new term, social contagion. Social contagion involves behavior, emotions, or conditions spreading spontaneously through a group or network. I feel like there's some social contagion in here. The phenomenon has been discussed by social scientists since the late 19th century, although much work on the subject was based on unclear or even contradictory conceptions of what social contagion is. So exact definitions vary. Some scholars include the unplanned spread of ideas through a population as a social contagion. The unplanned spread of ideas through a population, like the idea that there's something wrong with gender-affirming care. That sounds like a social contagion, because prior to this year, this legislature has never discussed anything whatsoever to do with gender-affirming care. Not for adults, not for children, not for babies. Never. The social contagion is 574. That's the social contagion. The social contagion is not transgender people. The social contagion is the attack on transgender people. That's the contagion. That's the contagion that we need to stand up and contain, like we would any virus that is spreading through a population with detrimental effects. Hence the hyperbolic notion of the terminology contagion. That is not a mistake when people say that gender dysphoria or trans people is a social contagion. It is to vilify. It is to marginalize. So let's flip it on its head and call it what it is. The attack on transgender people, the attack on gender dysphoria, that is the social contagion. LB 574 is the social contagion, not the people it impacts. I think I'm about out of time. I think I have one more time, or maybe I don't know. Okay. Let's look at social contagion a little bit more. I'm kind of loving this whole sociology theme of today. as somebody who,
Time, Senator.
thank you.
You're recognized, and this is your last opportunity before you close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Social contagion involves behavior, emotions, or conditions spreading spontaneously through a group or network. Oh, I'm on Wikipedia. Through a group or network. The phenomenon has been discussed by social scientists since the late 19th century, although much work on the subject was based on unclear or even contradictory concepts of what social contagion is. So exact definitions vary. Some scholars include the unplanned spread of ideas through a population as social contagion. Though others prefer to class that as memetics. Generally, social contagion is understood to be separate from the collective behavior which results from a direct attempt to exert social influence. Two broad divisions of social contagion are behavioral contagion and emotional contagion. The study of social contagion has intensified in the 21st century. Much recent work involves academics from social psychology, sociology, and network science investigating online social networks. Studies in the 20th century typically focused on negative effects such as violent mob behavior, whereas those of the 21st century, while sometimes looking at harmful effects, have often focused on relatively neutral contagion such as influence on shopping choices, and even on positive effects like the tendency for people to take action on climate change once a sufficient number of their neighbors do. Oh, look at that. That's interesting. History. Metaphoric use connecting the concept of infection with imitation, mimesis, dates back to at least to Plato and continued into medieval and early modern literature. The term behavioral contagion was first introduced into modern scholarship by Gustave Le Bon in his 1895 book, The Crowd, A Study of the Popular Mind. Further scholarly works on the subject were at first released slowly, only one or two a decade until the 1950s. Herbert Blummer was the first to specifically use the term social contagion in his 1939 paper on collective behavior, where he gave the dancing mania of the Middle Ages as a prominent example. I don't know what the dancing mania of the Middle Ages is, so I'll have to come back to that. From the 1950s, studies of social contagion began to investigate the phenomenon empirically and became more frequent. There was no widely shared definition of social contagion in the 20th century. However, so many of the studies had little in common. In 1993, David A. Levy and Paul R. Nail published a review where they stated that social contagion captures the broadest sense of the phenomenon as opposed to subtypes like behavioral or emotional contagion. In 1998 review, Paul Marsden suggested that social contagion is a similar phenomenon to memetics, a field of study inspired by Richard Dawkins' 1970 book, The Selfish Gene. Marsden suggested that the two fields could be complementary in the sense that work on social contagion largely lacked a coherent theory, but contained much evidence-based analysis, whereas memetics was rich in theory but lacking in the empirical side. From the 1990s and into the 21st century, interest in social contagion grew rapidly, based in parts
1 minute.
Thank you. Cross-fertilization with then emerging field of network science, especially its application to the internet. Okay, I'm going to go back to the part on the dance mania of the Middle Ages because it had a link. Dance mania. Dance mania, also known as dancing plague, choreomania, St. John's dance, Tartanism, and St. Vitus dance was a social phenomenon that occurred primarily in mainland Europe between the 14th and 17th centuries. Involved groups of people dancing erratically, sometimes thousands at a time. Is this the original flash mob? This is really weird. How did I not know about dance mania? The mania affected adults and children who danced until they
Time, Senator.
collapsed. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome to close on your motion to return.
Thank you. The mania affected adults and children who danced until they collapsed from exhaustion and injuries. One of the first major outbreaks was in Achaean in the Holy Roman Empire. This is like a medical condition. Affecting thousands of people across several centuries, dancing mania was not an isolated event and was well documented in contemporary reports. It was nevertheless poorly understood, and remedies were based on guesswork. I really want to know what the remedies are. Often, musicians accompanied dancers due to a belief that music would treat the mania, but this tactic sometimes backfired by encouraging more to join in. There's no consensus among modern-day scholars as to the cause of dancing mania. The several theories proposed range from religious cults being behind the procession to people dancing to relieve themselves of stress and put the poverty of the period out of their minds. It is speculated to have been a mass psychogenic illness in which physical symptoms with no physical cause are observed to affect a group of people as a form of social influence. I have never heard of this. Am I the only one who's never heard of dance mania? I am the only one that's never heard of it. I'm getting a head nod up front. Yeah, everybody knows about dance mania. Obviously, Dance Revolution. If I were to be inflicted by dance mania, I would like it to involve the dance style of the whirling dervishes. I don't know why. I think just the spinning of their outfits. It's the outfits. It all comes down to the clothes. Yeah, it all comes down to the clothes. I mean, I really feel like Wikipedia is playing a joke on me, but I mean, maybe this is real, Dance Mania. Well, there's a book. So obviously, so flash mobs are not dance mania because they don't dance themselves to death. That's just organized mania, not mania, organized dancing. This is the book reference takes me to Web Archive of the Wayback Machine. So, and it seems like it's maybe a poem, Dance Mania by Leah Estriana and Richard the Poor of Ely. Amidst our people here is come the madness of the dance. In every town there now are some who fall upon a trance. It drives them ever night and day. They scarcely stop for breath till some have dropped along the way and some are met by death. Well, the internet says it, so it must be true, right? I use the Google's machine, Dance Mania, Dance Revolution. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll take a roll call vote.
Senators, we're still on we're still on final reading. Please take your seats. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Not voting, Senator Boston, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Bostman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Halloran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Senator Hunt. Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Senator McKinney. Senator Moser. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gellern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Voting no. Vote is 0 ayes, 37 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to return.
The motion to return fails.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote on Floor Amendment 164.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President. Social contagion led me down an internet rabbit hole to dancing mania as a medical condition. I don't want to make light of this if this is a real medical condition, but I do feel like this might be one of those instances where Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia, has led me astray. Dance mania, again, also known as dancing plague, choreomania, St. John's dance, Tarantism, and St. Vitus dance as a social phenomenon. It feels like maybe this isn't a genuine, well-researched entry into Wikipedia. But maybe I'm wrong. Dance mania is derived from choreomania, from the Greek chorus dance, and mania, madness, and is also known as dancing plague. The term was coined by Parlycus, and the condition was initially considered a curse sent by a saint, usually St. John the Baptist or St. Vitus, and therefore known as St. Vitus dance or St. John's dance. Victims of dance mania often ended their processions at places dedicated to that saint, who was prayed to in an effort to end the dancing. Incidents often broke out around the time of the Feast of St. Vitus. St. Vitus dance was diagnosed in the 17th century as Sydenham chorea. Well, we got to see what that is. Sydenham's chorea, also known as rheumatic chorea, is a disorder characterized by rapid, uncoordinated, jerking movements, primarily affecting the face. So that seems like that is a thing. It's an autoimmune disease that results from a childhood. Okay, so that was a maybe valid link. what do we hear? What's Saint Vitus? Saint Vitus, whose name is sometimes rendered Guy or Guido, was a Christian martyr from Sicily. His surviving hagiography is pure legend. The dates of his actual life are unknown. He has for long been tied to the Sicilian martyrs Modestus and Christina, but in the earliest sources, it is clear that these were originally different traditions that later became combined. The figures of Modestus and Christina are probably fictitious. According to his legend, he died during the Diocletian persecution in AD 303. In the Middle Ages, he was counted as one of the 14 holy helpers. In Germany, his feast was celebrated with dancing before his statue. This dancing became popular, and the name St. Vitus dance was given to the neurological disorder Sydenham's chorea. It has also led to Vitus being considered the patron saint of dancers and of entertainers in general. He is also said to protect against lightning strikes, animal attacks, and oversleeping. His feast day is celebrated on June 15th. In places where the Julian calendar is used, this date coincides in the 20th and 21st centuries with 28 June on the Gregorian calendar. So this is interesting. Patron saint of dancing, entertainment, and oversleeping. Saint Anthony is the patron saint of lost things, and people oftentimes pray to Saint Anthony when they've misplaced their keys. And my friend, she swears by it. She swears by praying Saint Anthony whenever something is lost. And it's not just lost items, like a lost love, maybe, or you've lost your way. Pray to Saint Anthony. So there we go. Mr. President, I'd like to withdraw my motion.
With no objection, so ordered.
Correct. Yep.
Mr. Clerk, with nothing further, please read the bill.
Is there a dispense?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. First vote will be dispensed with.
The first vote will be to dispense with the at-large reading. Senators, please take your seats. The first vote is to dispense with the reading. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Senators, was there a request for a roll call vote? Mr. Clerk, please record.
35 ayes, 4 nays to dispense with the at-large reading.
The at-large, the reading is dispensed with. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Reading Resolution Bill 683, entered by Transportation Telecommunications Committee and signed by the members. Bill for Connectivity Infrastructure Minister 392805, 664100, 8150203, 86125, revised statute Nebraska, Section 2301, 2303, 762323, 762325, 86324, 86328, 86331, 333, 8611103, 1241, 861304, 1309, 1312, revised Kings up 22. Change provision letter the Quebec Government Borough Company Highway Gas Fund, Road Operation Gas Fund to provide duties for the Department of Transportation, define terms, change provision letter the One Call Notification System Act, provide duties for the State Fire Marshal. To create the Underground Excavation Safety Committee, provide for civil penalty to adopt the Rural Communications Sustainability Act, change provision related to registration filed by communications provider, the Nebraska Telecommunications Universal Service Fund, create the Nebraska Broadband Office, provide duties, require a report, change provision related to broadband access map, state broadband coordinator, this is Broadband Bridge Act, small wireless facilities deployment act, and eliminate a report to harmonize provision in theory delivery section, to repeal section 76 2502, revised stat Cube sub 2022, and to declare an emergency.
All provisions of law relative to procedure have been complied with. The question is, shall LB 683 pass with the emergency clause attached? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senator Albright, Arch, Armendaris, Ballard, Boston, Bostar, Boston, Brand, Brewer, Breezy, Clements, Conrad, DeBoer, Decade, Dorn, Dover, Duncan, Urban, Frederickson, Halloran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcraft, Hughes, Ibach, Jacobson, Couth, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, Moser, Merman, Raybold, Reapy, Sanders, Lama, Vargas, Von Gillern, and Wishart. Voting nay, none. Not voting, Senators Blood, John Kavanaugh, Michaela Kavanaugh, Aguilar Day, Hunt, Linehan, McKinney, and Walls. Vote is 39 nays, no nays, 3 present, not voting, 7 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 683E passes with the emergency clause attached. Mr. Clerk, next item.
In Griswold Bill 683A, introduced by Moses 22, a bill for calculating appropriations to appropriate funds to carry out the provision of Legislative Bill 683, 108th Legislative First Session 2023, declare emergency being occupied by Section 1. The above 109,076 Nebraska to communicate something basically 24 to 97461, the telecommunicating to 754 to 5, the public service in America 686, carry out the provision of Bill 686 on the First Session 2022. The total expense permits ever started and redeemed the fund appropriate this 912,000 fiscal 23 24, 117,104 fiscal 24 25. Hereby appropriate 760 federal funds because of the public service can be Program 793 to carry out the provision of 683 out of the Second for 723. Totally spent material by something something like 69,887 fiscal year 22-23. Hereby appropriated 62,076 from federal fund in mid 24, zero from federal fund 24-25 Public Service Commission, Paragraph 793 to carry out the provision legislated by 680 reverse session 22-3. Total spent per term of this sovereign pertains fund which 29,360 from fiscal year 23-24, zero for 24-25. Section 4, that hereby appropriated 426,100 from the general fund for fiscal year 23-24 for the 4,000 general fund for 24-25, the state fire marshal program 193 to carry out the bill number 1683 under date 11 first session 2023. Total expense permanent over salaries and pertains and fund appropriated in this section shall not exceed 133,409 fiscal year to 143,389 fiscal year 24-25. Section 5 is hereby appropriated 1,780,307 the roads operation cash 23-24 section 169 the roads operation cash 24 Department of Transportation program size 6 carrying out the provision of the federal 683 under first session 2023. Total expenses for the seven fund shall not exceed 768,267 fiscal year 23-24, 806,600 fiscal year 24-25. Section 6, since an emergency exists, this act shall take effect and pass and approved according to law.
All provisions of the law relative to procedure having been complied with, the question is, shall LB 683A with the emergency clause attached pass? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
Voting aye. Senators Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Blood, Boston, Bostar, Bostelman, Brand, Brewer, Breezy, John Kavanaugh, Clements, Conrad, DeVore, Decay, Dorn, Dover, Dutton, Erdman, Fredrickson, Halloran, Hanson, Nerden, Holdcroft, Hughes, Ibach, Jacobson, Couth, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, Moser, Merman, Braybold, Reapy, Sanders, Lama, Vargas, Von Gillern, and Wishart. Voting nay, none, not voting. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, Aguilar, Day, Hunt, Linehan, McKinney, Walls, and Wayne. Vote is 41 ayes, no nays, one present, not voting, 7 excused, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 683A with the emergency clause passes. Items, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The presented to the governor at 3:56 p.m. were legislative bills 565 and 565A. Amendments to be printed from Senator Slama to 514. And Senator Halloran to legislative bill 50, Senator Brewer to 514A. New resolution LR 256 by Senator Erdman that will be laid over. And Senator Vargas LR 257 also will be laid over. 258, Senator Vargas laid over. And 259, Senator Vargas, that will be laid over. And Senator Conrad, LR 260, that resolution will also be laid over. That's all I have at this time, Mr. President.
While the legislature is in session capable of transacting business, I propose to sign and do hereby sign LB 683 with the emergency clause and LB 683A with the emergency clause. Senators, we will now stand at ease until 6 p.m.
Attention senators, the legislature is scheduled to reconvene in 5 minutes.
Members, we're getting ready to reconvene and re-begin our debate with LB 727. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Madam President, your Committee on Enrollment Review reports Legislative Bill 514, 514A, and LB 50 and LB 50A to select file 514 and 50, both having E&R amendments. Madam President, pursuant to the Speaker's agenda, Legislative Bill 727, select file. Senator Conrad would move to bracket the bill until June 2nd, 2023.
Senator Conrad, you're welcome to open on your bracket motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, colleagues. I had an opportunity to visit with Senator Linehan earlier today and just wanted to reaffirm that the motions were placed on LB 727 to organize debate in the wake of the rules change. They're not meant to signal opposition or an attempt to necessarily kill or unnecessarily delay the underlying bill in this regard. I'm grateful to Senator Linehan and to the Revenue Committee for putting together a multifaceted package of bills to assist in our shared economic development goals, and that really brings together a diversity of perspectives and ideas from senators across the state and across the political spectrum to try and make tweaks and changes to our existing revenue structure to make sure that our communities and our state are competitive and that we're making appropriate adjustments along the way as well. So I have communicated with Senator Linehan and I'm grateful for her graciousness and her leadership that I'm happy to help assist in organizing the debate on LB 727 this evening. And I'm particularly grateful that a component of a piece of legislation that myself, Senator Vargas, and Senator Slama worked on is a part of the committee approach that we adopted on general file for LB 727. I also know that Senator Linehan and the Revenue Committee have been working very, very hard right up until this debate initiated to address concerns from other stakeholders, to make the package work from a fiscal perspective and from a substantive perspective, and definitely appreciate how hard they're working today and right up until this very moment. So with that, I will ask folks when the time is right, we'll either withdraw the priority motions or happy to answer any questions in regards to those, and we'll turn it over to my friend Senator Linehan. Thank you.
Senator Linehan, you're yielded 7 minutes, 27 seconds.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator Conrad. I appreciate your help very much. I think we've got the amendment filed now. So good evening, Mr. President, colleagues. Today it's my distinct privilege to present LB 727 and floor amendment AM 1905. AM 1905 represents a negotiated resolution which achieves the desires of many senators here while working to make the bills work with the approved budget. I'd like to thank Senators Van Gilleren and Bostow for their extensive work on this, and each of my colleagues for being flexible and understanding how we could get here tonight. So everybody that we've worked with, I really appreciate. Everybody had to give a little bit. So AM 1905 makes the changes. Before I do that, I'll just remind everybody what's actually in the bill. 727, so the Linehan bill, LB 727, closes the loophole that allowed governmental entities to spend on projects without voters approving such expenditure. LB 74 would allow contractors to make exempt purchases on buyer-based exemptions. Senator Salama's 96 exempts twine and baling wire from sales tax. We did some of this last year, but we missed a little bit. Senator Erdman's LB 100 adds waste treatment and disposal sites to qualified locations under the Imagine Act. LB 118 changes, which is Senator Brandt's, the bill changes the minimum investment under Nebraska Advantage Rural Development Act. LB 165, which was originally Senator Geist, now it's Von Gilliran's. That is going to come out of the bill with the amendment. LB 180 creates the Nebraska biodiesel tax credit. We had to make change. We made changes to several of these, but just to remember where we started. LB 300 exempts both outpatient, inpatient pharmaceuticals for inpatient mental health. People are already sales tax free, but this would exempt for outpatient. Senator Armendariz 344 is a bill that exempt. You can only go back 5 years on your tax credits for property taxes paid, not back further than 20 years or 5 years. LB 384, Senator Bostar's, is a bill that directs sales tax from sale or lease of aircraft into the Aeronautics Capital Improvement Fund to be used for new construction on renovation of infrastructure at licensed public use airports. I think many of you might remember that Chairman Clemens said that this is for every dollar we put in, the federal government matches $9, I think. Senator Bostar and Senator Clemens can address that if I'm making a mistake. LB 407, Linehan bill, which extends the deadline for new applications under the Nebraska Transformational Projects Act. So that was part of 1107. It's the UNMC's match if they ever get the federal dollars. Sorry, I don't have a number here, but another Bostar bill, which Senator Geist had prioritized when she was here, as professional firefighters to health insurance tax credit and tuition waiver, and allows law enforcement and firefighter dependents to tuition waivers. That's Senator Bostar bill. LB 491 revises the research and development credit eligibility and extends the deadline to December 31st. On that one, in the amendment, we've got a fix I will talk to when I get to the amendment. LB 495, Breezy, adds the Roth IRA rollovers to eligible withdrawals from educational savings plans. And if you have any questions to these, I'm sure all these members are here. Senator Holcross 580, bill eliminates the restrictions of special valuation on agriculture and horticulture lands in cities and villages. This is to, Senator Holcross spoke to this twice, I think, when we were on the bill previously. This is for those ag land owners, they're actual farmers that got caught between where we think of Gretna, and now Gretna goes all the way to Nebraska Crossing. So I think it was 3,000 acres. They now can't be allowed for the green belt. So we make a fix on that, which several of these have no fiscal note. Develop Hughes, LB 584. She'll want to take a round of applause. She actually is raising taxes on a good cause, though. We will, for the first time, tax nicotine delivery services, or vape. The Good Life Districts, LB 692, Linehan bill is in there. We've made significant changes to that, which we'll address. And Senator Conrad mentioned, between Senator Conrad, Senator Vargas, Senator Salama combination, we reinstate the Job Creation and Main Street Revitalization Act, basically short-term called the Historic Tax Credit, which expired last year. 704 is a Senator Merman bill that allows for $5,000 or less remaining in an ABLE account to be given to the beneficiaries without having to go through probate. Senator Moser's 706, which I know Senator Walls isn't here, but this was her bill last year, and she's very excited about it. And so would Senator Flood. They all were big champions of this last year. The bill allows for additional bonding for highway construction in Nebraska and extends the Build Nebraska Act to match the additional bonding end date of June 30, 2042. And then 732 is
1 minute.
Is the convention. Senator Bostar and Senator Wayne, and I think there's another senator. It's about the turnback tax. Senator Clemens, LB 97. It's to fix some language in an inheritance tax bill we passed last year. There's some accountants have brought to his attention that we need to do some fix-its. And then Senator Hanson's 529, which caused me much confusion. Bill adds a requirement to have at least one member present from every governmental body seeking to levy an override at a required public meeting. This goes back to his green, the postcard that they're now sending out about if you're having a tax increase. It adds electronic notification and adds an exclusion on the property tax request for principal or interest on bonds. Now, I didn't get to
Time,
everything in here.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Conrad and Linehan. Senator Holdcroft, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. And I think it's appropriate that the first bill up in the package is the most important bill in the package. This was originally known as LB 580 with AM 634. This bill would amend Section 77-1344 and 1347 of state statute. It would help to protect the incomes of farmers and ranchers across the state and may well be the deciding factor as to whether some landowners are able to keep their properties. LB 580 was unanimously voted out of the Revenue Committee on March 15th. It is a Speaker priority bill. It will allow land that is currently involved in production agriculture to retain its special tax valuation as agricultural land. The specific intent of the bill is to address land that is part of an annexed area but is currently still being farmed. The impetus of this bill happened in 2017. At that time, the city of Gretna annexed nearly 3,000 acres of this 21 parcels, comprising 888 acres were agricultural land. Under current state law, this annexed land automatically became subject to commercial property taxes. Coupled with inflation in market values, this will result in a total land valuation increase from just over $5 million in 2022 to almost $18 million in 2023. One of the affected properties is the home of Vala's Pumpkin Patch. The owner, Tim Vala, testified at the Revenue Committee hearing for LB 580. In addition to the commercial property where their retail operation is located, they have 300 acres of land where they grow their produce. Mr. Vala said that this land may well have to be sold and their pumpkins and apples purchased from outside vendors. He said this would diminish the experience of families being able to pick their own produce. Valas may also be forced to raise their admission prices to help set off the larger tax burden. Other comments that were heard by testifiers at the hearing included that their farm was almost like part of the family, that this would be an unbearable tax burden, and that property owners should not be forced to sell because of a tax liability. The bill was amended by the Revenue Committee to exclude tracts of land that are 5 acres or less from receiving the special tax valuation. Once again, the purpose of LB 50 is to allow land that is currently involved in production agriculture to retain its special tax valuation as agricultural land until such time as commercial improvement begins on the land. AM 634 assures that LB 580 applies to the 2023 tax year. It is retroactive to January the 1st, 2023, and there is also an emergency clause in the amendment as well. I believe this is a problem that needs a common sense solution, and I believe LB 580 is just that. This is a simple, practical bill that will benefit statewide, and there is no fiscal note. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Holcroft. Senator Von Gillern, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, colleagues. I rise in support of LB 727 and the pending AM 1905. Just to give you a little bit of background, that just hit the clerk's desk a little bit ago, and I've been asked about it being posted online, and that's in process right now. I want to give some thanks to several of the senators who helped make this happen. This is my first rodeo going through this process and trying to reconcile the desires of the notes with what the fiscal office can actually tolerate. So thank yous to Senators Bostar, Conrad, Brandt, Merman, and special thanks to Senator Hughes for actually adding to the fiscal in a positive note. So that helped. But there were a number of us that took some pretty good haircuts on some of the bills that we had proposed. And so I want to acknowledge that. So again, working through that process was both interesting and terrifying at the same time. But I think we got it done, and we have a good solution here that's hitting everyone's desk here shortly. So two pieces that I had in this puzzle. I inherited LB 165, which was originally Senator Geist's bill, which had to do with 529 plans, nest funds, and the use of those funds for K through 12 education. And that got pulled from the bill, and that's in the amendment that's no longer part of that. I'm going to work with some parties to see if we can bring that back in a different form next year to make it more affordable. And then LB 491, which is a research and development bill. That allows for 15% of the federal credit for R&D expenses to be a tax credit, and 35% of the federal tax credit if you use a university to participate in that research and development. It's been very important. It's been effective to a number of significant industries in the state, significant good paying blue collar employers such as Chief and Lindsay and Lozier have all used that program, and we want to make sure that that is sustainable and can continue to be utilized. So there was a clawback portion of that, or a portion of that where they could go back and claim past year's credits, and that was removed. So that will take effect simply going forward. So those are the pieces that I wanted to highlight in the bill. I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Von Gillern. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, I'd like to just echo Senator Holdcroft's comments. I'm not sure it's the highest priority, but it's very close to the highest if it's not in LB 580. I think clearly that was an important thing that needed to be changed. When you're paying more in property taxes and you're receiving in rent off your property, it becomes a problem. And so I'm glad to see that fix is there. But I do have some questions for Senator Von Gillern, who I understand was kind of taking the lead on the corrections and the guy that was taking all the arrows. So I'm giving him a little bit of time to gather his thoughts, but I would ask if he would respond to some questions.
Senator Von Gillern, would you yield?
Yes.
I'm not trying to set you up here. I know you and I talked before, and this is a friendly conversation here. It might get ugly as we go through it. I don't know, but I'm just telling you that you and I spoke about there's a number of changes that you needed to make here to get the fiscal note to work. My understanding is that we're going to still retain the sales tax credit that will be going back to be able to use for the rural airports, in particular for them to use for their AIP project matching funds. I'm assuming that's staying in the bill
Yes, that is.
as it came out.
Yes, no, that's in, and that's one that Senator Linehan highlighted. That was a Senator Bostar bill, and again, that's one it's a terrific program that the feds match 9-to-1 to our investments. So we didn't want to miss out on that.
And I appreciate
that
Senator
ROI.
And I appreciate Senator Bostar bringing that. And by the way, I do appreciate all the work that you've done on trying to bring this to the right kind of conclusion. Can you give us a little bit of a high point on where are the major cuts at? I know Senator Brandt and I both have concerns about biodiesel. Can you tell us where we're at on the biodiesel side on those credits? And then also, can you just tell us where the major hits were at that you had to change?
Sure. Yeah, thanks. Great questions. Biodiesel is still in the bill, and it is capped at a $1 million cap per year on that program. And that was important to get the program kicked off. And hopefully there are funds in the future that can continue that plan and potentially expand that plan. I mentioned the LB 165 nest went away completely. LB 491, I mentioned the R&D that was cut by $10 million. The LB 697, which is historic tax credits, Senator Conrad's bill, that was capped at $2 million. And so that was a $6 million reduction. And then LB 809, which was rural development. Senator Merman was gracious and took a pretty serious haircut on that one. And that was capped at that was originally a $1 million cap and was increased to a $2 million cap. So that saved $21 million. And then, I mean, we've got some that go back to LB 754, but you haven't asked about that, so that's fine.
Well, thank you very much, and that answers the questions I needed. Again, I appreciate all your work on this. I know you've been running pretty hard to get all these things to balance out, and I'll yield the remainder of my time. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson and Senator Von Gillern. Senator Hughes, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of LB 727, and I would like to correct Senator Holcroft on the importance as far as the most important bill in this package. I feel like mine should be the most important bill in this package as it's the only revenue generating bill. High tax Hughes. All right, LB 727 contains my bill, LB 584, which for the first time imposes an excise tax on vaping products here in Nebraska. LB 584 is in sections 91 and 96 on pages 127 through 129 of ER 34. The use of e-cigarettes or vaping has exploded among our teenagers and become a growing problem for children even younger here in Nebraska. Vaping has reversed the decades of the gains we have achieved in reducing the underage use of nicotine. Taxation on these products is a step in the right direction in preventing more young people becoming addicted to nicotine. LB 584 puts the excise tax at 5 cents per milliliter on devices smaller than 3 milliliters, and there's a 10% tax on the wholesale price for devices greater than 3 milliliters. I'd also like to mention that after meeting with people in the industry, it came to my attention that there's a significant inventory of vaping products in our state sitting in warehouses, and there was a concern raised as to these products being taxed immediately on passage of this bill rather than when the products are moved from the distributor to the retailer. And we worked with the revisor to address this and feel like we've placed that tax within the Tobacco Products Tax Act addresses this issue. So our intent is that they all get taxed when they are shipped to the retail sites. I would like to thank the Revenue Committee and Chair Linehan for including my priority bill as part of this package. And as Senator Von Gillern mentioned, I'd like to note that in addition to being voted out by Revenue 8-0, LB 584 is the lone revenue generating bill in this package. The page 11 of the fiscal note shows the revenue generated into the Tobacco Products Administration Cash Fund, and the revenue is now around $3 million per year, or nearly $15 million by the end of the years 27-28. Mr. President, or Madam President, I urge my colleagues to vote green on LB 727. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Brandt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Senator Linehan and Senator Von Gillern and Senator Bostar for all the work you've done to get the bill into shape for select file. We have 2 of our original bills are in here. Excuse me. LB 118, which is the livestock modernization bill, and it now has a new cap of $1 million a year. But by doing that, it allows the bill to be to go forward, to be formed, and to be fed down the road with more dollars, and it will give us an opportunity to see how well received it is. The other one is LB 180, which is the soybean biodiesel bill. Here again, that will be capped at $1 million. It allows the bill to go forward, and obviously that will get used up every year, and we can see what kind of use we have out of that bill, and hopefully we'll be able to increase that down the road. So I would encourage your green votes on the amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Brandt. Senator McDonald, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. And good evening, colleagues. I'd like to thank the Revenue Committee for their work and the leadership of Senator Linehan, and including 2 of my bills, LB 623 and 622. And going back to the amendment, number 1306, it's now 13906. we had a discussion about, and the language was to promote the arts and cultural events which are open to, are made available to the general public. And I wanted to make sure I asked Senator Linehan a question. Would you please yield, Senator Linehan?
Senator Linehan, will you yield? Certainly. Thank you.
So the concern that was brought to me since we've been working on this together, and again, thank you for all your work, was the idea of allow for the use of funds for capital expenses based on the promotion of the arts and culture. Would you say, yes, that is allowable?
Yes, I would say that's allowed.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Again, I'd like to thank the work that the Revenue Committee has put in, and all the different people that came together to work on LB 727. I stand in support of LB 727. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Moser, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill includes my Bill 706, which allows the state to use bonding when it makes sense for building roads. It authorizes the issuance of bonds not to exceed $450 million in principal and $35 million in annual debt service under the Nebraska Highway Bond Act in order to accelerate the completion of highway construction projects identified by the Build Nebraska Act, which was created in 2011 by LB 84. Additionally, the bill seeks to extend the sunset date of the Build Nebraska Act from 2033 to 2042 so that the Department of Transportation can rely on a revenue stream to pay for issuance of the bonds that they create. One of the important questions of this was the constitutionality of the state bonding. And I have a statement that the counsel for the Department of Transportation helped write, and I wanted to read that. The amendment to LB 706, which was combined with 727 here, allows the Department of Transportation to issue bonds to accelerate completion of the highway construction projects identified in the Build Nebraska Act. This amendment has been included in its entirety in the revenue package LB 727 with committee amendment. The purpose of the amendment before us now is to avoid potential constitutional questions with the issuance of these bonds. Currently, the Build Nebraska Act funds the State Highway Capital Improvement Fund with sales tax revenue, and the legislature can use sales tax to build highways. The Constitution limits the revenue that the state can pledge to pay highway bonds. Those bonds must be paid from revenue that is derived from sources closely related to the use of highways, such as motor vehicle fuel taxes and motor vehicle license fees. There are no current sources of law that determine whether general sales tax revenue is closely enough to the use of highways. So this amendment, it's on page 31 in Amendment 1905, 32, and 33, avoids that constitutional question by exchanging the source of funding for the State Highway Capital Improvement Fund from sales tax to motor vehicle fuel taxes, motor vehicle license fees, and other revenues that are closely related to highway use. The sales tax currently funding the State Highway Capital Improvement Fund is then credited to another DOT account, which is used to build highways, but not used to pay bonds. In all other ways, the Build Nebraska Act remains unchanged and will continue to be an effective tool for expediting the completion of the Nebraska Expressway system. The importance of bonding, I don't think, can be overstated. So many times, due to the revenue stream, the Department of Transportation has broken up projects into smaller segments that they could cash flow, and that made Highway 30 take, I don't know how long it's been, 10, 15 years. It's a long time. 275, I think, is being built in segments, so that's another area that this bonding could be used. And then US Highway 81 is another potential use for these
1 minute
bonding funds. So this was Senator Wall's bill last year or the year before, 542. And we took it and we added a few little tweaks here and there. And so I appreciate Senator Wall's bringing this and inspiring us to work on this more. This Build Nebraska Act brings in $100 million roughly a year. 15 million of that 100 is given to cities and counties. So each senator's district on average gets about $300,000 under the Build Nebraska Act. So extending that 10 years means that your district will get $3 million over the next 10 years beyond the original expiration. So I think it's a great source of funds for highway construction, bridges, and all the things that cities and counties need to do. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Moser. Senator Armendariz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of 727. A bill I introduced this session, LB 344, is enclosed, and it addresses a property tax credit look back where the counties, we just inadvertently overlooked look back date. We're applying a 5-year look back date for the counties for that property tax credit. It was in LB 1107 a few years back. This will help create some efficiencies in the counties with having them not have to look back, say 20 or 30 years for a property tax credit. And we want to lower our property taxes that support the county fees. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Armendariz. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Conrad, you're recognized to close on your motion.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And again, want to express my gratitude to Senator Linehan and the Revenue Committee. I appreciate the hard work that they have poured into this session and into this legislation. With that, I would like to withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Without objection, it's so withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Senator Conrad, to clarify, we had 3 priority motions from you. Are you withdrawing all 3?
Yes, please, Mr. Clerk.
Senator Ballard for motion.
Madam President, move the ENR amendments to LB 727 be adopted.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. They are adopted.
Madam President, Senator Linehan, I have a note to withdraw and substitute AM 1905 for FA 136.
Substitute 1905. Yes.
Without objection, so ordered. Senator Linehan, you're welcome to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. So AM 1905 represents a negotiated resolution that achieves the desires of many senators here. Again, Senator Von Giller and Senator Boestar have been working with several of you. On the LB 74, we moved the date of implementation back to 2026. On LB 165, which was the original Geist bill, took that out. And as Senator Von Giller said, we'll try and do that again next year. LB 180, the Biodiesel Tax Credit Act, we reduced the cap. The cap was higher. So this is all done to make sure we fit within the budget. We reduced the cap on that to $1 million. LB 505 was Senator Boestar's. I know we worked with Senator Kavanaugh on this, provides for new tax deed certificate system to plan for a potential constitutional issue with the current system. We have 2 cases in front of the Supreme Court on takings, so we're hoping this helps us get through that if it's decided after we leave. The amendment sets forward explicitly that purchasers of tax deeds are entitled to reasonable attorney's fees in the event of a judicial foreclosure. If you have more questions about that, I think Senator Bostar could answer them. LB 524, Senator Frederickson provides an income tax credit for food donations. The amendment includes this bill in the tax package, but caps the program at 0. So no money will go in it this year. LB 529, Senator Hansen is the Property Tax Request Act to require one elected official from each meeting. There were some fixes we had on that. Senator Hansen can explain. LB 584, Hughes's. We made a change in that about where the money goes to, now it's going to general funds. LB 623 with Senator McDonald's, made all these changes were fixes to, for the most part, to save on the fiscal note so we could afford to do them. LB 692 creates a good life districts. There were changes made on that, so I think the fiscal note is going to be close to nothing on that. LB 697, Conrad, I think her original bill had the historic tax credit going up, I don't know, $10 million. We brought it down to $2 million, which if I remember is more than they've ever used previously. Moser has a fix on there for make sure we don't have problems with his bonding bill. And 732, Bostar's changes the Convention Center Facility Financing Assistance Act. Finally, 809, Senator Merman's increases the amount available yearly under the Nebraska Advantage Rural Development Act. And it was going to 10, we capped it at $2 million. And finally, this amendment amends the Revenue Committee's property tax bill. Just a small fix we had to do there. Taken as a whole, AM 1905 presents a negotiated bipartisan tax plan that will benefit Nebraskans statewide while working with constraints of our budget. We would appreciate your green vote on LB 727 and AM 1905. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Linehan, you're welcome to close on your amendment. Senator Linehan waives closing. All those in favor of AM 1905 being adopted, vote aye. Those opposed, vote nay. Have all those voted who care to? Record, Mr. Clerk.
38 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Next item.
Madam President, next item, Senator Armendariz would move to amend with AM 1942.
Senator Armendariz, you're welcome to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. Amendment 1492 is an amendment of some language that was previously approved for a sports center, community center in North Omaha. The city of Omaha would find it preferable to use a plot of land just adjacent to a qualified census tract. The previous language required it to be in a qualified census tract. Now, being this was the street I lived on, I can understand why this particular parcel might fall outside because the residential housing there is extremely sparse. So I don't know that for sure, but there probably just aren't enough houses. The parcel they'd like to use is in Levi Carter Park. So there are very few houses around there, yet still adjacent to the qualified census tract. So if it pleases everybody, we would like to move that language to be part of a qualified census tract or adjacent to a qualified census tract. I'd appreciate your green vote on that. And thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Armendariz. Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I would appreciate your support of Senator Armadero's amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to make sure we slow down just a little bit because we're going fast. I heard Senator Armandero's introduction. I think I understood it, and maybe I'll just say what I heard. So, and I don't need to ask Senator Armendariz any questions, but she can correct me if I'm right. So we just need to make sure that some areas adjacent to qualified census tracts would qualify for these particular projects. Is that the right assessment, that we missed that in a previous iteration? Is that, I'm just going to say that's what I heard, and if I'm right, then you don't have to get back on the mic. But if I'm wrong, I don't want to put you on the mic. But thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, colleagues. I was listening to the conversation on the last amendment, and I did hear mention about the home equity theft bill. And Senator Linehan said that if I had questions that I could ask Senator Bostar. So I do have questions. If Senator Bostar would yield to a question.
Senator Bostar, will you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Bostar. I was not aware that you introduced a home equity theft bill. Which bill is it?
Which bill is
Your home equity theft bill.
It's currently in the package as LB 505.
LB 505 is a home equity theft bill,
It is right now in the package.
but it wasn't a home equity theft bill when it was introduced.
That's correct.
Did you introduce a home equity theft bill?
No.
Then why did Senator Linehan say to ask you questions about the home equity theft bill in your bill?
So we had been working on this issue for a while during the interim, members of the committee and myself. And the reality is we just didn't get finished with the bill prior to bill introduction. And so then when it became a priority for the committee during session to advance and adopt legislation on this issue, we picked up where we had left off and essentially white copied a bill that wasn't necessary to pass that was sitting in the Revenue Committee.
So nothing from the original LB 505 is in this bill?
That's correct.
Why didn't you just white copy, or not even white copy, use the home equity theft bill that was introduced?
Yeah, I think ultimately because it was the committee that was approaching a resolution on the subject area that we were trying to change, that having a bill that was being held by a member of the committee had some value. And so that's why that decision was made.
It had some value, but it was amended into another bill. So you, in effect, took the name off of the bill of the introducer because the committee decided to shell out a different bill with a committee member's name on it. I've never heard of that happening before. Is this a regular practice in Revenue Committee to steal bills from other people that aren't on the committee?
That's not exactly how I would describe it.
How would the introducer of the bill describe it?
I don't know.
Did you have their permission to take their bill and white copy amend it into LB 505?
That also isn't how I would describe it.
A white copy amendment of the home equity theft bill into LB 505 is not how you would describe it.
Correct.
How would you describe it?
I would describe that the Revenue Committee, as I stated,
1 minute.
worked on language related to the subject area and amended it to replace LB 505.
So then if there wasn't a home equity theft bill by another senator, this would be completely new content that didn't have a hearing. So either you utilize the bill that had a public hearing, or this is a new subject matter altogether, and it didn't have a hearing, and this bill, as amended now, should go back to committee for a hearing.
If the senator whose bill it is you're concerned about would like to express their opinion on this, I'd be happy to listen to it.
I don't know what their opinion is on this. I'm trying to get to understand how this happened. And it's your bill that this happened with. So you either believe that this is new content, or you believe that this has already
Time,
had a
Senator.
hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh and Senator Bostar. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're next in the queue.
Thank you. My point is, I said last week that there have been subtle repercussions for people who have stood up in this body. And this is exactly the example. The Revenue Committee took a bill, white copy amended it with a different senator's bill. They had to, if they were going to do home equity theft, they had to do that. They had to use another senator's bill, but they didn't want his name on it. So this is petty. It's petty. The Revenue Committee should conduct themselves with more integrity. If the bill is good enough to be amended into the committee bill, then it's good enough to have the introducer's name attached with it. Period. If this is how you conduct yourselves as a committee, imagine if everyone else did that. Imagine if everyone who had a petty grievance with a member removed their work from a committee package. This is so unbelievably disrespectful and petty. But of course, you can't tell me, don't take things personally. Just look at the bill. Look at the bills on their merits, and then do petty baloney like this. LB 727 was amended just a few minutes ago with a package out of revenue that included a bill that was introduced by a senator whose bill is not being used. A shell bill was used to amend into a committee amendment so that the name of the introducer doesn't show up in the public record of it all. What is wrong with you? That's some next level, deep cut shade. Grow up. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. Seeing no one left in the queue, Senator Armendariz, you're welcome to close on your motion. Senator Armendariz waves. The question before the body is the adoption of AM 1942 to LB 727. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Have all those voted who care to? Record, Mr. Clerk.
39 ayes, no nays in adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Madam President, Senator Bostar would move to amend with AM 1747.
Senator Bostar, you're welcome to open on your amendment.
I'd like to withdraw that amendment.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Madam President, next amendment, Senator Linehan would move to amend with FA 116.
Senator Linehan, you're welcome to open on your amendment.
I would like to withdraw that amendment.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Madam President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to amend with AM 1452.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. AM 1452. Oh, if I just could say disregard that, what Carol is holding in her hand. I didn't realize that I had filed so many amendments already, so I don't need that one. Strike sections 46, 48, 49, 50, 54, 55, 56, and 64, renumbering the remaining sections. I don't know what that does. I just submitted it, I guess. So yeah, it's been a tough year. It's been a tough session. And there's all the subtle cuts, the subtle punishments, and the not so subtle ones. The comments made about whether or not who introduced a bill, if we can even debate it because of who introduced it. If we can move a bill because of who introduced it, or whose priority it is. And then there's just the things that are just mean-spirited. The theft of the home equity theft. That's what this bill did. The theft of the home equity theft. Which I honestly didn't even know you could do. Maybe you have the introducer's approval. I don't know why you wouldn't just amend the bill itself in. That's what committees do. AM 15 whatever amends LB blah, blah, blah into the committee amendment AM 2000. Like, I mean, we've all sat through committee exec sessions where you're taking an amendment, a specific bill and amending it into the committee bill. And even if the specific bill has amendments, you're still amending that into the committee bill. And the committee statement then reflects all of that. But the chair of the committee introduced the amendment from the committee and said to ask questions of the person whose bill it was who didn't introduce the bill. Now, if that isn't a clear intention, I don't know what is. If you pay attention, you will see how pervasive this type of behavior is. I don't know how late we're going tonight. This bill started at 6. It has 4 hours. It could go till 10 o'clock. I'm not really interested in taking it to cloture. I'm not really interested in being here anymore. I'm not really interested in being in this room with these people. And for some reason, Nebraska, My colleagues thought I wasn't going to keep filibustering. They thought that when 574 passed on Friday, that I was going to stop filibustering, which I know is bananas because Nebraska, you and I both know, I made it very clear that I wasn't going to stop. And I am continually given no reason to stop. I am continually shown by this body that there is nothing good that they are willing to do, that they are going to continue to use their raw power as a sledgehammer. So I'm just going to stand over here in my little corner of the world and talk some more. I didn't get an answer. I didn't seek one on Dance Mania over the break. I am very curious if Dance Mania is a real thing or something that Wikipedia made up. Because I don't want to make fun of it if it's a real thing, but I also really want to make fun of Dance Mania if it's not a real thing because it sounds really silly, but I don't want to be insensitive if it is a real condition. But it does sound like it might not be a real condition. So, you know. Well, what else can we talk about? I did not eat a salad over dinner. I couldn't bring myself to have a second bagged salad today. I had 2 yesterday. I had one for lunch and one for dinner yesterday. For dinner tonight, I had a peach yogurt and a little hummus cup. Oh, and some peanuts. Apparently I had peanuts in my office. I don't know. I was just like, I can't have 4 meals in a row be a bag salad. Oh, that's not true. I had eggs this morning. So that breaks it up. I did have eggs for breakfast this morning. I usually skip breakfast. I usually just have coffee. But this morning I had eggs. So really living the high life over here with my yogurt and hummus cup. Well, how much time do I have left?
2 minutes, 38 seconds.
Great. So I see that there is going to be a new chancellor at the University of Lincoln. Oh, an Omaha group working to supply women with period products because nobody was tackling it. Oh, again, I gotta log in. Well, I'll talk about that. There's an article about it. If you use the women's restroom back here, there are period products in the women's restroom. And this nonprofit organization based out of Omaha, I met the woman at an event and she asked if I would be willing to take products to have in the restrooms in the Capitol. And I said, absolutely, that's a great thing. The Capitol is a place for the public. And it would be wonderful if in addition to supplying the public with toilet paper, that we also had period products. So I can't get the article to open and I don't recall the name of the group, I'm sorry, off the top of my head. But I think they have them in, I did put them in all of the, well, my staff helped me put them in all of the restrooms on the first floor. So there we go.
1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah. Oh, I was going to check on an update on the writer's strike. Writer's strike. I wonder if they have made any headway. Writers.com, Writers Digest, right? That's just Writers. Writers Guild of America strike. All right. According to the autofill in the Googles, the one I was talking about a while ago was in 2007. Dispatches from the picket line, day 20, 30 Rock protest draws big names.
Time, Senator, but you're next in the queue.
Thank you. Well, let's see what big names the writer's strike. This is from a publication called Deadline. 30 Rock draws, okay. 30 Rock draws, protest draws big names and huge crowds. So let's see who we got here. Busy Phillips. I met her recently. Ken Powell, Alana Gleiser, Wanda Sykes, Cynthia Nixon, and America Ferrara. Access Period is the name of the period company. Thank you, Senator Walls. Access Period is the name of the company that gives free period products. Okay, back to the writer's strike. As the WGA strike, that's the acronym for the Writers Guild of America, as the WGA strike enters its fourth week, Tony Kushner swore. Steve Earle sang, Wanda Sykes led union chants, and Busy Phillips told CEO jokes for more than 1,000 demonstrators and hundreds of onlookers who filled the street in front of NBC Universal Studios headquarters Tuesday in Midtown Manhattan. With a starry speakers list, celebrities doting the crowd and turnout from several local labor unions, a rally at the Rock outside 30 Rockefeller Plaza in support of striking movie and television writers filled one barricade side of West 49th Street between 5th and 6th Avenues, the equivalent of 3 city blocks, with cheering, sign-waving protesters who stayed for more than 2 hours. It was the largest turnout for any event organized by members of the Writers Guild of America East since the strike against film and television producers began May 2nd, a WGA representative told Deadline. We've got every frickin' union in the city of New York in the house. WGA Executive Director Lowell Peterson, the last of more than a dozen speakers, raved in his turnout at the podium before turning the stage over to singer-songwriter and Screen Actors Guild member Steve Earle, who closed out the rally by performing voice and guitar versions of his song Union, God and Country and Way Down in the Hole. Here is the singer, songwriter, guitarist, part-time actor, and hardcore troubadour explaining why he was on the line. And because the Rebrand Max went live today, do yourself a favor and stream on something else. Okay, I don't know what any of that is. Oh, so it's a video. Okay. On a sunny late morning and early afternoon, the writers, actors, comedians, union chiefs, and other speakers delivering jokes, applause, lines, and chants. The mood was upbeat while the message was serious. Speaker after speaker linked the striking writers to labor struggles in other trades where working conditions are deteriorating and automation is putting jobs at risk. Your fight is our fight. Was a promise made to applause and cheers in separate speeches by 2 union leaders on Tuesday. Mario Cilento, president of the 2.5 million member New York State AFL-CIO, and Stuart Applebaum, president of the 100,000 member Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. The dragging of studio executives was more lighthearted, but still barbed in other remarks. Phillips, star of Dawson's Creek and Freaks and Geeks, read jokes from writer friends.
1 minute.
Thank you. And one, she said, was from her ex-husband, writer and producer Mark Silverstein, mocking Warner Brothers. Discovery chief David Zalzalov, who was jeered on Sunday by Boston University graduates who chanted "Pay your writers" at him during his commencement speech. Phillips described Zalzalov as the genius who looked at HBO Max and decided people really just want the modifier and said his last name does sound like a medication for yeast infection. Ask your doctor if Zalzalov is for you. That is, I can't pronounce it. So Saul Gentile, a writer for Late Night with Seth Meyers, took the HBO Max rebranding further. They said America couldn't do it, but we finally did it. We came up with a name dumber than Quabi.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I just figured I should interject myself into the conversation since I have been interjected. And I don't know what the word is, what the kids use when they tweet somebody, but they don't mention them. Subtweet. I feel like I'm being sub-speeched. But anyway, I appreciate Senator Michaela Kavanaugh raising the issue about home equity theft. I love to talk about home equity theft, as you all know. And it's a important topic near and dear to my heart. Did an interim study about it, was interested in this topic, did have a bill on it this year. And so when the home equity theft fix I was told it was going to be amended into LB 727, I was excited to see that this issue was getting addressed because, I brought the bill, we had the hearing, it was a very good hearing. And, there's the Supreme Court case that Senator Linehan referenced that's already had been heard. We'll get an opinion at some point. This is an important issue. It is great that we are addressing this year. When I first introduced it, I thought, well, maybe it'll get, we'll be able to get it handled next year, or maybe we could, shoot for the moon and get something done this year. So very happy that it's in the bill. Grateful to the committee for including it. And as it pertains to which bill, whose name, who gets credit, that's not what I care about. That's not what I'm here for. That's not what I think we'd all be better served if we weren't so concerned with getting credit. And we weren't so concerned with who got credit. We weren't so concerned with whether, we have an opportunity to get our names in the headlines and to get, some kind of positive attention or negative attention or whatever kind of attention you might derive from whatever it is you want. But the work is what matters. The fact that we're going to pass this bill and it's going to prevent people from having their property stolen, that's the thing that's important. It's not whether or not everybody here thinks that it was me, or everybody thinks it was Senator DeBoer. Oh, you're over there. Senator DeBoer, who's in the chair, for the record, pointing at the chair, who also brought a home equity theft bill, or Senator Bostar, who did do work on this bill after the hearing that got this in here. I know it offends the delicate sensibilities of us all when we don't get our credit, when credit is due, but it's not the most important part of what we're doing here. The important part should be, we don't need to have names up there. I know it's helpful. It's shorthand for everybody. You know how to vote. If you're sitting around here, no on AM 1452, yes on LB 727. You don't have to think. So it is, the credit can be helpful, can be useful, but it's not the point. So I'm just happy that home equity theft is going to be resolved and fewer people are going to lose their hard-earned equity in their homes. I appreciate the work that the committee has put into it. I do at times, and I expressed this, I wasn't going to express it on the mic, but I expressed it directly, that I wish I had been included a little bit more in some of the conversations as it pertained to the bill getting in. But I would tell you, for the record, Senator Erdman, this is for the record as well, although this is more of a auditory record than the actual record, but that I did get to see the amendment before it got put in. I did agree to the language. as it was being put in, I did get that opportunity to say, yeah, this does serve the purpose of the bill that I brought. So everybody does things the way they do things here for whatever reason and motivation. I have no illusions about that. And I'm not concerned that some people thought it would be easier to pass this without me involved, but I don't care. I'm happy to have the work done because that's why I brought the bill. That's why I did the interim study. That's why I've worked with all those stakeholders, because we want the work to get done. And I know that's how you all would feel about an issue that's important to you too. So I appreciate the work to get this across the line. I appreciate the work of the committee to get it done. And I'm hopeful that maybe we can all be a little less concerned about whose name gets attached to something and not jump through hoops to make sure that we're not unhappy with whose name's attached to it. But anyway, thank you to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized, and this is your third opportunity before you're closed.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, Senator Kavanaugh, I agree that the work getting done is more important than the credit being had. But I'm also a process person, and doing things the way that the Revenue Committee did them means that they took it out of the public eye. There was a public hearing. There's a public record for two bills, LB 577 and LB 154. Two bills, two public hearings erased from the committee statement because you didn't want credit to be given to senators, and it's like a deep cut credit. Who's going to pay attention to the committee statement as far as like getting credit on a bill? How complicated is it to say, I amended such and such into such and such, and boom, look at me, I'm the hero of home equity theft. Like, nobody's going to pay attention to that. It is a subversive cut to people in this body when something like that happens. It is intentional to diminish our success in this body in the minority party. And it has been happening since the first day of this session. From the very first day, everything in this body has been conducted to quiet the minority, for the majority to use their tyranny over us. And it is very pervasive. From committee assignments to bill scheduling, to the bills that are exec on, to the bills that come out of committee, to the bills that are amended into committee bills, to changing the rules halfway through the session, to changing the rules in the middle of debate on the most hot topic of the year. The majority has been using their tyranny at every turn. And I don't want it to go unsaid. I don't want the use of pure, brutal power in this body to go at least not checked by the public. The public deserves to know about the misconduct of how we are operating and the pettiness behind it. And I didn't mention Senator Kavanaugh's name. Sorry for the subtweet or whatever it's called. I didn't mention his name because I didn't want it to be about me and him. It's not about me and him. It's about the committee and how the committee has conducted itself, and how the committee is more important to the committee to take Senator Kavanaugh's name out of it than to do the right process of how we record our bills and legislation for the history of the state. That level of petty, that deep cut. Pay attention, Nebraska. It's vicious in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're welcome to close. Senator Cavanaugh waives closing. The question before us is the adoption of AM 1452. All those in favor? There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Armendariz, Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, Senator Boston, Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting no. Senator Breezy, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, Senator Kavanaugh, I'm sorry, not voting. Senator Clements, Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Conrad, Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting no. Senator Dorn, voting no. Senator Dover, voting no. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, Senator Hansen, voting Senator Hansen, I'm sorry, voting no. Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Holcroft, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, Senator Ibaugh, voting no. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator. Senator Hunt not voting. Senator Ibaugh voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Kauth, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, voting no. Senator McKinney, Senator Mosier, voting no. Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Reapy, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Slama, Senator Vargas, Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Walls, Senator Wayne, voting no. Senator Wishart. Vote is 0 ayes, 34 nays, Madam President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Madam President, next item, AM 1456 from Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I see the press sitting over there, and I feel like I'm being a really boring press day because I'm just reading the press. But I am reading your articles into the public record. So I guess there's that. This is from, I haven't read this, so I'm going to read this. New vision for Omaha's former Civic Auditorium site includes grocery store, offices, housing. Cindy Gonzalez, did you use the Oxford comma? She might have. Oh, I think it was a required comma. So I don't know. Does that count? Does it not count? No. Okay. Omaha, a national grocer, affordable housing, and she doesn't. Darn it. I was real excited for a second. I spoke too soon. Okay. A national grocer, affordable housing, and a 5-story office and retail building are key components of the latest multi-million-dollar plan for the former Civic Auditorium site in downtown Omaha. Now, interesting thing about this is we have never had a grocery store really take off in downtown Omaha. We've got Cubby's Convenience, which is kind of functions as a grocery store, the best thing to it to people who live in downtown Omaha. There used to be Patrick's, which was right by the Orpheum Theater, but it was really like a very small market. It kind of was like if you remember Broadmoor Market in Countryside Village. Well, maybe kind of similar. So like smaller than a Trader Joe's. And Trader Joe's is not like massive, you know. Okay, so new renderings released Thursday show the Civic Square project as about 9 acres filled with a parking structure, new roads, and multiple buildings that the developer expects will bring a new residential neighborhood feel to the urban core. The design plans for Civic Square will not only fundamentally change the downtown living environment, but the whole Omaha city skyline, said Arun Agarwal. I'm sorry, Arun Agarwal. I'm just not reading well tonight. Founder of White Lotus Group. He foresees distinct signage and architecture at the site, estimated to carry a price tag upwards of $200 million, creating an iconic south-facing view of the downtown of Nebraska's largest city. Cool. That would be cool. The effort to secure a national grocery store is key to filling a missing piece of a thriving downtown area, Aguilar said. I keep saying Aguilar, I don't know. I guess I have Senator Aguilar's name stuck in my head, and so now I can't rearrange in my mind an AG name. Agarwal. Okay. With intense interest. Let's try again. With interstate and inner city convenience, Civic Square is the most accessible block downtown, which is especially important for the grocery store component and solving the food desert designation, he said. The update on the former auditorium site comes amid a flurry of downtown private-public developments, including the start of the $600 million Mutual of Omaha office, the openings of the $100 million Kiewit Luminarium Science Museum, and the $105 million Steelhouse concert venue, and ongoing work on the last legs of the Tri-Park makeover. Site preparation for Civic Square is expected to begin early next year, though the plan faces various approval steps. Formally at the site bounded by Capitol Avenue and 17th, 19th, and Chicago Streets was the Civic Auditorium, which for generations was Omaha's central stage for concerts, graduations, sporting, and other events that drew audiences from across the state and beyond its borders. The Warren facility was demolished in 2016-17 after a 60-year run. An agreement between White Lotus and the city called for the developer to submit design plans and start obtaining permits by July, or the city could buy back the property. Agarwal told the Nebraska Examiner on Thursday that White Lotus already was on that path and has started the legal process of dividing the property for various elements of the redevelopment. It's also working with a nonprofit on the housing element. As plans progress, Agarwal, I don't know why, it's not a hard name, Agarwal said, White Lotus plans to submit requests for tax increment financing, an economic development tool authorized decades ago by the Nebraska Legislature. Currently, about 200 housing units are planned, but the number could grow. Housing will include both affordable and market rate. Oh, am I still on my opening? All right, thank you, Madam President. For the record, Madam President was nodding her head yes. Everything's for the record. Even my butchering of people's names is for the record. About 180 on-street angle parking stalls will be created in addition to the existing 500 parking stall garage site. I'm just going to put this out here. I doubt anybody that's working on this project is listening. Hear me out. Bike lane, not parking stalls. Bike lane. Expanded sidewalk, not on-street parking. Encourage off-street parking. Encourage multimodal transportation. Bike lane and an expanded sidewalk. I was recently in Vermont and went to lunch, and the restaurant had, for outdoor seating, they had leased 2 parking stalls and created a outdoor seating area. So you have the sidewalk, You got the restaurant, you got the sidewalk, and then you have the street, and they took 2 parking spots. And I figured out the math looking at how much maximum revenue for the parking stall per day. And I thought, this is guaranteed revenue for the city. And they probably charge even more than I think it ended up being $90 a week per stall. They probably charged more than $90 a week per stall for the restaurant to lease that space. But I thought, this is genius. I'm also saying this to downtown Lincoln because there's not a lot of places with outdoor seating around here. And if you were to say lease parking stalls in front of businesses, then they could have outdoor seating. That would be really cool. I mean, Omaha can do it too, but I'm in Lincoln at the moment, so that's why I'm just saying. Maybe we could have, maybe we could do that outside of this building, have parking stalls leased to restaurants and have like little bistros, just pop-up bistros outside of the Capitol. That'd be nice. I don't know how you'd handle the liquor licensing around that. I suppose you could, there's probably ordinances, right? Temporary liquor license. Didn't we pass something with temporary liquor license this year? Did it include parking stalls? Can you get a temporary liquor license now for a parking stall? Did we make that happen? If we didn't, we should. I'm seeing a head nod up front. Yeah. Temporary liquor license for parking stalls. I think Senator Lowe is on board with that. Okay. 500 stall parking garage. Large businesses around the Civic Square include Union Pacific Railroad and Kiewit Corp University. Okay. Kiewit Corp University, Creighton University with nearly 9,000 students is also nearby. The site is a couple of blocks from the planned streetcar route. This will be a great addition to our neighborhood, and the grocery store will be valuable to our students and faculty, said the Reverend Daniel Hendrickson, president of Creighton University. Oh, I don't know why I read that like that. R-E-V, Reverend, yes, Reverend, but he's the Reverend of Creighton University, which means he's a Jesuit priest, I think.
Time, Senator, but you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam President. I think he's a Jesuit priest. Maybe he's not a Jesuit priest. If he is a Jesuit priest, I would not normally call him Reverend Daniel Hendrickson. I would call him Father Hendrickson. But I'm reading an article. This is how deep-rooted my Catholic education is. Is that I'm like, wait, what? I just called him Reverend Daniel Hendrickson. Or Father Hendrickson, as I would call him. Said Tim Burke, interim president of the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce, the urban core vision is becoming a reality. White Lotus said it is seeking public input on the project through civicsquareomaha.com. The development company's other projects include a housing and mixed-use project on the former Pershing Center site in Lincoln, the relocated site of the Omaha W. Dale Clark Library, and a nearly 140-acre industrial site along Interstate 80 in Papillion. Agarwal said, Civic Square will offer urban residents and workers the lifestyle they want, a destination they can walk to or park at easily, a place to buy groceries, work out, shop, dine, and convene with friends. There was no Oxford comma. I am wondering if Cindy Gonzalez asked Mr. Agarwal if he would like an Oxford comma in that statement. If I were to have submitted that as a written statement, I would have included the Oxford comma. Maybe he would have too. I don't know. Also, if I issue a written statement to the press and they generally don't use the Oxford comma, Would they leave it in if it was in my written statement? These are the burning journalism questions of today as they relate to the Oxford comma. And of the day, I mean, just right now, today, not generally speaking, like this day and age. Okay. So, that was the end of that. There's some renderings. Oh, I gotta get it back in. Also, my computer bag was in my way. The rendering's really cool. Trying to remember like how big the footprint is there. It's pretty big, the Civic Auditorium, where the Civic Auditorium was, but I feel like they tore down more. Although maybe this, I don't know, this image is, no, it's Civic Square. Okay. It's like a whole little, oh no. Ooh, in looking at this, scratch that. Scratch the bike lane. Just have it be a pedestrian area. Like you can't have cars in the core of Civic Square. You park outside or in the parking garage, and then you walk and enjoy Civic Square. So, all right. Let's see here. How much time do I have, Madam President?
1 minute and 5 seconds.
Thank you. Gosh, I think I need like a third coffee. Social services. Let's see. Ooh, this is the one I wanted to read earlier. Child care services spotlighted as key to reversing Nebraska's workforce shortage. Not sure that it's the key, but it certainly is helpful for sure. Because I gotta tell you, childcare is expensive. And my kids, I got them signed up for camps this summer. Whew. All right. So this is another Cindy Gonzalez article. Childcare services spotlighted as key to reversing Nebraska workforce shortage. It's as urgent a priority for businesses now as it is for families, visiting experts say. Nebraska communities are at a critical inflection point where they must figure out.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
And you are next in the queue. This is your last opportunity before your close.
Thank you, Madam President. Critical inflection point where they must figure out how to solve younger generation's demands for quality childcare or face continued worker shortages. That's a message that Jack Shonkoff, a child health and development expert at Harvard Medical School, delivered during a 3-day visit this week to communities from Kearney to Omaha. Childcare is as urgent a priority and need for businesses now as it is for families, Shonkoff said. I'm sure I'm butchering this name. Families are demanding more from the workplace, and childcare is at the epicenter of that. A pediatrician and chair of the National Scientific Council on the Developing Child, whose mission is to bring science to bear on public policy affecting children and families. Okay, pediatrician and chair of the National Scientific Council on Developing Child, whose mission is to bring science to bear on public policy affecting children and families. What? It's almost like we need him here. Shonkoff met this week with representatives of the state's childcare industry, business, and government. His visit was organized primarily by First Five Nebraska, a nonpartisan I think that's arguable, early childhood research and advocacy organization during a time when Nebraska and its lawmakers are grappling with an ongoing labor scarcity. He also was to speak with some state senators and their staffs and said his thoughts reflect research as well as interactions with employers and civic leaders locally and across the nation. Economic developers tune in. In Lincoln, on Thursday, Shankoff addressed more than 200 members of the Nebraska Economic Developers Association about ties between childcare and business growth. Wait, what day was this? Oh my God, this was last week. The world out there was living a very different life than the world in here. In Lincoln on Thursday, Shankoff addressed more than 200 members of the Nebraska Economic Developers Association about ties between childcare and business growth. Also addressing the conference was Brian Sloan, president of the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The chamber has been shining a light on workforce woes, saying that up to 80,000 jobs are unfilled across the state, and that the key challenges to recruitment and retention are inadequate housing and affordable, quality childcare, particularly in rural areas. Families are demanding more from the workplace, and childcare is at the epicenter of that. Though Shankoff stopped short of citing programs or places with model childcare services, he said communities can start with bringing all sectors, including employers and government, under the tent to accept shared responsibility for solving the problem. He told the Nebraska Examiner in an interview that today's parents who have the wherewithal to choose where to live and work view childcare as more than babysitting. They've paid attention, Shankoff said, to the latest science on how the first years of brain development are influenced by interactions and surroundings, and about how early childhood care affects readiness for school and beyond. They won't settle for what people in the past would have said was good enough. Thank you. Shankoff said support for young families with young children is part of the answer to the workforce shortage. Alexis Zagood of First Five Nebraska said those in the industry hoped with Shankoff's visit to underscore the connection between quality and affordable childcare and the state's economic future. It's an all hands on deck problem. You know what else is an all hands on deck problem? The workforce shortage in childcare because of the fingerprinting backlog that we are experiencing that is delaying the ability to hire childcare workers. That is also a problem. That is really a state of emergency that we should probably do something about. Or we could do an interim study and just study it. And then just study it some more, and then come back next year and talk about how we studied it.
Senator.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are welcome to close on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. Study, study, study. Yeah, so we should just do a study on the workforce shortage due to the backlog of fingerprinting and the fact that we could do something about it with a state of emergency and waiving temporarily that requirement until the backlog is alleviated. So the backlog is actually at the federal level, not the state level. And we could go back to the waiver we had that expired, I think in September or October of last year. We could go back to that. And so it's not like, oh, just anybody can go be a childcare provider. No, there still is a background check. It's not the FBI fingerprinting, which, depending on who you ask, is not as comprehensive as the other background check that they would be getting. So we could do a state of emergency. We could waive that requirement for the time being with the stipulation that other background checks are conducted. Or we could study it and talk about it and think and ponder and question the universe. It's an all hands on deck problem, she said. Okay, let's get those hands on the deck. About 72% of Nebraska children under age 6 have all available parents in the workforce, a share that puts Nebraska among the top 10 states according to the latest census data. At the same time, Zagud said child care programs that mostly are home care providers have declined in the state by about 10% since 2019, and 11 of the state's 93 counties have no licensed child care providers. Quality versus quantity. Opening more child care programs is not enough, Shankoff said, adding that quality providers and workers today come at greater cost and higher wages. An attempt earlier this week by the legislature by State Senator Danielle Conrad of Lincoln to raise provider reimbursement rates related to child care subsidies was rejected. But Conrad said she has faith that child care improvements are ahead. This is such an important area where we can find so much common ground across geographies, across the political spectrum, she said. Not only does it help our youngest Nebraskans get a good start, it's a huge piece of solving our workforce challenges. Among measures before the legislature is a legislative bill 754 on final reading. That includes tax credits for limited numbers of low-income parents, child care providers, child care workers seeking professional development, and entities that donate to child care programs. Also on final reading is LB 227, which includes a 3-year extension of the elevated eligibility for child care subsidy for families who make up 185% of the federal poverty level. Seeking more public-private partnerships, Mike Feakin, who just finished his term as president of the Nebraska Economic Development Association, said his hope is that conference participants return to their communities to urge public-private partnerships that invest in early childhood development, education, and daycare. He sees the early years as integral to forming executive function skills that later help determine a child's career path. Skills such as the ability to resolve conflict and look a person in the eye.
1 minute.
Thank you. Evolve early on with meaningful interactions with caregivers, said Feakin, strategic partnerships advisor at First Five and former economic development director in St. Paul, Nebraska. Some communities already have launched ventures that First Five Nebraska sees as pace setters. Among the efforts, in Columbus, as 2 child care facilities announced they were closing last summer, a loss of about 150 child care spots, the Columbus Chamber of Commerce stepped in and shepherded through an idea to start a new nonprofit child care center. Contributing to the effort financially was a low-interest loan from the city, a grant from the county, and funds from 3 local employers. So it was really a public-private effort, said Dawson Brunswick of
Time,
Chamber.
Senator.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. The question is the adoption of AM 1456 to LB 727. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Armendariz, Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, Senator Boston, voting no. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, Senator Breezy, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Conrad, Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting no. Senator Dorn, Senator Dover, Senator Dungan, Senator Erdman, Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, Senator Hansen, Senator Hardin, Senator Holcroft, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, not voting. Senator Ibach, Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Kauth, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, Senator McKinney, Senator Mosier, voting no. Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Reapy, not voting. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Slama, Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Walls, Senator Wayne, voting no. Senator Wishart, voting no. Vote is 0 ayes, 27 nays, Madam President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Madam President, if I could, some items quickly. Amendments to be printed from Senator Slama to LB 514. Additionally, your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports legislative bill 243A and 583A is correctly engrossed and placed on final reading second. Pertaining to legislative bill 727, Madam President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh moved to amend with AM 1457.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. On page 20, strike beginning with the in line 11 through the period in line 17. I was reading an article. I started, this was, I don't even know how long ago, watching the movie Long Shot. I think it's Long Shot with Charlize Theron and Seth Rogen. And she's like, I don't know, Secretary of State or something like that. And she does a thing called micro napping. And it's really creepy. And she does it with her eyes open, but she just like stands and like totally silent and takes a micro nap. I do wonder if that's what Senator Urban does from time to time. But I was not micro napping. I just was tired. All right. So I was reading Child Care Services Spotlight. In Columbus, public-private partnership. In the Omaha metropolitan area, the Greater Omaha Chamber of Commerce has started to convene businesses to generate ideas on making childcare more accessible and affordable. In the Norfolk area, a coalition has been meeting to come up with new and better ways to provide childcare. At least one participant, Christ Lutheran Church Child Care Center, saw its open positions fill after the congregation approved an hourly pay base from $10.40 to $13, not including wage boosts for education and experience, said Director Chad Bryant. Staff works also to connect employees with available outside aid, including the pandemic-related childcare worker stipends distributed by the Department of Health and Human Services, said Bryant. To ensure quality, we need to make change. That is the end of that article. But it was a good one. Talking about childcare is always a good thing. I don't want to read about that. Oh, well, this is already passed, a series of events planned May 19th to 21st to commemorate the birthday of Malcolm X. And I do recall Senator McKinney talking about Malcolm X's birthday last week on the mic. Nebraska's Poor People's Campaign, rooted in national civil rights movement, rallies at state capitol. Oh, this was in April. Let's see what this is. Okay. Nebraska Poor People's Campaign, rooted in national civil rights movement, rallies at state capitol, by Cindy Gonzalez. I hope that Paul and Zach and Aaron don't take it personally that I'm reading so much of Cindy's articles, but Cindy doesn't cover the Capitol. So her articles are content that are not immediately like new information to me, or her articles are new information to me. Reading your articles in some ways feels like reliving the trauma of the day. So for me personally, maybe for the state too. So I'm not reading them into the record. It's not anything personal. It's just I'm catching up on Cindy's articles. So please take it as such. Lincoln. Oh, this is April 17th. Also, I don't know that they're her articles when I keep clicking on them. And then I'm like, it's Cindy's article again. All right. So this is apparently Michaela's love letter to Cindy Gonzalez today as a professional journalist. And if I could remember my login on my computer, I would read some other articles from other publications, but the paywall, and I don't remember my passwords, and I'm using a different computer, yada, yada, yada. So this is also not a slight to other publications in Nebraska. It's just my love letter to Cindy Gonzalez as a journalist today. Lincoln, about 50 Nebraskans rallied on the steps of the state capitol for a Moral Monday demonstration, saying they won't be silent about state lawmakers' actions that affect voting rights, transgender kids, gun control, and a proposed sub-minimum wage for youths and more. The event was organized by the Nebraska Poor People's Campaign, which represents a local revival of a national network founded by civil rights leader, the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. We are a new unsettling force that has arisen to disrupt the status quo, said Angela Montalavo of Ogallala, a member of the coordinating committee. Prior to the rally, the group, carrying signs with messages such as living wage and stop the wars, feed the poor, was inside the state capitol handing out a list of quote, demands, end quote, and positions on certain bills to state lawmakers who would meet with them. Outside, State Senator Tony Vargas of Omaha appeared to be the lone legislator who stopped by. Similar rallies are being held in various states, other states, Montalavo said. She said the Nebraska group formed in 2020, but this year has taken on a more active role given high-profile proposed laws related to such topics as voter ID, abortion, and gender-affirming care ban and child care subsidies. Oh my goodness, I almost read that as Care Bear subsidies. Child care subsidies, not Care Bear subsidies. Here's a subsidy to buy yourself a Care Bear. I mean, who doesn't need a Care Bear? Am I right? My Care Bear was the Sunshine Bear, and my sister had the Rainbow Bear. And she also had the Rainbow Bear swimsuit, and I am 44 and still jealous of that swimsuit. So, if she is watching, she's probably laughing that I still am holding on to that swimsuit envy, but I am, in fact, holding on to that swimsuit envy. I also am envious of my cousin's Wonder Woman swimsuit from childhood that there was a cutout picture of her in as a child this weekend at a family gathering, and it was adorable. Okay. Care Bear, child care subsidies. Rather than make Nebraska a hospitable home for everyone, we have seen most of our senators turning our state into a space for a very specific demographic, said the Reverend Zach Wolf of Lincoln, a place that cares about the bottom line of business rather than the embodiment of life of the constituents. He said that those who resist returning to the wild, wild west have been called ignorant and told to stay quiet. During the rally, a dozen or so Nebraskans stood up to speak about personal experiences and how certain legislation or state policies impact their families. Sierra Edmonston of Hastings said she is a working mom whose family has suffered from food insecurity. She said she and her husband at times had to choose which of them was going to eat that day. Edmonston pushed against tightening eligibility
1 minute.
levels. Thank you for state SNAP Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Benefits Program. She said that to stay within SNAP eligibility limits, she had already had to forego pay raises she should be celebrating. That is a huge flaw in our system. Emma Haar, 15 of Grand Island, spoke against proposed legislation to pay minors in Nebraska less than minimum wage. It makes me sad to know I have to come here repeatedly for what should be basic human rights for teenagers. Among the other speakers were Blanca Mija, founder of Generation Diamond, a South Omaha-based organization that helps the homeless and those seeking to re-enter the workforce after prison. She said many view poor people as losers. Really, you don't know their story, she said, adding that there are many different reasons for being poor. Policy decisions.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, and you are next in the queue, so you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. Just finishing the last sentences of this. You really don't know their stories, she said, adding that there are many different reasons for being poor. Policy decisions can help or hurt, Mija and others said. Mija looked toward the state capitol and said, please do something. Interesting. Where was that? There was an NPR story yesterday about the Depression era welfare that only went to white women, I think. And because they were expected to stay home to take care of the children. Then in the 60s, they could get other funds, maybe Social Security, not sure. I gotta find that story. It unpacks welfare and the stigma around welfare in America, and we really do stigmatize being in poverty. Yeah, let's see here. 1457. Just trying to figure out how many amendments I still have filed. I've got, all right, this one, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, Senator Von Gilren has amendments to ENR. Did we already do those? Didn't we already move ENR? I mean, it looks like it's a placeholder, but I don't think we withdrew it, but maybe we're doing that at the end. Because we already moved ENR, so yeah, or maybe I feel like he stood up and said that he withdrew his amendment, but I don't know. Yeah, he filed. No, it has that he filed. It doesn't have that he withdrew. Okay. Well, I digress from this very important. I wasn't doing anything else. I was talking about an NPR story on white women and welfare from the Depression era welfare. So my grandmother, well, I had two. My grandmother Barrett, which my son is named after my mom's maiden name, grew up in Illinois on a farm, and her mother was a Jewish immigrant, and her father was as well. And her father died when she was very young. I really never heard much about my great-grandfather. I mostly just heard about my great-grandmother, who apparently had a very big personality and was a very, very warm person. So my grandmother grew up on a farm, and during the Depression, my great-grandfather had already passed away, and so my great-grandmother was
1 minute
taking care of her 3 children and a farm. So she had to take in boarders, and I'm not going to get the story right. I may have to look up the history of this because it's not unique to my grandmother, but there were like people who needed a place to stay, and they needed like a friendly place to stay, and they would work for a roof over their head, basically, and a meal. And so my great grandmother took people in during the Great Depression who would help work on the farm to have a place to stay. So that's how it helped her with the farm. It helped these people who were otherwise had no money or access to anything because we didn't have a system. So
time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. You are next in the queue, so you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And this is your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. So anyways, I will look up because I'm sure that there's documentation stories about this, but there was like a way to indicate like coding, basically, like, I don't know, with chalk or what they would use, but like maybe on the mailbox or on the fence at the end of the drive, like this is a friendly house or this is a good house that you can go to this house, and they will give you a place to stay, and they will take care of you, and you can have a job working on the farm in exchange for that. Although I don't know, knowing my grandmother, probably even if you couldn't work, she would have. Anyways, okay. So there's a couple of art stories. There's one from 2019, The Mothers Who Fought to Radically Reimagine Welfare. The truth behind the lies of the original welfare queen, the implications of the case against ICWA code switch. Now this is 7 days ago. Oh, this is about the Supreme Court is about to decide on a case arguing that the Indian Child Welfare Act discriminates against white foster parents. Interesting. Not the story I was thinking of. Why are more white Americans opposing government programs? That's a great question. I don't know. Okay, so Mothers Who Fought to Radically Reimagine Welfare. This was from 2019. I have this bracelet, and it's not a rosary, but it feels to me like a decade of the rosary, and so I keep taking it off, and because it's got beads on it and kind of moving through the beads. It's like an old habit for what, like saying the rosary. I can say the rosary in a way that I probably, if I were to do it, which I won't on the microphone, you would think that I had become a zombie. I can like just go into this zone of just doing it. Like, I mean, fly through that baby, could do all of the mysteries. You do all of the decades of the rosary, do all of the mysteries of the rosary, and you would be like, what just happened to that person? Because she just was like, it kind of would sound, if I were to do it, when the clerk reads a bill. That's what me doing the rosary sounds like. If I were to do the rosary, it would sound very similar to how it sounds when the clerk reads the bill, because it'd just be like, so, except for with words. So, but I am not going to do a decade of the rosary. Or 10 or 20. Okay, in 1996, the New Republic ran a bright red cover that perfectly captured the tenor of the contemporary debate over welfare. Day of Reckoning. A cover line read above a photograph of an unidentified Black woman. She was smoking a cigarette in one hand and holding a baby with a bottle in the other. The text beneath the image read, "Sign the welfare bill now." The racial optics were not subtle.
1 minute.
The welfare bill, thank you, Mr. President. This is my last time, yeah. Okay. The welfare bill in question fundamentally changed the New Deal era program by putting limits on how long people could draw benefits and placed new restrictions on who was eligible. The goal, its proponents said, was to get millions of people off welfare and into work. Sure. President Clinton ran on a campaign promise to end welfare as we know it. But that bill sat on the back burner until congressional Republicans swept the 1994 midterms and decided to hold him to it. Clinton would sign welfare reform into law the summer after the New Republic cover story ran. The bill was enormously controversial. One of Clinton's top economic advisors resigned in protest.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. And seeing no one else in the queue, you are recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Resigned in protest, saying the plan would cut millions of poor people off much needed help. At the Rose Garden ceremony for the bill's signing, Clinton was flanked by Lily Hardin, a single Black mother and former welfare recipient from Arkansas. She said that Bill Clinton's previous efforts to reduce the welfare rolls as governor of that state had sent her on a path to work and self-sufficiency. Going to work gave me independence to take care of my children and to make sure there was always food on the table and a roof over their heads, Hardin said at the signing ceremony. Having a job gave me a chance to focus on school and getting a good education. Hardin stood on the dais with Penelope Howard, another former welfare recipient, surrounded by powerful, smiling white people, seemingly happy to usher millions like them into a new life of independence from the state. Again, the optics were hard to miss. Lily Hardin's real story turned out to be much more complicated. Unsurprisingly, since life in poverty is complicated. But like the unnamed woman on that magazine cover, she had been flattened into a talking point about welfare. In the case of the unnamed woman, she was an example of urban indolence. In Hardin's case, she was an example of paternalistic resilience. But as always, these Black women on welfare were presented a problem to be solved. Pramila Nadison, a historian at Barnard College, wrote in her book, Rethinking the Welfare Rights Movement, that arguments for cutting or restricting welfare relied less on data than it did on anecdote and radicalized insinuation. The welfare queen. The most notorious example of a welfare recipient turned caricature was Linda Taylor, the subject of our most recent podcast episode. The media fascination around Taylor, a prolific con artist from Chicago's South Side, gave rise to the term welfare queen in the 1970s. In his first failed run for president, Ronald Reagan held her up as an embodiment of welfare fraud and government waste. But her story, too, was much messier and far darker than the cartoon Reagan sketched in his stump speeches. Josh Levin, our podcast guest and the author of a riveting new book titled Taylor's Life, found that welfare fraud was the least of Taylor's crimes, which were so varied and bizarre that he argues that she couldn't reasonably be said to be representing anything beyond herself. Reagan never explicitly referred to Taylor as a Black woman, nodding to her as a Cadillac driving welfare queen from Chicago, did most of the heavy lifting there. But it turns out her racial identity was slippery too. Her mother was white and her father was suspected to be Black, and she identified at various points as Filipino, Latino, white, and Black, depending on what her crimes and aliases required. But it was her Blackness that helped make the welfare queen trope stick. A grim irony around these characterizations is that Black women became the face of welfare even as the program had long been closed off to them. The program most of us refer to as welfare began as aid to dependent children. What? That's TANF. No way. Aid to dependent children during the New Deal. And offered financial assistance to women whose husbands could not work.
1 minute.
Were not around, or were dead. It's very clearly put. Can't work, not around, or dead. Okay. When it started, the architects of the program assumed not around can mean a lot of things, including dead. But all right. When it started, the architects of that program assumed that the beneficiaries would be largely white women who were widows. Pramila Nadson, the historian, told me. Poor Black women were often rejected when they applied for those benefits, and if they did receive them, they might be conditional. In the South, Nadson said officials would do things like cut off welfare aid to Black women during cotton picking season. What? Wow. Roll call vote, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. There's been a request for a roll call vote. The question is, shall AM 1457 be adopted? Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, Senator Bosson, voting no. Senator Bostar, Senator Bostelman, Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, Senator Breezy, Senator John Kavanaugh, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting no. Senator Dorn, voting no. Senator Dover, voting no. Senator Dungan, Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Frederickson, Senator Holleran, Senator Hansen, voting no. Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Holdcroft, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, Senator Ibach, voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Kauth, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, Senator McKinney, Senator Mosier, voting no. Senator Merman, voting no. Senator Raybold, voting no. Senator Reapy, voting no. Senator Sanders, voting no. Senator Slama, Senator Vargas, voting no. Senator Von Gillern, voting no. Senator Walls, Senator Wayne, Voting no. Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote of 0 ayes, 31 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
AM 1457 is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, next amendment, Senator Kavanaugh would move to amend with AM 1458.
Senator Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know what? It is occurring to my stomach right now that a peach yogurt and a cup of hummus was not enough for dinner. So I'm getting a little grumbly. Okay. This is the NPR story about the history of welfare and women, specifically Black women. Okay. It was the assumption that African American, oh yeah, the last sentence I had read was, in the South, Nadson said officials would do things like cut off welfare aid to Black women during cotton picking season. Yeah, okay. It was the assumption that African American women didn't belong in the home and didn't need to take care of their children, but they actually belonged in the labor force, she said. As more Black folks moved out of the South during the Great Migration and civil rights activists chipped away at discrimination and welfare policy, it became easier for poor Black women to get welfare. But even though the biggest share of welfare recipients were white, as it still is today, the public associated with welfare became much browner. Black backlash to welfare and aid programs like food stamps began to grow. By 1960, a growing percentage of recipients are African American women, and this caused alarm among policymakers, among people in the press, and ordinary white Americans, Nadson said. Life magazine ran ominous stories about Negro migrants moving from South to North and getting on welfare assistance. City officials in declining industrial towns blamed these new recipients for their city's flagging economic fortunes and sometimes implemented new restrictions on their benefits. Nadson said that it was this stew of contempt and punishment of Black welfare recipients that presaged the welfare queen trope to come. Presaged? I don't know. The movement to redefine welfare. We've mostly forgotten, though, the Black women on welfare who fought to change how people understood aid to poor. Instead of a necessary evil, they maintained that it should be a guaranteed right, much more expansive and far less punitive to people who need it. Johnny Tillman was one such woman. A divorced mother of 6, Tillman left Arkansas in 1959 to head to Los Angeles, but reluctantly applied for welfare roles after she became too sick to keep working. She was humiliated after welfare caseworkers showed up at her home and rifled through her belongings looking for evidence of unreported income or a man in the home, either of which would have been grounds to cancel her welfare benefits. And so she began organizing the women in her Watts housing project to demand better treatment from their caseworkers. As it happened, poor Black women in other cities across the country were doing the same thing. Tillman was marching, suing, and staging sit-ins at local welfare offices for increased benefits, for simple dignities like being addressed with honorifics, for the right to move from state to state while still maintaining their benefits. By the mid-1960s, President Johnson's war on poverty, what a thing to have a war on, helped push those desperate welfare rights groups into more coherent, organized movement. Felicia Kornblatt, a historian at the University of Vermont and the author of The Battle for Welfare Rights, said that while the mainstream women's liberation movement was made up of younger, middle-class, white women, the welfare rights movement looked decidedly different. Mostly Black, but with organizers in Puerto Rican neighborhoods and on Native American reservations. And its participants brought with them a different set of concerns. For example, welfare rights activists' fight for reproductive and sexual freedom began with different premises than mainstream feminists. Since the government could cancel or alter their benefits if they had more children, or if a male partner moved in with them, they argued that the rules of welfare programs had to change so they could decide for themselves whether they wanted to have sex or have children. What's more, some welfare mothers were forcibly sterilized to keep them from having more children, something college-educated mainstream feminists didn't have to worry about. We're going to come back to that topic. Not going to just gloss over that welfare mothers were forcibly sterilized, but I am going to finish the story, so I'm putting a pin in it. Welfare rights organizers wanted to treat poverty as a women's issue. They fought to make welfare a guaranteed right and even called for a universal basic income, a concept that we continue to discuss, even with the EPIC tax. Their radical idea was that poor mothers should be provided the means to raise their children regardless of whether they worked or were looking for work. They wanted to live their lives on their own terms. It was a matter of equality, so that poor women and non-white women would have the same access to bonding with their kids and raising their kids that middle-class mothers had and white mothers had, Cornblath said. By the late 1960s, the National Welfare Rights Organization, made up of hundreds of smaller local welfare rights groups, had nearly 25,000 dues-paying members, and Johnny Tillman was its chairperson. Some people have called it the largest Black feminist organization in U.S. history, Cornblath said, but their outspokenness and heterodox goals rankled white feminists and liberals. Anyways, while their particular brand of feminism centered on autonomy and determination for poor Black mothers, rejected the masculine posture of the Black Power movement, even their ostensible allies didn't quite know what to make of them. Meanwhile, working class whites resented looking at images of these unabashed Black welfare recipients pushing for more benefits, more dignity, more personal autonomy. By the mid-1970s, the welfare rights movement was in broad decline, racked by internal fights over its priorities and a growing public distaste for broad government help to the poor. Even some of the politicians who had previously been sympathetic to the movement saw which way the wind was blowing and began distance themselves from it. It was this very moment that Linda Taylor, the scammer who became the welfare queen, stepped onto the national stage. I think I need to get in the queue. By the time Bill Clinton entered welfare as we know it in 1996, there was opposition from the left and Black lawmakers, but not nearly enough to stop it from being passed. Felicia Cornblath, the historian at Vermont, told me that whiter mainstream women's groups had long been invested in the idea that women should work and so didn't put up too much of a fight. The law's effects are complicated and still debated to this day, and while it did little to reduce poverty, it has dramatically reduced the number of poor, unemployed people who receive welfare benefits. The welfare rights movement that would have almost certainly opposed his bill was mostly gone. The National Welfare Rights Organization had disbanded in the mid-1970s, and Johnny Tillman, who argued that being treated with dignity shouldn't be contingent on either chastity or wage labor, died at the age of 69, the year before Clinton's new welfare law was enacted.
1 minute.
Thank you. There was no one to make the argument that she and the thousands of women like her did, that poor women on welfare were the most equipped by experience to know how it needed to be reformed and to know whether they should seek employment outside of the home. I am a Black woman. I am a poor woman. I am a fat woman. I am a middle-aged woman. I am on welfare, Tillman once wrote. In this country, if you are any of those things, you count less as a human being. If you are all of those things, you don't count at all. When poor Black women like Tillman enter the nation's field of vision, they're either flat statistics or inflated symbols, but more often we don't see them in the first place. Wow. That was hard to read, yet none of it was surprising. I am going to go back to the forced sterilization had a link, had a hyperlink in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. And you are next in the queue, so you are recognized to speak.
This is my first time. I have one more and close.
Correct.
Okay. Sterilizing the sick, poor to cut welfare costs. North Carolina's history of eugenics. This is from July 17th, 2011 on ABC News. Elaine Reddick is one of over 7,000 North Carolinians sterilized by the state. Okay, so this was July 17th, 2011. It looks like it was updated August 4th, 2011. Poor, a victim of child molestation and pregnant from rape, young Elaine Reddick went into North Carolina Hospital in 1968 to give birth to her son. I'm going to pause here. This already sounds like it is going to be a traumatic story. So I just want people who are possibly watching to be prepared for the fact that this is about forced sterilization of women. So it is probably going to be, I can't imagine how it wouldn't be, a traumatic story. So please take care of your mental health and turn off the TV or change the channel if you need to. Okay. Poor, a victim of child molestation and pregnant from rape, young Elaine Reddick went to a North Carolina hospital in 1968 to give birth to her son. Though she wouldn't know it until years later, she would leave the hospital robbed of the ability to even ever bear children again. On top of the poverty, abuse, and neglect that marked her childhood, Riddick had the misfortune of becoming the target of the North Carolina Eugenics Board, a 5-person state committee responsible for ordering the sterilization of thousands of individuals in the name of social welfare during the last century. Deemed promiscuous and feeble-minded by a social worker at the hospital, Riddick, who came from a Black family on welfare, was recommended to the state for sterilization shortly after arriving. Riddick's illiterate grandmother told that they were doing a procedure that was necessary to help the young girl, signed the sterilization papers with an X. The state authorized and paid for the procedure, and without her consent or even her knowledge, Riddick was sterilized shortly after giving birth. She was 14 years old. They didn't have permission from me because I was too young, and my grandmother didn't understand what was going on. Riddick, now 57, tells ABC News. They said I was feeble-minded. They said I would never be able to do anything for myself. I was a little bitty kid, and they cut me open like a hog. I was raped twice, she says, once by the perpetrator and once by the state of North Carolina. Riddick is one of over 7,600 women, men, and children who were sterilized by choice coercion or most often without consent during the North Carolina sterilization program's 45-year reign. At some point, that's 1 year longer than I have been alive. For my entire existence as a human being, a state had a state sterilization program of women, men, and children of color. At some point in the century, more than half the states in the U.S. had similar programs that allowed for the sterilization of those the government deemed unfit to procreate. The government undeemed them fit to procreate. This is the path you can go down when the government intervenes in healthcare decision-making for its citizens. When the government decides what you can and cannot do with your body, you can get back to this place. I'm not saying we're getting back to this place tomorrow, but we certainly could get back to this place of forced sterilization at the state level if we don't pay attention to what we are doing. If we continue to legislate away healthcare decision-making from the individual citizens and bring it to the state level, we are on this path. We are on this path.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh. And you are next in the queue, so you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just trying to see here. We're at 140:58. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I have 3 more after this, and then I can do a motion to reconsider on all of them if I need to. Oh, okay. All right. Back to the article. Okay, Riddick is one of over 7,600 women, men, and children who were sterilized by choice, coercion, or most often without consent during the North Carolina Sterilizations Program 45-year reign. At some point in the century, more than half of the states in the U.S. had similar programs that allowed for the sterilization of those the government deemed unfit to procreate. When most programs began in the early 1930s, this usually meant those in institutions for mental illness or mental retardation. But over the decades, criminals, the blind, the deaf, the disabled, alcoholics, those with epilepsy, and ultimately the rural poor on welfare would fall under the umbrella of unfit to procreate. In all, 65,000 Americans were sterilized before the last program was shut down in the early 1980s. The 1980s. Though detailed, often meticulous records of these sterilizations survive in state archives, America's flirtation with selective sterilization has, for the most part, been a buried chapter in our nation's history. Eugenics in the U.S. is something that's still not nationally known. People associate it with Nazis. They don't realize that the U.S. did it too, says Rebecca Klitschen, an assistant professor of history at California State University, Sacramento, who specializes in the U.S. eugenics program. Only 7 of the 33 states who ran such programs have even publicly acknowledged or apologized to victims of sterilization. Only North Carolina, home to the 3rd most prolific and arguably the most racist sterilization program in the nation, has recently made moves to compensate its victims. In 2010, Governor Bev Perdue established the North Carolina Justice for Sterilization Victims Foundation, whose mission is to determine proper compensation for those still suffering from the state's mistakes. Fewer than 2,000 sterilization victims are estimated to still be alive today. A sum of $20,000 to $50,000 compensation per living victim was floated in preliminary recommendations issued by the Foundation's task force Monday. That is not very much. From today's vantage point, government-mandated sterilization feels more like science fiction than history. But during the 1930s and 40s, the concept of eugenics was widely discussed and supported among many medical professionals and politicians. The concept was simple. Don't let those with, quote, bad genes have kids. And over time, the American gene pool will become healthier, stronger, and better. That is terrifying. In a landmark 1927 Supreme Court case that legitimized compulsory sterilization of the unfit, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. wrote, "It is better for all the world if instead of waiting to execute degenerate offspring for crime or to let them starve for their
imbecility, society can prevent those who are manifestly unfit from continuing their kind. Wow. Well, he clearly wasn't pro-life. He didn't think that every life was precious. Longtime proponent of eugenics, Dr. Clarence Gamble of Procter & Gamble fame wrote in 1947 article, "Tomorrow's population should be produced by today's best human material." He bemoans that only 1 in 41 people with severe mental illness have been sterilized to date. This means that for every one man or woman who has been sterilized, there are 40 others who continue to pour defective genes into the state's bloodstream to pollute and degrade future generations. Yikes. Though eugenics advocates at the time may have believed, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I want to thank Senator Linehan for her work on this and the entire committee for LB 727. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the underlying bills that are a part of this that was mentioned earlier. This was Senator Slama's bill, Senator Conrad's bill, and one of my bills, specifically on the historic tax credit program. So this bill, the historic preservation, is these federal incentives exist at the federal level for the historic tax credit. Now, the way that these tax credits make financial sense is that they are leveraging the federal tax credit. It pairs really nicely. It provides about a 20% tax credit on certified rehabilitation costs. Both programs use the same set of standards, and one review provides the oversight for 2 different programs at 2 different levels of government. Being able to use both programs makes preservation projects that much more attractive to developers, and sometimes provides the profit margin that developers need to make the extra profit worthwhile. Now, time and time again, when you look through the list of completed projects, you'll see that projects took advantage of both the doubling of these benefits. And there are projects all over the state of Nebraska, in rural, larger micropolitan cities, metropolitan cities alike. Renovating existing buildings is environmentally sustainable. It keeps construction debris out of expensive solid waste landfills. Preservation maintains a sense of place and connection to our past. Historic buildings are often near city centers, and investment in them maintains vibrant downtowns and creates housing for workers. The credit pairs beautifully with the low-income housing tax credit, and it helps rehabilitate existing building stock into much-needed housing in our communities. We have seen the reincarnation of some old hotels and breweries and warehouses and hospitals into housing. And a couple of the places in Pender and Hastings and obviously Lincoln and Omaha and even in Grand Island. Now, we've seen this tax credit used as a tool for local governments to rehabilitate their county courthouses in Sherman and Hall and Jefferson and Saline counties. Now, former counties filed paperwork in 2022 to do new projects in Hamilton and Howard and Sioux. Now, I'd like to thank the senators that were involved at the Revenue Committee level, and obviously for Senator Conrad and Senator Slama for being advocates. The cumulative impact of this since the inception of the NHTC, these tax credits in 2015, the expenditures on HTC rehabilitation projects have totaled $200 million. These projects have had a direct economic impact of $151.4 million and an indirect impact of $74.8 million. The total impact has been $226.2 million. These rehabilitation projects have supported the direct employment of 1,898 full-time workers with an additional 1,116 full-time workers through both indirect and direct effects. The total rehabilitation projects using the NHTC have supported 3,000 jobs in Nebraska. This is a job creator and has been. The rehabilitation projects that have resulted in a total impact of wages of $100 million. Now, the completed projects have contributed $9.4 million in state and local taxes. Colleagues, this is just a taste of the impact that this legislation has had, and a little bit more on the change that this has had Now, this sunsetted in 2022. We've lost out on about $7 million of renovation projects as a result of this. We've seen that from Main Street Beatrice actually losing out on some of the projects. But now that we are renewing this tax credit and we're able to demonstrate the need and hopefully increase it over the years, I think it's going to be substantial impact, not only because of the economic impact studies that have been done through the Performance Audit Committee, through independent studies of the economic impact of this tax credit, but also because there's more watchful eyes on this program. In the end, this is a really smart way of leveraging a federal project. This is a great way of continuing to emphasize the historic preservation of buildings, both public and private buildings across the state. And it gives us the opportunity to create jobs as a result of the coupling of this with the federal historic tax credit program. So colleagues, I want to thank again LB 727. I support this. I want to thank Chairwoman Linehan and all the work of the committee members for working on all these bills together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Wishart, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 727. And I wanted to talk about what Senator Vargas talked about, because actually that portion of the bill means a lot to District 27. Representing the Haymarket area, we have a significant amount of historic buildings, and so it's exciting to see that we're renewing that. But the other portion, and I know Senator Clemens touched on this as well, but another important component of LB 727 is the investments that we're going to be able to make, leveraging a significant amount of federal dollars as well in our airports across the state. Colleagues, I served on the Airport Authority for 6 years, serving our Lincoln Airport, and it is vital for some of these smaller airports and mid-level airports, as I would consider Lincoln, and some of the smaller ones around our state, to be able to access dollars for improvements. And the way it works is that the amount of money that our state is able to put in to these airports from the taxes raised from the fuel that's sold at airports would be leveraged by, I believe, about 90% of federal dollars, so a sort of 1 to 9 match, which is significant. That allows these airports not only to do safety improvements, which are essential for people who are flying in and out, but also to do other improvements. And one area that I think about specifically is I served on the Star Wars Task Force, where I was able to go and visit the Niobrara area and the incredible opportunity that exists about 3 hours away from Lincoln. And they do have an airport in the vicinity, but most people fly into Yankton, South Dakota, instead of utilizing this airport. And with the amount of investments that we're doing in this area from the Star Wars investments in terms of putting a marina in at the lake and doing an investment at potentially a museum, a standing bear museum at Niobrara State Park. This offers an opportunity for us to also invest in that airport as well, so that people are able to fly from wherever they're coming, whether it's inside the state or outside, and go on a hunting trip, a fishing trip, go boating, go visit the museums, go visit the beautiful scenery, and take advantage of the tourist opportunities in our state, which again is why it is so vital that we have a continuous revenue stream that goes to support these airports. Colleagues, we could do so much more in this state to advance tourism and opportunities to get people into areas of Nebraska that they've never experienced before, especially up in the Sandhills area. I had a chance to go to Fort Robinson and experience the beauty of Senator Brewer's district. And it takes a significant amount of time to drive, and why not utilize the opportunity for people to be able to fly? And so that is why one of the many reasons why I am a strong supporter of LB 727. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. So I want to thank some of the supporters of the Historic Tax Credit Program. We received a supporting testimony from the Nebraska Housing Developers Association, 70 members across the state, that they are obviously champions for affordable housing. The reason why they support the Nebraska Historic Tax Credit Program, because developers and providers, as developers and providers of affordable housing, they want to make sure that they are standing by a valuable tool to develop and preserve affordable housing across Nebraska. 3 historic tax credits have been paired with public subsidies, such as low-income housing tax credits, to make previously impossible projects financially feasible. The result is not only the preservation of historically significant buildings, but also the preservation of safe, quality housing for Nebraskans' low to moderate income residents. Now, the historically significant buildings are often in older areas of communities and near city centers. Utilizing the NHTC for affordable housing typically resulted in increased financial investments in economically distressed areas and includes affordable housing in downtown areas, which are often closer to employment and transportation opportunities. Now, the significance of this is I've been fighting for affordable or workforce mainstream housing for years. And a lot of the things that I work on, this being one of them, again, along with Senator Slum and Senator Conrad, are ways to better leverage programs that exist and to make sure that we are looking at all the different tax credit programs that exist at the federal and the local level so that they're doing a better job. So that's the reason why this is particularly important. A couple of other projects that you might know, both in Omaha and outside Omaha, the Burlington Station. This is at 1001 South 10th Street. That's a historic tax credit program. This is one of the areas that was allocated $1 million in Nebraska historic tax credits and $2.2 million in federal historic tax credits. This is a $22 million renovation project that converted the building into a new studio, KETV, completely restored it to its original mosaic floors, decorative rosette ceilings, and the over-the-door grills. It is a beautiful building, and it is absolutely wonderful. Please, please check it out. And it's another example of what the Historic Tax Credit Program does. Another example is the Bosworth, located at 2217 Howard Street. This was built in 1913. The 4-story apartment building was actually designed in a very eclectic manner. It contains elements, what they consider to be the prairie style, and decorated with white limestone. Now, it's been abandoned for several years. Some of these projects, many of them have been abandoned for several years. In this one, the apartments were restored and updated to have state-of-the-art amenities, 14 residential units and attractive community spaces. This is an example of affordable housing mixed with historic tax credits. And this project was allocated $392,000 in federal historic tax credits and $392,000 in Nebraska historic tax credits. I know those are Omaha examples, but we have others. Pender, Nebraska, the Palace Hotel and Annex. This is a 3-story brick Palace Hotel and the adjacent 2-story modest frame building in Pender, Nebraska. This was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1990. Now, the significance is based upon being the first courthouse in Thurston County. The small frame building and subsequently the larger Palace Hotel functioned as a courthouse between 1889 and 1927. Now, both buildings appear to hold the state record for longevity as a temporary courthouse, but in 2016, both the buildings were allocated a combined $652,000 in Nebraska historic tax credits and $652,000 in federal tax credits. The exterior of the smaller frame building was rehabilitated based on historic images, while the interior was remodeled to a house, a single residential unit. The long vacant upper floors of the Palace Hotel were rehabilitated to house 16 residential units, similar to the smaller frame building. The exterior of the Palace Hotel was rehabilitated based upon the historic photographs. We also have in Loop City, the Sherman County Courthouse. Now, this was another project on the Nebraska Historic Tax Credit Program, and it's the 3rd courthouse to exist on the site. And this building was constructed in 1920, and it has significant historical significance. It was placed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1990. In 2017, the Sherman County Board of Commissioners applied for the Nebraska Historic Tax Credit that was used towards the rehabilitation of the building's exterior. The rehabilitation work included a new roof, extensive repair and restoration of the terracotta elements, a new main stairway based on historic images. Now, the Board of Commissioners were allocated $93,000 in Nebraska historic tax credits. Wayne County Courthouse. There are a significant number of
Time.
county court. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really appreciate Senator Vargas's trip down memory lane with the historic preservation tax credit. That is a really important project. I know it's important to people in my district, and I just wanted to punch in and comment more broadly on things. And I did actually, for everybody who's been listening all night, I did tell Senator Michaela Cavanaugh off the mic that the dancing fever or whatever it's called is a real thing. I actually was privy to it. I knew about it before she started talking about it. And I know she was talking to the folks up in the dais there about dancing fever, and that they seem to all also be familiar with it. Maybe there's a documentary about it. So I think there's some people who are engaging in some negotiations and conversations off the mic, and maybe we're getting some progress there. But this, I guess I rise in support, we'll say, of LB 727. And I think I'm going to be opposed to AM 1458. This is, Senator Linehan did talk at the very beginning of this about how this bill is a product of a lot of conversations and negotiations with a lot of different folks, people on both sides of the metaphorical and physical aisle of the legislature. And so I really do appreciate, I said earlier, I really appreciate the work of the Revenue Committee, Chair Linehan on this bill, and to come to that compromise to make a revenue bill. If you're an avid watcher of the legislature, you would probably see it's rare for me to rise in support of a bill out of revenue, because we have a difference of opinion usually about just some general tax policy. And some things I oppose more adamantly than others, but in this one, there are certainly some things in this bill that I don't care for and some things that I like more. But on the whole, I think the bill strikes a balance of making positive strides, things like historic preservation tax credits, things like the home equity theft bill that we talked about earlier, things like investments in forward-looking endeavors, which the name I can never remember, but the thing I always think people talk about the most is IKEA, trying to attract, kind of a synergistic investment in forward-looking projects and opportunities in the state. And so I appreciate that. And then this amendment did, bend the cost curve on this bill, took out some projects to get the cost down in recognition of, the economic constraints that we are facing as we've seen the forecasting board, adjust our projections going forward and our tax receipts gone down, that, the bill does take a bit more of a conservative approach than the original bill in the current form. So I appreciate that. I think taking out a few of the more controversial items out of this bill, I know folks have said that they're interested in continuing to pursue those going forward, and we can have those conversations at that point in time. But at this point, I think it makes this a better bill. And of course, Senator Holcroft's part that he says is the most important part of the bill, which pertains to Vala's Pumpkin Patch and others, I assume. But that's, of course, the first thing I think of. Taking my kids to Vala's many, many times, have been worn them out sufficiently. And Senator Hughes's
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Addressing vaping. I was unaware that Nebraska didn't have a structure for taxing vaping. And so and Senator Hughes, when this bill first came up, showed me a chart that showed what other states are doing. And her amendment strikes a nice compromise between where we're at now and what other states are doing. We're not the most aggressive in that, but we are taking a step towards actually imposing a tax on vaping, which of course helps mitigate the cost of this package overall, but also has that effect of decreasing consumption of hazardous material for young people and others alike. So I think there's some good stuff in the package. So I will be a green vote on LB 727, and I think a red vote on AM 1458. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak, and this is your last time.
Thanks, Myron. Sorry, Senator Dorn, my bad. I did that on purpose, by the way. I want to thank Ryan Durant for Christian Gray. And here's the reason why. His testimony, I'm writing today to strongly urge you for your support of LB 697 and all the other underlying bills that are related to historic tax credit. It's crucial that our state maintain tools and incentives to promote the preservation of housing, and the Nebraska State Historic Tax Credit has been an effective resource towards that end. Now, as developers and owners of over 80 units through District 5 and 11, our organization has utilized the historic tax credit in preservation of 65 of these units. The significance of this is in common community development, in addition to being a nonprofit organization that is focused on trying to help families, especially in low-income communities and in the Park Avenue community. They've also endeavored on creating affordable housing projects, or even sort of middle-income housing projects, and revitalizing basically blighted buildings that nobody else is investing in. Typically, what we see happening is people investing in condos, or what is truly creating a larger gap between the housing market, and what they're doing is trying to make actual projects that people can afford. So what they do is they stack these tax credits in a responsible way, making sure that they're preserving the historic nature, making these affordable to incomes below 60% AMI. It's allowed the organization to increase housing stability among some of their most vulnerable neighbors. Now, because housing insecurity results in greater life instability and ultimately deeper levels of poverty, it is crucial our community extend every reasonable opportunity to help low-income tenants obtain housing. I want to thank Christian Gray because he has been doing a tremendous amount in this community and leveraging what we want to see. We want to see people leveraging tax credits for good economic development, for helping people all across the socioeconomic spectrum, and actually being really creative about the use of these programs. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. In addition, we receive representation from the Nebraska Main Street Network. The Nebraska Main Street Network stated that they had that this Revitalization Act has positive benefits to the urban communities in the state, but it has had limited benefit in some of the smaller and more rural communities. And one of the reasons they're supporting these many bills is because it's taking time to make sure more small and rural communities are increasing their limited capacity and investment dollars. What they've seen is this historic tax credit has not been around long enough to be able to fully leverage for some of these rural communities. But what they go on to state is there is a need to continue to work with these communities every day to maintain this population. When we remove these types of incentive programs, which I'm happy we're putting it back in, it helps to facilitate the redevelopment of structurally solid communities in these downtown areas. And it is very, very important because people want to reuse these buildings and they have a choice. Reuse these buildings by, well, not reusing them, completely building new types of buildings and commercial space, or actually investing in the historic and rich historic character of these different types of buildings. Now, Lincoln and Omaha, as I mentioned earlier, have had many different examples of this, but what we're seeing is these building redevelopments in rural Nebraska, if we're broadening it, and what we do in this bill is actually provide a greater tax incentive to rural communities. We do that on purpose, specifically to meet some of the needs of these proponents like the Nebraska Main Street Network. In addition, what we're continually seeing is another one from Sherry Miller saying these two bills offer economic opportunity to both rural and urban areas. I'm especially interested in ongoing restoration. And they urge the investment of this bill. Even awards as little as $5,000 can be of significant assistance in restoring nationally historic landmark. Very much appreciate that. Also from the United Cities of Sarpy County, they took a position saying that they wanted to support the changes to Nebraska Job Creation Main Street Revitalization Act to reinstate the historic tax credit because they believe it provides assistance for the rehabilitation of historic buildings, which is a priority to the United Cities of Sarpy County. Their historic downtowns and cities have benefited from the utilization of these tax credits because it's helped them to preserve history and economic growth for the cities and ultimately our state. They also go on to say that they're supportive of reinstating this tax credit as a tool for continued development and the preservation of our historic buildings. And this is from Mayor Douglas Kindig, City of La Vista, Mayor Rusty Hike, the City of Bellevue, Mayor Mike Evans, the City of Gretna, Mayor David Black, the City of Papillion, and Mayor
Time.
Rob Roseland, City of Springfield.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I do rise today in support of LB 727 and in opposition, I believe, to AM 1458. I've not had much of a chance to talk tonight on LB 727, been having other meetings, but I wanted to take a couple of opportunities, if I could, to speak a little bit more towards the bill. Kind of jumping off where my roommate, Senator John Kavanaugh, started, I think there's a number of things that are in this bill that are advantageous to Nebraska that do a really good job of creating, I think, targeted and specific incentives and tax credit programs that are really going to help us as a state. Before I delve into that, I want to take a second to step back and sort of thank my other members of the Revenue Committee. This year has been obviously a very long session. I know there's been a number of bills we've addressed, and there's a number of very large packages that we've had to talk about thus far. But I think LB 727 really does encompass an all sort of all hands on deck effort to address various things that we should be working towards with regards to targeted incentives for Nebraska. And I want to thank my colleagues on the committee for their long nights and long days working towards creating this bill. One thing I wanted to start by focusing on here is the efforts that we've gone to in this bill to incentivize Nebraska or incentivize folks to move to Nebraska with regards to being first responders. One of the things that I knew from my campaign and talking to other people is that we have a lack of first responders moving to Nebraska right now, whether we're talking about police officers or firefighters, EMTs. We know that there is a lack of people who are willing to step up and actually do the hard work that all of our first responders do. And in knocking doors, I heard time and time again that one of the most important things to people in my community is ensuring that we have safe neighborhoods, safe streets, and making sure that we have people who are able to step up and do the hard work, again, of being a police officer and firefighters. So previously, I know this legislature had taken, I think, some really impressive steps towards making it a little bit easier and further incentivizing folks becoming law enforcement officers. But what LB 727 does is it takes that a step further. So in LB 727, we have the first responder incentives here where not just police officers, but firefighters who are full-time can receive a waiver for tuition for their college credits. I think that is so vital that we're doing our absolute best to make sure that first responders are being provided the opportunity to receive the education they desire, to continue to get continuing education, whether it's at the community college, state college, or university level. And I think it's vital that we make sure that we show our first responders and folks who are willing to move here to Nebraska that we appreciate the work they're doing and we understand the hard work that goes into that. And that if you do that, we're going to make sure that you have the opportunity to receive whatever education you see fit. So the fact that that previously applied to law enforcement and now is being expanded to firefighters, I think is fantastic. But LB 727 takes it even a step further. What we know is that Nebraska is currently dealing with a lack of retention. People who are growing up in Nebraska are moving away for various reasons, but we are trying to, in as many ways as possible, create incentives to keep young folks here in Nebraska. And so LB 727 says if you are a dependent of a first responder, you actually can also receive a waiver of your college tuition. Whether that's, again, at community college, state college, or the university level, if you are the dependent of a first responder, you get to go to college for free. Now, granted, you still got to pay for your books or your housing, but your tuition is waived. And you get to go to college for free so long as you agree to stay in Nebraska for 5 years after you graduate.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what that does is it says to first responders, we appreciate the work you're doing. We appreciate the fact that you are willing to put your lives on the line on a regular basis. And if you continue to do this work, not just you, but your children can go to college and receive an education that also helps them become better members of society, but encourages them to stay here in Nebraska. So I was thrilled when I read that bill. I thought it made a lot of sense for our law enforcement and firefighters to have that opportunity, but expanding that opportunity with regards to their education for their children, I think is just a fantastic thing. So I want to thank the fellow members of the Revenue Committee and the universities and the state college systems and the community colleges for working with us on that. Senator Bostar for going out of his way to make sure that happened. So I think that's a great opportunity for us here as a state, and I would encourage my colleagues to vote green on LB 727. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Wishart, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I rise in strong support of LB 727 and really appreciate the leadership of Chairwoman Linehan and the members of the Revenue Committee for this piece of legislation. Another portion of the bill that I love is a piece of legislation that portion of the bill that supports recruitment and retention of our emergency responders. And so that would be everything from EMTs, law enforcement, and then obviously firefighters as well. I know from experience, my husband was a police officer for 5 years in Lincoln. It's a very challenging job. These are the types of jobs, especially when you're new, where you're likely working the night shifts. And so you're struggling not only with the challenges of being a first responder, but also the challenges of working really strenuous hours. And so it's a tough job to recruit people into. And statistically, we're looking at 78% of agencies nationally reporting having difficulty recruiting qualified candidates, 65% of agencies reporting having too few candidate applications, 75% of agencies reported recruiting is more difficult now than 5 years ago. And 50% of agencies reported having to change policies and qualifications for candidates, and then 25% of agencies reported having to reduce services. And this is such a public safety need for us in the state of Nebraska, and it is wonderful that included in this piece of legislation, we're looking at unique and creative ways as a state for us to recruit talented individuals to join as a first responder and provide the types of support they need to have a thriving community. This reminds me a little bit of the piece of legislation that I brought and then Senator Lippincott brought, I brought years ago, and then Senator Lippincott has also brought, where we increased tuition reimbursement for students who were going to the University of Nebraska and joining the National Guard. And what we've seen is that that is a huge recruitment tool, not only for keeping individuals here in our state and going to our university system, but also a recruitment tool for the National Guard and an opportunity for students who cannot afford to go to college to be able to get a full scholarship through not only their undergraduate degree, but also their graduate degree as long as they join the National Guard. And this is the type of creative incentives and policies that as a body we should be working on. One of the statistics that has stuck in my head above any statistic I have heard was a couple of years ago, we had the opportunity to be briefed by aging partners, and they talked to us about the fact that by 2030 in the state of Nebraska, if our population continues to trend in the direction that it is, we will have more individuals 65 and older in our state, population-wise, than 18 and younger. I mean, think about that. We will have more people who are exiting our workforce in our state than entering into our workforce. And in some parts of our state, that statistic in terms of population is already there. And so when you're looking at a state as how do we provide the basic needs that support a thriving community. And I would say public safety
1 minute.
is definitely on the top list of one of those. You want to know that if someone in your family is sick, there is someone there to be able to come and provide emergency care. You want to know that if your house is on fire, your business is on fire, that there is a workforce there of talented firefighters to come and ensure the least amount of damage is done. And so we need to be doing everything possible as a state to look at that trajectory and think about how do we incentivize more young individuals or just individuals in general to stay in our state and to work in these targeted workforce areas where there are shortages. So again, thank you to the Revenue Committee for this comprehensive piece of legislation that I really do think is going to have a massive positive impact on the state of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wishart. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I would join in Senator Wishart and Senator Dungan's comments about the first responder portion. It is really important to invest in, supporting our first responders, but also in that opportunity to attract new and attract and retain talented individuals to the state of Nebraska. And I would just point out, since while I was standing here listening, just stumbled on my phone, the Nebraska Firefighters Museum hosts Fishing with First Responders. So if you're in the area, the 5th annual Fishing with First Responders series, it's at the Firefighters Museum Pond behind the museum. It's 2834 East 1st Street in Kearney, Nebraska. Wednesday, May 24th, which I believe is tomorrow. Is that right? Yeah, tomorrow's the 24th. It's called Cops and Bobbers, which you all know I appreciate a good pun. And then Wednesday, June 21st, Reels and Rescues. And then you've got Tuesday, June 25th, Hooks and Ladderers. 5:30 to 7:30, free fun for the whole family. So, we're talking about first responders, attracting, retaining, but also celebrating and just getting to know your first responders and making sure you're embracing them as members of our communities. So that's a good opportunity. If you're in the area, I'd say take a look. But I was actually initially going to talk about another section of the bill that I think is really important, and one of the reasons I appreciate this bill, and it's a section that was brought forward by Senator Von Gillern, which is the research and development tax credit. I'm trying to pull it back up here. It's called, it changes provisions relating to qualification for application for calculating amount for research and experimental activity tax credit. The bill changes the dates for when the business firm is allowed to first claim the credit for any tax year beginning or deemed to begin after December 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022 to December 31st, 2033. LB 491 also adds and amends language for business firms, which makes expenditures in research experimental activity as defined in Section 174 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended, and are allowed a research tax credit under the Act. I think there was probably some change to that in the subsequent amendment, but that's, I think, the broad strokes. I think this is really important. You can see just the folks who testified in favor of it, which is you've got Kawasaki, the Nebraska Chamber of Commerce, you've got Bio Nebraska, which represents all kinds of biofuels, but also pharmaceuticals, and basically high-tech, high-paying job industries. And you want to invest in R&D, research and development, because we want to push the bounds of what's possible. We want to find out more things, develop more products. We always talk about, well, maybe not so much here, but we went to the moon in 1969, and as President Kennedy said, we choose to go to the moon and do the other things, not because not because they're easy, but because they're hard. I think something along those lines. I should have refreshed on that. But anyway, you do it, it's for the endeavor to push forward the bounds. And the space program developed a lot of things, like Tang, which is maybe not as good as Kool-Aid, but still is a great product, and microwaves and Mylar and other real
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Great advancements in technology. But the point is, we invested in that technology, and then those spun off industries. Tang became a product that you could buy and sell. Creates jobs, and so we want to invest in R&D, research and development, in our state, because if we develop it here, then it's more likely to create that industry here, which is going to create those high-paying jobs here, and is going to allow more people to have more productive, a better life, make more money, and have a better opportunity at that. So it is really, I really appreciate this section of the bill brought by Senator Von Gilleren to reinstate and extend the research and development tax credit. I think it'll be it's important for our state, and I think my district in particular. We've got good amount of research and development that happens in Midtown Omaha. So again, support LB 727.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Senator Duncan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I do rise again in support of LB 727, and I just wanted to take a little bit more time on the mic to talk about this bill. One of the things that I think oftentimes goes undiscussed, well, it has been discussed a little bit this year, are some of the backroom conversations that happen with these bills. And I know that there's been an immense amount of work and an immense amount of effort that's gone into LB 727, both on behalf of the Revenue Committee, as well as a number of interested stakeholders who have bills that I think would affect them. And so I just want to say that, yet again, as somebody who I think for those who watch at home and for who pay attention to the legislature, understand that I have some strong opinions from time to time with regard to taxation and what we are or aren't doing as a state. I want to voice my support for LB 727. I understand that no bill is perfect, but I do think that LB 727 represents a good faith effort to address needs that we need to work on here in Nebraska. One thing in particular that caught my eye in LB 727, as well as the first responders component that I was talking about the last time I was on the mic, was the sales and use tax credit, or tax exemption rather, for behavioral health institutions. So I think that I've made it very clear on the mic throughout this entire session that one of the most important things to me is ensuring that we have behavioral health options available to folks. Having worked as a public defender for a number of years, I can tell you that the vast majority of problems that I've dealt with in dealing with clients and in dealing with trying to get them the help they need is that there is simply a lack of services available to folks in our community. And I think there's a number of reasons that is, and I could spend another 30 minutes on the mic talking about that. But one thing that we should be doing as a state is incentivizing more organizations or groups to get involved in the behavioral health game. And when we had, I believe it was originally LB 300 that Senator Linehan brought, and we heard the testimony from individuals who operate these behavioral health organizations, what we learned is that the legislature had previously created the sales and use tax exemption for behavioral health institutions, but there was a, to put it simply, an error, I think, where there were certain components of their services that were not exempt. And so whether or not you were dealing with inpatient folks versus out-of-patient folks made a difference as to whether or not you were able to have this exemption apply. And the negative effect of that is that it created this really intense burden on the folks who were looking over the books and working the books for these behavioral health companies and institutions. And so LB 300, which has been wrapped into LB 727 as one of the amendments, effectively tries to remedy that oversight and ensure that any behavioral health organization or behavioral health institution can benefit from the tax exemptions that we originally intended to implement. And again, part of the benefit there is we are trying to do everything we can to further incentivize behavioral health institutions to get into the game. When we have more organizations that provide these services, who go into these behavioral health institutions, coming out with their feet under them in such a way that they can effectively contribute to the community. And so I want to make sure that we as a state are doing everything we possibly can for those. And so I believe that LB 300 seeks to achieve that goal, and it does so in a way that is not just effective, but also targeted. And that's one of the other things. Thank you, Mr. President. That's one of the other things that I've spoken about with regards to LB 727 previously, is that I think this is a targeted effort towards tax credits and seeking to achieve incentivization. So this is not overly broad. I do think that it goes towards a number of projects that are beneficial. And one last thing I'll touch on here before I run out of time is that I think one of the other aspects about LB 727 that is unique is it serves both rural and urban areas effectively. All of the projects that you see encompassed into 727 effectively, I think, reach all the different corners of the state, whether it's the Good Life Transformational Project, the first responder waivers for college tuition across the board. This seems to affect all the different corners of the state. And for that reason, I would yet again encourage my colleagues to vote green on LB 727. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third time.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just wanted to spend a little more time talking about my love of research and development and how important investing in research and development is for forward-looking things. And sometimes you don't even know what you're going to get out of it. You know, you invest in something, obviously, where, the Operation Warp Speed of the Trump administration yielded the first mRNA vaccines, which are now a leap forward in types of vaccines. I don't think any other ones have been out and approved, but it is an opportunity for, you invest in research and you get payoffs, maybe not quickly, but you get it, sometimes you have no progress for a while and then you get a big payoff. But so I looked up technologies from NASA, and I think it'd be interesting. People might to know some of the things that have come as a result of our investment in space exploration. So infrared ear thermometers is one, which I use a lot because I have young kids, and I don't know what people did before. Well, I do know what they did, but I don't know how you did it when you had to take temperature of your kids with the old-fashioned thermometer, we'll say. But the ear thermometer is still a little hard, but it's a lot easier. And then you've got LASIK, which is laser eye surgery. But here's one that I thought this body would be really hearing. I know it's not specifically the type of hearing aid that people around here have, I don't think, but there are a lot of folks who have hearing aids in this place. Artificial limbs, light emitting diodes in medical therapy, invisible braces. Oh, here's another one that's of particular interest to folks here: scratch-resistant lenses. So, a lot of us wear glasses. I'm wearing contact lenses right now, which I guess is a concession to vanity. But either way, I do wear glasses a lot of other times, and scratch-resistant lenses make those glasses more resilient. Space blankets, which I talked about earlier, which I think is called Mylar. Space blankets, great for camping, very lightweight. Enhancing and analyzing systems, landmine removal, fire-resistant reinforcement, firefighting equipment, which is synergistic to our conversation about recruiting and retaining first responders. Shock absorbers for buildings. That's a pretty cool one. Here we go. Tempura foam, which I think is probably like those new mattresses that you can buy and they come in a box. Has anybody bought one of those where you can move it yourself? It's a queen or a king mattress, and it's like one person can carry it, and then you roll it out, and it's like couple inches thin, and then it inflates. So that's pretty cool. And that, of course, is a technology that was invested in by NASA and is now an entire industry. You can go, on television, on the internet, you see ads for these mattresses that they send you in the mail now. Enriched baby food. Of course, that's an important one. Portable cordless vacuum. I do love a good portable cordless vacuum. Freeze drying, like I said, space ice cream. Space age swimsuit. Now that's one I'm not familiar with. So let's see. Langley Research Center's wind tunnel testing facility and fluid flow analysis software supports Speedo's design of space-aged enriched swimsuits. The resulting LZR racer
1 minute.
reduced skin friction drag 24% more than previous Speedo swimsuits. In March 2008, athletes wearing the LRZ racer broke 13 swim world records. I do think I remember that from the Olympics at some point. And then we got air scrubbers. Oh, Bowflex. So all of these technologies, water for purification, solar cells, that's another one. Solar fuel cells, of course, is grown and it as distributed generation. We've got solar farms, things like that. I know people around here maybe don't care for that necessarily, but it is a huge worldwide industry and forward-looking that was as a result of an investment made in technology into government research and development through NASA, trying to solve a particular problem, and then it yielded that result. And now we have a whole industry as a result of it. And I guess the point is research and development is really important.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator John Kavanaugh. Seeing no one in the queue, Senator Kavanaugh, Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's been a long day, varied topics. One topic that I have been wanting to get back to that I have mentioned before, but this is the last time I'm going to mention it. I was misquoted. I did not talk about the storyline of the movie Madagascar. It was, in fact, the penguins of Madagascar. Big difference, okay? Big difference. I like Madagascar, of course. Madagascar World Tour, fantastic. But I talked about on this microphone the storyline of the penguins of Madagascar. It's the lesser known Madagascar, but it is just as awesome. I want that clarified for the record. Mr. President, I withdraw my amendment.
So ordered.
So ordered.
Mr. President, I have a series of amendments to be withdrawn from Senator Kavanaugh, AM 1443, 1444, and 1445. In that case, Mr. President, I have nothing further on the bill.
Senator Bellad for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that LB 727 be advanced to ENR for engrossing.
Colleagues, you've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. It is advanced. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, Senator Rabel would move to adjourn the body until Wednesday, May 24th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. We are adjourned.